What's He Doing in There? By Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. He went where no Martian ever went before. But would he come out? Or had he gone for good? What's He Doing in There? By Fritz Leiber. The professor was congratulating Earth's first visitor from another planet on his wisdom in getting in touch with a cultural anthropologist before contacting any other scientists, or governments, God forbid, and in learning English from radio and TV before landing from his orbit-parked rocket, when the Martian stood up and said hesitantly, "Excuse me, please, but where is it?" The baffled professor and the Martian seemed to grow anxious. At least his long mouth curved upward, and he had explained earlier that it curled downward was his smile. And he repeated, "Please, where is it?" He was surprisingly humanoid in most respects, but his complexion was textured, so like the rich, dark armchair he'd just been occupying that the professor's pinstripe gray suit, which he had eagerly consented to wear, seemed an arbitrary interruption between him and the chair. A sort of Mother Hubbard dress on a phantom conjured from its leather. The professor's wife, always a perceptive hostess, came to her husband's rescue by saying with equal rapidity, "Top of the stairs, end of the hall, last door." The Martian's mouth curled happily downward, and he said, "Thank you very much," and was off. Comprehension burst on the professor. He caught up with his guest at the foot of the stairs. "Here, I'll show you the way," he said. "No, I can find it myself, thank you," the Martian assured him. Something rather final in the Martian's tone made the professor desist, and after watching his visitor sway up the stairs with an almost hypnotic, softly jogging motion, he rejoined his wife in the study, saying wonderingly, "Who'd have thought it, by George? Function taboos as strict as our own." "I'm glad some of your professorial visitors maintain 'em," his wife said darkly. "But this one's from Mars, darling, and to find out he's, well, similar in an aspect of his life is as thrilling as the discovery that water is burned hydrogen. When I think of the day not far distant when I'll put his entry in the cross-cultural index." He was still rhapsodizing when the professor's little son raced in. "Pop, the Martian's gone in the bathroom." "Hush, dear. Manners." Now it's perfectly natural, darling, that the boy should notice and be excited. Yes, son, the Martian's not very different from us. "Oh, certainly," the professor's wife said with a trace of bitterness. "I don't imagine his turquoise complexion will cause any comment at all when you bring him to a faculty reception. They'll just figure he's had a hard night, and that he's got that baby elephant nose sniffing around for assistant professorships." "Really, darling, he probably thinks of our noses as disagreeably amputated and paralyzed." "Well, anyway, Pop, he's in the bathroom. I followed him when he squiggled upstairs." "Now, son, you shouldn't have done that. He's on a strange planet, and it might make him nervous if he thought he was being spied on. We must show him every courtesy. By George, I can't wait to discuss these things with Ackley Ramsbottom. When I think of how much more this encounter has to give an anthropologist than even a physicist or astronomer." He was still going strong on his second rhapsody when he was interrupted by another high-speed entrance. It was the professor's coltish daughter. "Mom, Pop, the Martians—" "Hush, dear, we know." The professor's coltish daughter regained her adolescent poise, which was considerable. "Well, he's still in there," she said. "I just tried the door and it was locked." "I'm glad it was," the professor said, while his wife added, "Yes, you can't always be sure what—" and caught herself. "Really, dear, that was very bad manners." "I thought he'd come downstairs long ago," her daughter explained. He's been in there an awful long time. It must have been a half an hour ago I saw him gyre and gimble upstairs in that real gone way he has, with Nosy here following him." The professor's coltish daughter was currently soaking up both Jive and Alice. When the professor checked his wristwatch, his expression grew troubled. "By George, he is taking his time. Though, of course, we don't know how much time Martians... I wonder." "I listened for a while, Pop," the son volunteered. "He was running the water, a lot." "Running water, eh? We know Mars is a water-starved planet. I suppose that in the presence of unlimited water, he may be seized by a kind of madness, but he seemed so well adjusted." Then his wife spoke, voicing all their thoughts. Her outlook on life gave her a natural sepulchre voice. "What's he doing in there?" 20 minutes, and at least as many frantic suggestions later, the professor glanced again at his watch, and nerved himself for action. Motioning his family aside, he mounted the stairs and tiptoed down the hall. He paused only once to shake his head and mutter under his breath, "By George, I wish I had Fenchurch or von Gottschalk here. They're a shade better than I am on intercultural contracts, especially taboo breaking and affronts." His family followed him at a short distance. The professor stopped in front of the bathroom door. Everything was quiet as death. He listened for a minute, then rapped measuredly, steadying his hand by clutching its wrist with the other. There was a faint splashing, but no other sound. Another minute passed. The professor rapped again. Now there was no response at all. He very gingerly tried the knob. The door was still locked. When they had all retreated to the stairs, it was the professor's wife who once more voiced their thoughts. This time her voice carried overtones of supernatural horror. "What's he doing in there?" "He may be dead or dying," the professor's coltish daughter suggested briskly. "Maybe we ought to call the fire department, like they did for old Miss Frisbee." The professor winced. "I'm afraid you haven't visualized the complications, dear," he said gently. "No one but ourselves knows that the Martian is on Earth, or has even the slightest inkling that interplanetary travel has been achieved. Whatever we do, it will have to be on our own. But to break in on a creature engaged in, well, we don't know what primal private activity, is against all anthropological practice. Still—" "Dying's a primal activity," his daughter said crisply. "So is ritual bathing before mass murder," his wife added. "Please. Still, as I was about to say, we do have the moral duty to succor him, if, as you all too reasonably suggest, he has been incapacitated by a germ or virus, or, more likely, by some simple environmental factor, such as Earth's greater gravity. Tell you what, Pop, I can look in the bathroom window and see what he's doing. All I have to do is crawl out my bedroom window and along the gutter a little ways. It's safe as houses." The professor's question, beginning with, "Son, how do you know?" died unuttered, and he refused to notice the words his daughter was voicing silently at her brother. He glanced at his wife's sardonically composed face, thought once more of the fire department, or of the other and larger and even more jealous, or would it be skeptical, government agencies, and clutched at the straw offered him. 10 minutes later, he was quite unnecessarily assisting his son back through the bedroom window. "Gee, Pop, I can't see a sign of him. That's why I took so long. Hey, Pop, don't look so scared. He's in there, sure enough. It's just that the bathtub's under the window, and you have to get real close to see into it." "The Martian's taking a bath?" "Yep, got it full up and just the end of his little old schnoz sticking out. Your suit, Pop, was hanging on the door." The one word the professor's wife spoke was like a death knell. "Drowned." "No, Ma, I don't think so. His schnoz was opening and closing regularly like." Maybe he's a shape changer, the professor's coltish daughter said in a burst of evil fantasy. Maybe he softens in the water and thins out after a while until he's like an eel, and then he'll go exploring through the sewer pipes. Wouldn't it be funny if he went under the street and knocked on the stopper from underneath and crawled into the bathtub of President Rexford or Mrs. President Rexford, or maybe right in the middle of one of Janie Rexford's "Oh, I'm so sexy" bubble baths? Please. The professor put his hand to his eyebrow and kept it there, cuddling the elbow in the other hand. Well, have you thought of something? The professor's wife asked him after a bit. What are you going to do? The professor dropped his hand and blinked his eyes hard and took a deep breath. Telegraph Fenchurch and Ackley Ramsbottom and then break in, he said in a resigned voice, into which, nevertheless, a note of hope seemed to have come. First, however, I'm going to wait until morning. And he sat down cross-legged in the hall a few yards from the bathroom door and folded his arms. So the long vigil commenced. The professor's family shared it, and he offered no objection. Other, sterner men, he told himself, might claim to be able successfully to order their children to go to bed when there was a Martian locked in the bathroom, but he would like to see them faced with the situation. Finally, dawn began to seep from the bedrooms. When the bulb in the hall had grown quite dim, the professor unfolded his arms. Just then, there was a loud splashing in the bathroom. The professor's family looked toward the door. The splashing stopped, and they heard the Martian moving around. Then the door opened, and the Martian appeared in the professor's gray pinstripe suit. His mouth curled sharply downward in a broad alien smile as he saw the professor. "Good morning," the Martian said happily. "I never slept better in my life, even in my own little wet bed back on Mars." He looked around more closely, and his mouth straightened. "But where did you all sleep?" he asked. "Don't tell me you stayed dry all night. You didn't give up your only bed for me." His mouth curled upward in misery. "Oh, dear," he said. "I'm afraid I've made a mistake somehow. Yet I don't understand how. Before I studied you, I didn't know what your sleeping habits would be. But the question was answered for me. In fact, it looked so reassuringly homelike when I saw those brief TV scenes of your females ready to sleep in their little tubs. Of course, on Mars, only the fortunate can always be sure of sleeping wet. But here, with your abundance of water, I thought there would be wet beds for all." He paused. "It's true I had some doubts last night, wondering if I'd used the right words and all. But then, when you rapped good night to me, I splashed the sentiment back to you and went to sleep in a wink. But I'm afraid that somewhere I've blundered and—" "No, no, dear chap," the professor managed to say. He had been waving his hand in a gentle circle for some time in token that he wanted to interrupt. "Everything is quite all right. It's true we stayed up all night, but please consider that as a watch, an honor guard, by George, which we kept to indicate our esteem." The end of What's He Doing in There? By Fritz Leiber.
In the Control Tower by Will Moeller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gaunce. In the Control Tower by Will Moeller. Shadows haunted the dying alleys. Madness stalked the wide streets. And what lay at the city's heart? 1. Dewforth had almost lost the habit of looking from windows. The train which took him to the city every morning passed through a country in the terminal stages of a long war of self-destruction. Whatever had been burned, botched, poisoned, or exhausted in that struggle had been filled along the right-of-way, among drifts of soot and ground mists of sulphurous smoke and chemical flatulence to form a long, tedious mural, a parody of cloud-born Asiatic hills, precipitous and always so close to the tracks that their tops could not be seen. This was almost merciful, considering what had been done to the sky. When the train did not sneak between hills of slag, cinders, rubbish, garbage, dross, and the bloody brown carrion of broken machinery, it shot like a bolt in the groove of an arbalist between unbroken barriers of advertising or through deep concrete troughs and roaring tunnels full of grimy light and grubby air. There was one inconsistency in this scheme of things. Just as the train emerged from a deep valley of slag hills and swung into a long curve, passengers on the left side had a panoramic view of the city, a frozen scene of battle between geometrical monsters, made remote and obscure by the dust of 1,000 merely human struggles, too small to be visible from the crusty windows of the train by the merely human eye. They had about 1 second in which to absorb this vision of corporate purpose. Then they were plunging into a final stretch of tunnel to the center of the city itself, where no surface was ever more than 15 paces away, and where there were no horizons at all. Duforth was excited by this view, even though it reached him in a fragmentary and subliminal way. Day after day he told himself that he would have all his faculties at the ready before the train swung into the curve. But morning after morning he was still emerging from the stale fumes of the preceding night's beer, or he allowed himself to be hypnotized by the sound of the wheels, or fascinated by the jiggling of another passenger's earlobe at that critical moment. The train had always entered the clangorous colon of the city before this resolve could crystallize in his mind, and he was left with an impression which lay somewhere in the scale of reality between the after-image of a light bulb and the morning memory of a fever dream. Could never have described the scene except in loose generalities about buildings of contrasting height and unemphatic color. The single memorable feature of the panorama, looming above the rest, was not even a building. It eluded all familiar categories. It was, like the other components of the picture, rectangular, but it was a displaced rectangle. A shining thread of morning sky could be seen beneath it. It was only logical to suppose that it stood on legs of some kind, a complicated process of girders. The upper part appeared to be made of corrugated metal, but, as with the matter of the legs, it was impossible to separate what was actually seen and what was merely inferred. The only other structures Duforth had seen which resembled it at all were water towers and shipyard cranes, but these had been mere toys compared with the thing that hovered over the center of the city. Its purpose could not be guessed, but what disturbed Duforth more was the fact that he could not be sure that it existed. He was a precision draftsman, more or less resigned to deteriorating eyesight, and his usual abstracted state of mind during that segment of his day had also to be considered. He hoped that someone else would mention the structure. Once, only once, a man sitting on the opposite seat had made a comment which could have applied to it. "It turned," he said, just as the tunnel swallowed the train. Duforth would have liked to ask the other passenger what he had meant. Had he seen the same thing? Had he seen anything at all? And what had he meant by turned? But he had not asked. The other had been not merely forbidding, not merely repugnant, but alternately forbidding and repugnant. In daylight, an impeccable burgher sitting tall and righteous under a tall hat. In tunnels, a hunchbacked gargoyle picking its nose in the fickle darkness. If Duforth had been the only passenger on the train, or indeed the last man in the world, he could not have been more alone with his wonder. You did not ask whimsical questions of strangers nowadays. You did not ask many questions of friends. All uncertainties incubated in private darkness, they lived and grew and even put forth new appendages. Not a building, not a water tank, not a crane. Perhaps it was only an illusion. Illusion or not, it wanted a name so that it might be at least catalogued in his own mind. Therefore, on a morning since forgotten and for reasons never closely examined, he decided to call it the control tower. 2. There was an unholy Friday restlessness upon Duforth. To make matters worse, it was the last Friday in March. Logically, perhaps, this should not have made any difference, because Duforth worked in one of a number of identical windowless rooms in a building from which all natural rhythms had been rigorously excluded. From skylights high in the ceiling of the drafting rooms came a light which had been pasteurized and was timeless. It could have been artificial. His work provided no refuge for his thought. It was demanding, but only mechanically so. Strictly speaking, he did not know what he was doing. No one did, apparently. He did not have the satisfaction of knowing that what he did was real. He filled large sheets of plastic with tracings of intricate, interconnected schematic hieroglyphs. But he knew that in another place a template would be laid over his work. An irregular portion, like a piece of a jigsaw puzzle, would be cut out of it, and the rest, perhaps more than half of his work, would be destroyed. It was even possible that all of it was destroyed. Duforth worked for a firm which made components. Of what, no one said, no one asked. Components, Inc., the firm was called. He knew that the finished products were small, heavy, and very complicated. Their names were mute combinations of letters and numbers, joined by hyphens or separated by virgules. Some said that these components performed no functions. Others said that they worked, but their operations corresponded to no known human need. It was known that some of the finished products themselves were destroyed. Some maintained that they were dissolved in vats of hydrofluoric acid. Others argued that they were encased in cement, then taken out to sea in speedboats on moonless nights and jettisoned. The favored rumor was that the entire firm was a decoy to bewilder agents of foreign powers and preempt their espionage efforts. There was neither proof of this nor evidence to the contrary. The penalty for circulating this last rumor was immediate dismissal with prejudice. In another place, another time, Duforth might have spread the burden of his mood by confiding in other workers, but not under the circumstances so painstakingly arranged by Components, Inc. in the interest of what was called the Interloathing Index, or II. It was an axiom of modern industry that a high II meant high productivity and also tighter security. The latter was as much the measure of the importance of an industry as what it made or how much. That there was design in the egg box compartmentation of workspaces, for example, was obvious enough. Less overt were the lengths to which personnel had gone to discourage the exchange of information, or confidences, among employees. Under the guise of aptitude testing, the psychologists had been able to select and organize teams consisting entirely of mutually incompatible individuals. So well had they succeeded that most workers could barely stand the sight of one another, and so were driven back upon themselves and their work. Only by practicing an almost egg-like self-containment could a draftsman or other worker hope to get through the day without open conflict and disaster. Latent antipathies among workers were further intensified by means of the annual proficiency competitions. At the conclusion of these tests, all employees save 2 were given proficiency stars. Of the remaining 2, one was invariably a person who had shown signs of becoming too popular among his fellows. He was given a leadership star, and because an affable man was usually less rather than more efficient than the rest, this made of him a lonely little air bubble in a sea of resentment. The second of the 2 workers was always discharged. Thus a dash of anxiety was added to the proceedings. The visible manifestations of high II were hectic color, a characteristic ferocity of the eye, and throbbing jaw hinges. Often the jaw hinges of an entire team would be pulsating at once, sometimes even in unison. This spectacle emanated an overwhelming feeling of earnestness and purpose, Executives were fond of pointing out this phenomenon to visiting dignitaries. "Observe their jaw hinges," they would say. Another factor which isolated employees from one another was the peculiarly virulent form of halitosis, which affected all workers without exception. The company cafeteria was the source of this malady. Thus, if Duforth had been the only employee in that vast complex of buildings, or in the world, he could not have been restlessness. Add to this the fact that it had been his misfortune to win the leadership star in the proficiency competitions only 3 days earlier. He did not have to trace the bitter stream of his mood any farther back than that to find the bile source. The object of the contest had been to draw a single line 28 5/8 inches long and 1/15,000th of an inch thick, a feat which is starkly simple in conception but only theoretically feasible. The draftsman had spent hours preparing the surfaces of paper, straining ink through filters, honing drawing pens with emery and polishing them with rouge, drawing practice lines and scrutinizing them with powerful bench microscopes. They did Balinese finger exercises, Chinese body coordination exercises, Hindu breathing exercises, and Tibetan spiritual calisthenics to dispel their incipient shakes. When the great moment came, a solemn little group of executives entered the drafting room and stood about in attitudes of grave ceremonial courtesy. The draftsmen then drew their lines. When it was over, the judges examined and graded the lines, and the scores were announced by Mr. Schrank, the foreman. The better scores prompted little flutters of restrained applause from the executives. This moist and muted sound had reminded Duforth of a hippopotamus venting its wind under water, and in a moment of thoughtless exhilaration he had even thought of sharing this bizarre notion with his wife. He never did so, as it happened. Why had he never told his wife about that wretched leadership star? Her laughter persisted through his dreams, or through his dream. He only had one. In this dream she was always a massive machine which ingested songbirds between steel rollers and stamped them into pipe-flange gaskets at a rate of 120 per minute. And the prize-winning line he had drawn, it revealed its true nature in the perspective of days. There was no mistaking what it was. It was the abyss. It could widen and it could engulf. How much light would a leadership star cast in that bottomless inkiness? Acute restlessness had the effect of sending Duforth frequently to the lavatory, not so much for physiological reasons, as because there was no other place to go, and he had to go somewhere when the white walls of the drafting room threatened to crush him. He went as often as he thought he could without attracting the attention of Mr. Schrank, or eliciting ponderous jocosities from the other workers. After several visits, however, he did begin to question himself. What drew him to that bleak refuge again and again? He was not aware of bladder irritation. He had no infantile obsession about such facilities. Was he driven by an aggregation of petty forces, each too small to make sense by itself? Or was there one reason hiding behind a cloud of small rationalizations? There was a difference in the air in the lavatory, and in the sound. The undifferentiated background sound which came from nowhere. Nowhere? It came through a window. He had been staring at a window, probably the only one in the building, and it had failed to register on his mind at the time because he had not expected it to be there. It was not part of the habitual pattern. He had seen a window. He had, moreover, looked through a window. What had he seen? He thought about this, and at the same time he thought about being sick, administratively sick. He succeeded in working up a palpable fever and a windy yawning beneath the diaphragm. Before taking any action, he would have to confirm what he had seen through the window of the lavatory. On his last trip to the lavatory, he climbed up onto the slippery wash basin and looked through the high window. His position there would be impossible to explain, of course, if anyone should come in. He was past caring about that. The unpasteurized air made him a little drunk, and the sound, the immense, distant, sighing groan like a giant's whisper, filled his brain. It made him want to expand to meet it somehow. Only one immense skeleton foot was visible, but there was no question about exactly what it was. No conventional structure would curve upward in that way. There was no point of reference by which to determine how far away it was, and the air was blue with haze, giving everything an appearance of remoteness and of unreality. He had never seen the city from that angle before, but if what he saw was what he thought it was, how could it have been so close without his knowing about it before this time? It was a thing which belonged to vast distances, spatial distances and other kinds of distance as well. Now it was close, or he was closer to it than he had ever imagined he would be in his life. It was accessible. Duforth left at 3:30, when the somnolence of afternoon was heaviest on the heads of the other draftsmen. He did not speak to Mr. Schrank about it. He did not clear with Miss Plock in the dispensary, nor with Mr. Furt in personnel, nor with Miss Yurt in wage readjustment, nor with Miss Bort in sick leave subdivision, nor with Miss Vibe in special problems, nor with Mr. Feister in sick claims, nor with Miss Grope in employee grievances, nor with Miss Rupnik in company grievances, nor with Miss Gugward in allowance reductions, nor with Mr. Droon in privilege curtailment, nor with Miss Tremulo in psychological counseling, nor with Dr. Schreck in spiritual aid subdivision. He did not even trouble to see Miss Nosemilker, who kept the time book. He just left. 3. "Nobody goes up there," said the hulking, oyster-eyed man in the burlap overcoat. The bum's eyes cleared long enough for him to peer into Duforth's eyes in order to see if his madness was worth sharing. Then they filmed over again as he decided that it was not. Duforth crowded past him and walked on. He was making real progress. He had at last found someone who acknowledged that there was something up there above eye level. The others, old lost children, figures of scab and grime, had been unaware of anything but inner cavities of craving and fear above the sidewalk firmament of trodden gum discs, sputum, stars, and the ends of twice-smoked cigarettes. He could not have lost sight of the control tower. He had never realized what streets were. Before that time, he had known a single well-policed block between the station and his place of work. He still thought of streets as more or less open strips along which people moved, north or south, east or west, purposefully from point A to point B, with perhaps one right-angle turn, two at the most, pausing only to tip hats or look into shop windows. Now it developed that streets were sewers, battlegrounds, lairs, abattoirs, cesspools, lazarettes, midways of deformity and brawling markets where nightmares and spirochetes were sold. The city had not less than 3 dimensions. He had not been fully prepared for the implications of this either. Existence in 3 dimensions does not necessarily mean 3-dimensional vision. The sky was not visible through the maze of girders, stairways, and catwalks overhead. Duforth tried to orient himself by the direction of shadows, but this was misleading. It was the heart of the shadow district, and the play of shadows was the order of things. The rules were the rules of phantoms. Flesh lived there in subjection. Long miscegenation with shadow had made phantoms of them all, and endowed all shadows with the menace of the real. Everything was equivocal as hell. Duforth wandered in a cavern without walls. He saw bulky overcoats with defeated hats or defeated heads, long-legged dwarfs in black leather jackets, willowy chorus boys with platinum ringlets, waiting in their niches for the gift of violence, scuttling trolls with horse-blanket jackets and alpine hats, deposed patriarchs under the small shelter of black derbies, hiding from persecution behind the Spanish moss of consolidated beards, headless things and thingless heads, importuning, threatening, watching, or just standing there, those that were able. In his search for a way out of the darkness, He was obliged to turn back time and again. If gangs of shadows fought with knives at the end of a street which had at first looked promising, what business had shadows cursing or screaming or bleeding? If the madman who enjoined the mob to fight in the service of nothingness was only a mouse dancing on a summit of garbage, why did they cheer? At the end of still another street, a mass rape may not have been in progress. The participants may not have waited sullenly in a long line. A macrocephalic gnome in a plaid suit may not actually have moved up and down the line selling tickets at a reduced rate, and explaining that the outrage had been in progress since the preceding Christmas Eve. But why was the unreality so consistent? And if no one was in fact being ravaged, why did everyone look as though they had been? All these spectacles tested Duforth's courage, but they dimmed his resolve not at all. At last he found a deserted street. He followed it, and he was rewarded with encouraging signs. There was more bird-lime underfoot, and the inhuman yammering of the streets was replaced with echoing silence, and that silence was invaded by the sound, the voice of the Colossus, remote and terrible. Duforth asked directions again, this time of a pear-shaped figure which may or may not have had legs, and which sat in the mouth of an iron cave and smoked what appeared to be a twist of hemp. "Where?" Duforth began. "Nobody goes up there," the hemp smoker answered without looking up at him. "Where do they come down, then?" asked Duforth, trying a new approach but with little hope. There was a long pause. The pear-shaped man didn't have arms either, Duforth noticed. Hands, but no arms. "Well, now, some got it, some ain't," he said. "How's that?" asked Duforth. The pear blew out a cloud of smoke, sulphurous, with viscous strings through it. "I knowed a guy caught it from a drinking glass once." This dialogue might have gone on much longer if Duforth had not just then noticed that his non-informer was sitting on the bottom step of a long, dark stairway, which led up and up into a jungle of lacy girders and shadows above them. He did not bother kicking the pear-shaped man. He stepped over him and ran up the stairs 2 at a time. His footsteps rang on the iron stairs and carried through the structure. It sounded like the bells of a sunken cathedral ringing in the tide. On the second level there was more light and more air. It was colder. There were loiterers on the second level too, but these were far from menacing. They clung to things and pressed themselves against things, and they stared with unfocused eyes at something which had been there before but was not there now. These men seemed to be wearing greasy fezzes and dark, baggy long underwear with buttons and vestigial lapels. As he approached them, Duforth saw that the fezzes were actually felt hats, with the brims atrophied or rotted away, and the funereal long-johns were the weather-beaten remains of those suits which are designed for young men on the way up. As though by tacit agreement of long standing, these men did not look directly at Duforth as he passed, nor he at them. There was no difficulty about finding a stairway to the next level, but there was a rusty chain across the entrance. Duforth's foot caught in this chain as he stepped over it, and it shattered like a chain of stale pretzels. There were no more people beyond the second level, none that could be seen. He soon lost count of levels. Stairs became narrower and more heavily encrusted with bird lime and rust as he ascended. In some places there were long, sweeping ramps which led to blind sacks or reached out unsupported into space, and he was forced to retrace his steps. At no time did he look down, even when it was possible. There were usually high barriers along the platforms and ramps. These were covered with layers of old advertising posters which peeled and were torn by the wind, revealing still more ancient posters underneath. They seemed to have grown there by themselves like lichen. It seemed entirely reasonable to Duforth that the writing on the old posters underneath was runic or demotic, and the faces were ochre-stained skulls, but his impulse was to hurry past and not study them too closely. At last he found a long, steep ladder running up the outside of one of the legs of the control tower. Only huge, slowly circling birds and low-flying clouds came between him and the underside of the control house at the top of the structure. Before beginning the climb, he admonished himself not to look down and not to ponder what he was doing. In order to keep climbing, however, he had to keep admonishing himself, thereby only reminding himself to look down and to ponder, to the detriment of his equilibrium and confidence. Was it vertigo, or did the ladder of the tower itself sway in the singing wind? Who was to say that the earth itself did not heave like fermenting mash? Was any object inherently more solid than any other object? What was stability? When he looked down at the city, he could not pick out the building in which he had worked. There was nothing in any feature of the landscape, nothing. If his position, clinging to a girder high above the city, made no sense, it did not make less sense than the position of a man, or a Duforth, sitting in a blind cell among thousands of other blind cells down there drawing tiny lines. Nothing bound him to the drafting room, nor even to the Duforth of the drafting room, not so much as a spider web or a shaft of light. The light pointed to itself. The wind got under his shirt and chilled his navel, a poignant reminder of disconnectedness. An eagle glided close and screamed at him. It was like the laughter of his wife. He resumed his climb, looking down no more. The last few yards of the climb were the worst. Some bolts holding the ladder in place were shapeless little masses of rust. The 11th rung from the top broke under his weight, and for the last 10 steps he had to lighten his body by means of a technique of autosuggestion and will projection which he invented on the spot, demonstrating what could be done under pressure of extreme necessity. He could see above his head a tiny balcony not more than a yard square, at which the ladder terminated. The floor of this balcony appeared to be made of long, weather-beaten cigars, which reason told him were badly corroded iron bars. Reason also told him that there would be a door there. He could not see a door through the skeleton floor of the balcony, but the idea that there would not be a door there was, under circumstances, insupportable. There would be a door, he told himself as he made his way upwards by means of levitation and the most tentative of steps. It would probably have an inhospitable sign on it. No trespassing, authorized personnel only, danger, or perhaps high voltage. It might prove to be locked. If so, he would pound on it until someone opened it, he decided. There was even an outside possibility that no one would be inside. He had never considered that possibility before that time. He decided that it was not time to consider it now. When Duforth heaved himself up onto the small projecting platform, he felt the ladder give under his feet. It was not just another rung. He saw the entire ladder go curling away into the emptiness like a huge broken spring. Then he lay on the platform face down with his eyes closed, fingers clutching the sill of the door for a long time. New sounds invaded his personal darkness as he lay there. He heard bells, buzzers, klaxons, whistles, and slamming relays. There were voices from loudspeakers, imperious and hopeless, angry and feeble, impassioned and monotonous, arrogant and anguished, in a synthetic language made up of odd phonetics, long since discarded from 1,000 other languages. When he looked up, he saw no door, but only a rectangle of darkness with erratic flashes of colored light. Having no choice, he entered on his hands and knees. 4. Duforth wandered in a labyrinth of control panels which reached almost to the ceiling, but did not entirely shut out the light. This light was like skimmed milk diffused in shadow. He reasoned that it came from windows, but when he tried to remember whether the control cab had windows, he could not be sure. He had no visual image of windows seen from the outside, but he had supposed that such an edifice would hardly be blind. Somewhere beyond this maze of control panels, he also reasoned, there must be an area like the bridge of an enormous ship, where the clamor of the bells, buzzers, klaxons, and whistles, and the silent warnings and importunings of dials, gauges, colored lights, ticker tapes which spewed from metal mouths, the palsied styles which scribbled on creeping scrolls, were somehow collated and made meaningful, where the yammering loudspeakers could be answered, and where the operators could look out and down and see what they were doing. Where were the operators? The noise was deafening. Unlike the noise of machinery in a factory, it was not homogeneous. Each sound was intended to attract attention and to evoke a certain response. But what response, and from whom? Long levers projecting from the steel deck wagged back and forth spastically like the legs of monstrous insects struggling on their backs. Several times Duforth was temporarily blinded by an explosion of blue light as a fuse blew or something short-circuited among the rows of knife switches and rheostats on the panels. One would never really get used to the sporadic sound or to the lights. There was no knowable pattern about them, about what they did or said. When he closed his eyes and tried to compose himself, the words "out of control" flashed red against the back of his eyelids, but he told himself that this was foolish. How was one to adjudge a situation to be out of control when one did not know what constituted control, over what, or by whom? Furthermore, he rebuked himself, if the panels, never mind how many or how forbidding, with their lights, bells, buzzers, switches, relays, dials, gauges, styles, tapes, pointers, rheostats, and buttons, had any meaning, and in fact if the tower itself had any meaning at all, that meaning was control. How arrogant it had been of him to imagine, even briefly, that because he, a green intruder in that high place, had not immediately comprehended what it was all about, the situation must be out of control. Absurd. There were hundreds, perhaps thousands, of little labels attached to the control panels, presumably indicating the functions of the buttons, switches, and other controls. Duforth leaned close and studied these, but found only mute combinations of letters and numbers, joined by hyphens or separated by virgules. They made him feel somewhat more fragile, more round-shouldered and colder, but he resisted despair. It was getting a little darker, though. The skimmed milk light above him was taking on a bluish tint. He had no way of knowing how long he had wandered among the control panels. His time sense had always been dependent upon clocks and bells, and upon the arrivals and departures of trains. It was a sound which finally led Duforth out of the maze of control panels. It was not a louder sound, not more emphatic, imperative, or clear than the others. It was formless, feeble, and ineffably pathetic. It was its utter incongruity which reached Duforth through the robotic clamor, and which touched him. A mewing, as of a kitten trapped in a closet. It came, as he discovered, from the operator. He was quite alone among his levers, wheels, switches, buttons, cranks, gauges, lights, bells, buzzers, horns, ticker tapes, creeping scrolls, barking loudspeakers, and cryptic dials. Duforth saw him sharply silhouetted against a long window through which bluish-gray light poured, but through which nothing could be clearly seen from where he stood. The operator sat on a high, one-legged stool. His head was drawn into his shoulders, which were crumpled things of bird-like bones. His head was bald on top, but the fringe was long and wild. He had big simian ears set at right angles to his head, and the light shone through them, not pink but yellowish. There was an aureole of fine hairs about them which gave them the appearance of angels' wings. With enlarged hands at the ends of almost fleshless arms, he clutched at the knobs of rheostats and the cranks of transformers, hesitantly, spasmodically, and without ever quite reaching anything. Each time he withdrew his hands quickly, as though he had been on the point of touching something very hot. His arms might have been elongated by a lifetime of such aborted movement. Just as Duforth began to wonder how his sudden appearance there would affect the old man, feeble and distraught as he already was, the operator whirled on his stool and stared at Duforth with eyes so round, so huge, and so terrified that the rest of his face was not noticeable at all. He shouted something that sounded like huzzah, but almost certainly was not, then stiffened, then fell to the steel deck with no more fuss than a bag of corn husks would have made, and died. One would think that a windowed control cab or wheelhouse atop the loftiest structure in a city, or an entire landscape, would afford a man an Olympian view of the world below, and of its people and their activities. Duforth must have believed this at one time, but he found that it was not so. The entire lower portion of the windows was covered with thin pages of typescript, mostly yellowed, dusty, and curled at the edges. Orders, instructions, directives, memoranda, all urgent, for immediate action, important, priority, on no account, or at all costs. The texts of these orders, instructions, directives, or memoranda consisted of mute combinations of letters and numbers, joined by hyphens or separated by virgules. Through the upper portion of the windows, Duforth could just make out the horizon and a narrow strip of darkening sky, which were silent and which demanded nothing of him. Amid the continuing clamor of all the signal devices, he tried to recapture the last utterance of the operator, the former operator. Huzzah was out of the question. Who's there or who's that were more likely, but, as he thought of it, weren't who's what, who's where, where's what, or even who's where just as likely? Of these possible last words, who's where echoed most persistently in his memory. Duforth might have torn away the pages of meaningless orders and looked down upon lights as darkness fell, but he did not. Opaque as they were in form and content alike, there was something reassuringly familiar in the lines of inane symbols, and they were all that stood between him and the approaching tidal wave of night, and beyond the night, the winter with its storms. End of In the Control Tower.
To Be Are Not To Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by N.R. Collard. To Be or Not To Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Got a problem? Just pick up the phone. It solved them all, and all in the same way. Everything was perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered, so was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning, in the Chicago Lying-In Hospital, a man named Edward K. Whaling Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Whaling was 56, a mere stripling in the population whose average age was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Whaling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled, so still and colourless, as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralised air too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered drop cloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a stepladder, painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, spread fertilizer. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuse to trash burners. Never, 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 not even in medieval Holland nor old Japan, had a garden been more formal, been better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor, singing under his breath a popular song. If you don't like my kisses, honey, here's what I will do. I'll go see a girl in purple, kiss this sad world toodaloo. If you don't want my lovin', why should I take up all this space? I'll get off this whole planet, let some sweet baby have my place. The orderly looked in at the mural and the muralist. Looks so real, he said. I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it. What makes you think you're not in it? Said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. It's called the happy garden of life, you know. That's good of Dr. Hitz, said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was a portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. Lots of faces to fill in, said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All blanks were to be filled with portraits of important people on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something, said the orderly. The painter's face curdled with scorn. You think I'm proud of this daub? He said. You think this is my idea of what life really looks like? What's your idea of what life looks like? Said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul drop cloth. There's a good picture of it, he said. Frame that, and you'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one. You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you? Said the orderly. Is that a crime? Said the painter. The orderly shrugged. If you don't like it here, Grandpa, he said, and he finished the thought with the trick telephone number that people who didn't want to live anymore were supposed to call. The 0 in the telephone number he pronounced 0. The number was 2BR, 02B. It was the telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Cannery, Catbox, Delouser, Easy Go, Goodbye, Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pierre, Sheep Dip, Wearing Blender, Weep No More, and Why Worry? To be or not to be was the telephone number of the municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. When I decide it's time to go, he said, it won't be at the Sheep Dip. Do it yourself, said the orderly. Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you? The painter expressed, with an obscenity, his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me, he said. The orderly laughed and moved on. Wailing, the waiting father mumbled something without raising his head, and then he fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on Spike Hills. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple, the purple the painter called the colour of grapes of Judgment Day. The medallion of her purple musette bag was the seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair, and an unmistakable moustache, in fact. A curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that no matter how lovely and feminine they were when recruited, they all sprouted moustaches within 5 years or so. Is this where I'm supposed to come? She said to the painter. A lot would depend on what your business was, he said. You aren't about to have a baby, are you? They told me I was supposed to pose for some picture, she said. My name's Leora Duncan. She waited. And you dunk people? He said. What? She said. Skip it, he said. That sure is a beautiful picture, she said. Looks just like heaven or something. Or something, said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. Duncan, 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 he said, scanning the list. Yes, here you are. You're entitled to be immortalized. See any faceless body here you'd like me to stick your head on? We've got a few choice ones left." She studied the mural bleakly. "Gee," she said, "they're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art." "Body's a body, eh?" he said. "All righty. As a master of fine art, I recommend this body here." He indicated a faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. "Well," said Leora Duncan, "that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I mean, I'm in service. I don't do any disposing." The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. "You say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course, the sheave carrier is wrong for a hostess. A snipper, a pruner, that's more your line." He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. "How about her?" he said. "You like her at all?" "Gosh," she said, and she blushed and became humble. That puts me right next to Dr. Hitz." "That upsets you?" he said. "Oh, good gravy, no," she said. It's just such an honor." "Ah, you admire him, eh?" he said. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was the portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said again. "He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago." "Nothing would please me more," said the painter, "than to put you next to him for all time. Sawing off a limb. That strikes you as appropriate?" "That is kind of like what I do," she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable when she killed them. And while Leora Duncan was posing for her portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. "Well, Miss Duncan," he said, and he made a joke. "What are you doing here?" he said. "This isn't where the people leave, this is where they come in." "We're going to be in the same picture together," she said shyly. "Good," said Dr. Hitz heartily. "And say, isn't that some picture?" "I sure am honored to be in it with you," she said. "Let me tell you," he said, "I'm honored to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible." He saluted her and moved toward the door that led to the delivery rooms. "Guess what was just born?" he said. "I can't," she said. "Triplets," he said. "Triplets," she said. She was exclaiming over the legal implications of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. "Do the parents have 3 volunteers?" said Leora Duncan. "Last I heard," said Dr. Hitz, "they had 1 and were trying to scrape another 2 up." "I don't think they made it," she said. "Nobody made 3 appointments with us. Nothing but singles going through today, unless somebody called in after I left. What's the name?" "Whaling," said the waiting father, sitting up, red-eyed and frowsy. "Edward K. Whaling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be." He raised his right hand, looked at a spot on the wall, gave a hoarsely wretched chuckle. "Present," he said. "Ah, Mr. Whaling," said Dr. Hitz. "I didn't see you." "The Invisible Man," said Whaling. "They just phoned me that your triplets have been born," said Dr. Hitz. "They're all fine, and so is the mother. I'm on my way in to see them now." "Hooray," said Whaling emptily. "You don't sound very happy," said Dr. Hitz. "What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy?" said Whaling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. "All I have to do is pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan, and come back here with a receipt." Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Whaling, towered over him. "You don't believe in population control, Mr. Whaling?" he said. "I think it's perfectly keen," said Whaling tautly. "Would you like to go back to the good old days when the population of the earth was 20 billion about to become 40 billion, then 80 billion, then 160 billion. Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Whaling? Said Hitz. Nope, said Whaling sulkily. A druplet, Mr. Whaling, is one of the little knobs on the little pulpy grains of a blackberry, said Dr. Hitz. Without population control, human beings would now be packed on this surface of this old planet like druplets on a blackberry. Think of it. Whaling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall. In the year 2000, said Dr. Hitz, before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go round, and nothing to eat but seaweed, and still people insisted on their right to reproduce like jackrabbits, and their right, if possible, to live forever. I want those kids, said Whaling quietly. I want all 3 of them. Of course you do, said Dr. Hitz. That's only human. I don't want my grandfather to die either, said Whaling. Nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box, said Dr. Hitz, gently, sympathetically. I wish people wouldn't call it that, said Leora Duncan. What? Said Dr. Hitz. I wish people wouldn't call it the cat box and things like that, she said. It gives people the wrong impression. Oh, you're absolutely right, said Dr. Hitz. Forgive me, he corrected himself, gave the municipal gas chambers their official title, a title no one ever used in conversation. I should have said Ethical Suicide Studios, he said. That sounds much better, said Leora Duncan. This child of yours, whichever one you decide to keep, Mr. Whaling, said Dr. Hitz, he or she is going to live on a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet thanks to population control, in a garden like that mural there. He shook his head. 2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as the imagination cares to travel. He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Whaling had just drawn a revolver. Whaling shot Dr. Hitz dead. There's room for one, a great big one, he said. And then he shot Leora Duncan. It's only death, he said to her as she fell. There, room for 2. And then he shot himself, making room for all 3 of his children. Nobody came running. Nobody seemingly heard the shots. The painter sat on the top of his stepladder, looking down reflectively on the sorry scene. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life demanding to be born, and, once born, demanding to be fruitful, to multiply, to live as long as possible, to do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim, even grimmer, surely, than a cat box, a happy hooligan, an easy-go. He thought of war. He thought of plague. He thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall to the drop cloths below, and then he decided he had had about enough of life in the happy garden of life too, and he came slowly down from the ladder. He took Whaling's pistol, really intending to shoot himself, but he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it, dialed the well-remembered number, 2B-R-0-2B. Federal Bureau of Termination, said the very warm voice of a hostess. How soon could I get an appointment? He asked, speaking very carefully. We could probably fit you in late this afternoon, sir, she said. It might even be earlier if we get a cancellation. All right, said the painter. Fit me in, if you please. And he gave her his name, spelling it out. Thank you, sir, said the hostess. Your city thanks you, your country thanks you, your planet thanks you, but the deepest thanks of all is from future generations. The end. 2B are Naught to Be by Kurt Vonnegut, Jr.
One out of 10 by J. Anthony Furlane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. There may be a town called Mars, Montana. but little Mrs. Frida Dunny didn't come from there. 1 out of 10, by J. Anthony Furlane. I watched Don Phillips, the commercial announcer, out of the corner of my eye. The camera in front of me swung around and lined up on my set. "And now, on with the show," Phillips was saying. "And here, ready to test your wits, is your quizzing quizmaster, Smiling Jim Parsons." I smiled into the camera and waited until the audience applauded. The camera tally light went on, and the stage manager brought his arm down and pointed at me. "Good afternoon," I said to the camera. "Here we go again with another half hour of fun and prizes on television's newest, most exciting game, Parlor Quiz. In a moment, I'll introduce you to our first contestant. But first, here's a special message for you mothers." The baby powder commercial appeared on the monitor, and I walked over to the next set. They had the first contestant lined up for me. I smiled and took her card from the floor man. She was a middle-aged woman with a faded print dress and old-style shoes. I never saw the contestants until they were on the air. They were screened before the show by the staff. They usually tried to pick contestants who would make good show material. An odd name or occupation, or somebody with 20 kids, something of that nature. I looked at the card for the tip-off. Mrs. Frida Dunny, the card said. Ask her where she comes from. I smiled at the contestant again and took her by the hand. The tally light went on again, and I grinned into the camera. "Well, now we're all set to go, and our first contestant today is this charming little lady right here beside me, Miss Frida Dunny." I looked at the card. "How are you, Miss Dunny?" "Fine, just fine." "All set to answer a lot of questions and win a lot of prizes?" "Oh, I'll win all right," said Miss Dunny, smiling around the audience. The audience tittered a bit at the remark. I looked at the card again. "Where are you from, Miss Dunny?" "Mars," said Mrs. Dunny. "Mars," I laughed, anticipating the answer. "Mars, Montana? Mars, Peru?" "No, Mars, up there," she said, pointing up in the air. "The planet Mars, the 4th planet out from the sun." My assistant looked unhappy. I smiled again, wondering what the gag was. I decided to play along. "Well, well," I said, "all the way from Mars, eh? And how long have you been on Earth, Miss Dunny?" "Oh, about 30 or 40 years. I've been here nearly all my life. Came here when I was a wee bit of a girl." "Well," I said, "you're practically an Earthwoman by now, aren't you?" The audience laughed. "Do you plan to go back someday, or have you made up your mind to stay here on Earth for the rest of your days?" "Oh, I'm just here for the invasion," said Mrs. Dunny. "When it's over, I'll probably go back home again." "The invasion?" "Yes, the invasion of Earth. As soon as enough of us are here, we'll get started." "You mean there are others here too?" "Oh, yes. There are several million of us here in the United States already. And more are on the way." "There are only about 170 million people in the United States, Miss Dunny," I said. "If there are several million Martians among us, 1 out of every 100 would have to be a Martian." "1 out of every 10, said Miss Dunny. "That's what the boss said just the other day. We're getting pretty close to the number we need to take over Earth." "What do you need?" I asked. 1 to 1? 1 Martian for every Earthman? "Oh, no," said Miss Dunny. "1 Martian is worth 10 Earthmen. The only reason we're waiting is we don't want any trouble." "You don't look any different from us Earth people, Miss Dunny. How does one tell the difference between a Martian and an Earthman when one sees one?" "Oh, we don't look any different," said Mrs. Dunny. "Some of the kids don't even know they're Martians. Most mothers don't tell their children until they're grown up. And there are other children who are never told because they just don't develop their full powers." "What powers?" Oh, telepathy, thought control, that sort of thing. You mean that Martians can read people's thoughts? Sure, it's no trouble at all. It's very easy, really, once you get the hang of it. Can you read my mind? I asked, smiling. Sure, said Miss Dunny, smiling up at me. That's why I said I'd know the answers. I'll be able to read the answers from your mind when you look at the sheet of paper. Now, that's hardly sporting, is it, Miss Dunny? I said, turning to the camera. The audience laughed. Everybody else has to do it the hard way, and here you are reading it from my mind. All's fair in love and war, said Miss Dunny. Tell me, Mrs. Dunny, why are you telling me all about this? Isn't it supposed to be a secret? I have my reasons, said Miss Dunny. Nobody believes me anyhow. Oh, I believe you, Miss Dunny, I said gravely. And now, let's see how you do on the questions. Are you ready? She nodded. Name the one and only mammal that has the ability to fly, I asked, reading from the script. A bat, she said. Right. Did you read that from my mind? Oh, yes, you're coming over very clear, said Mrs. Dunny. Try this one, I said. A princess is any daughter of a sovereign. What is a princess royal? The elder daughter of a sovereign, she said. Correct. How about this one? Is a Kodiak a kind of simple box camera, a type of double-bowed boat, or a type of Alaskan bear? A bear, said Miss Dunny. Very good, I said. That was a hard one. I asked her 7 more questions, and she got them all right. None of the other contestants had ever come close to her score, so I wound up giving her the gas range and a lot of other smaller prizes. After we were off the air, I followed the audience out into the hall. Mrs. Dunny was walking towards the lobby with an old paper shopping bag under her arm. An attendant was following her with an armful of prizes. I caught up to her before she reached the door. Mrs. Dunny, I said, and she turned around. I want to talk to you. When do I get the gas stove? She said. Your local dealer will send it out to you in a few days. Did you give them your address? Yes, I gave it to them. My Philadelphia address, that is. I don't even remember my address at home anymore. Come now, Miss Dunny, you don't have to keep up that Mars business now that we're off the air. It's the truth. I didn't come here just by accident, said Mrs. Dunny, looking over her shoulder toward the attendant, who was still holding the prizes. I came here to see you. Me? Mrs. Dunny set the paper bag down on the floor and dug down into her pocketbook. She took out a dog-eared piece of white paper and bent it up in her hand. Yes, she said finally, I came to see you, and you didn't follow me out here because you wanted to. I commanded you to come. Commanded me to come, I sputtered. What for? To prove something to you. Do you see this piece of paper? She held out the paper in her hand with the blank side toward me. My address is on this paper. I'm reading the address. Concentrate on what I'm reading. I looked at her. I concentrated. Suddenly I knew. 251 South 8th Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, I said aloud. You see, it's very easy once you have the hang of it, she said. I nodded and smiled down at her. Now I understood. I picked up her bag and put my hand on her shoulder. Let's go, I said. We have a lot to talk about. The end of 1 out of 10 by J. Anthony Ferlaine.
The Marquis and the Moon by Nicholas Longworth.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Marquis and the Moon by Nicholas Longworth.
Chapter 1. Che sciocchezze! L'anima non esiste che in corpo sano. said the little Italian sculptor with a gesticulation. Altro, Teodoro mio, answered the tall German artist, who sat behind him, his great blond beard effective upon his black velvet coat. The anima does not exist at all, either in a well body or in an ill. And I doubt, my little friend, whether by l'anima you mean the spirit or the soul, a distinction made by the fool philosophers. Bah, neither exists. This was in the dingy front room of the ancient Café Greco in Rome, where half a dozen artist friends of different nationalities sat around the little square table under the much-abused fresco of St. Mark's and the Grand Canal by Whitridge, pipes in their mouths and bottles of Castelli before them. "Well, Fritz," said an Englishman, I could tell by his face and figure that he was English, "what do you mean by soul and spirit?" "I mean nothing," answered the Teuton. "Or rather, I mean that they mean nothing, simply because there are no such things. They do not exist. It is the eye, my dear fellow, that sees. It is the ear that hears, the limbs that move, not any intangible something behind them, which no one has yet ever been able to discover, that does the seeing, hearing, and moving. What you call the spirit, soul, mind, or what you will, is but the harmony of a perfect mechanism, which straightway ceases to be when that perfection is destroyed." "But," spoke up a portrait painter from the other side of the table, "has it not been through all time the almost unanimous testimony of mankind, the ignorant as well as the learned, that there is something in us beside the clay of which we are made? Who believes in the truth of the story of Pygmalion, that the mere perfection of form will, of itself, produce or create a soul? If this be true, it behooves us to be careful, Teodoro, lest some day your statues may take a notion to walk out of your studio and my portraits from their frames." All this time had been sitting at a neighbouring table a little silent man, smoking a cigarette and sipping his black coffee and cognac, apparently paying the closest attention to the discussion of the artists. He was a man of slight and rather insignificant figure, respectably but by no means fashionably dressed, and with what I can best describe as a very intense expression of face. He might have been anywhere from 35 to 50 years of age, though his thick hair and the slight moustache which covered his thin upper lip were black as night. Over this latter a thin and very hooked nose hung, so closely it gave the impression that the two were fastened together and might be removed, such as clowns wear in carnival time. But what struck me most of all, as I watched him from the other side of the room, where Count Piersanti and I were sitting, were his wonderful eyes. As he sat in the shadow, intently watching the friendly disputants, they were, for all the world, like the eyes of a cat in semi-darkness. The light seemed to come out through them, from within, rather than to be a reflection from outside rays. My own eyes I could not take off him. I could not tell then, and cannot explain now, the peculiar fascination which this strange man had for me. Up to this time, his gaze had been fixed without turning upon the arguing artists, but now, for the first time, it wandered around the room to the corner where my friend and I sat. With the slightest glance of recognition, he nodded to Piersanti, who saluted him in return with effusive politeness almost universal among his countrymen. "Who is that strange-looking man?" I asked. "Don't you know him?" said he. "That is the Marchese Carlo Mazza from Naples, a very eccentric fellow. He and I were friends as boys and went to school together. Then, for a time, he studied at the Propaganda, was noted as a brilliant scholar, and at one time announced his intention of joining the Jesuit order. Suddenly, however, he threw up all his plans and returned to Naples, where he has since lived in utter seclusion. He comes here now but at rare intervals and, strange to say, repulses the advances of his old friends and schoolmates, and never recognizes anyone except with barely a nod of the head. He is sometimes seen by night about the Fountain of Trevi, and they tell all manner of strange stories about him. The old women and the contadini believe him to be a wizard, though why, they cannot tell. There is certainly something uncanny in his appearance and actions, though I think the only trouble with poor Carlo is that his brain is unhinged and that he is no better or worse than a half-lunatic. I should not, at least, recommend him as a desirable acquaintance, although at one time he was a right good fellow. As if to give the lie to the Count's statement, the subject of our conversation arose from his seat, and approaching us with a smile, more sweet and genial than I should have thought such a face capable of wearing, held out his hand and said, "Why, my dear Pietro, I'm delighted to see you again. I hardly recognized you in the dim light of this room. Will not you introduce me to your American friend?" The Count shook him heartily with his left hand. I have omitted to say that Piersanti's right arm was gone from the shoulder. From what cause I did not then know, and never had asked, he being very sensitive concerning the mutilation or deformity. While making the request, those strange eyes and that sweet smile were fixed steadily upon me. He scarcely glanced at my companion. I could not explain the peculiar, the utterly indescribable effect they had upon me. How did he know that I was an American? Meanwhile, the discussion proceeded at the neighboring table. "My friends," said the German artist, "there can be nothing plainer than that thought is merely phosphorus. Feed the brain with phosphorus and it will think. Stimulate it with opium or alcohol and it will think in an entirely different way. Let someone strike the top of his head with a club and it will cease to think at all. Bah, there is no such thing as thought except it be the mere creaking of the machinery." "Bah yourself," responded his English friend. "There is no such thing as matter. The ancient philosophers from Aristotle down, except perhaps it be some of those Epicureans, denied its existence, and all of your own German schools have joined them in proving irresistibly that your belief in the existence of matter or an outside world is but an illegitimate inference from the known existence of mind or soul. In fine, that the sum and substance of human knowledge is comprised in cogito ergo sum." Which one of those old fellows was it who said that the outward or archetypal world bears the same relation to the inward or archetypal world that shadow bears to substance? "Our German friend yonder," said the Marchese, a slight sneer blending with his unchanging smile, "seems to have been reading the Kraft und Stoff of his countryman, the illustrious Büchner. Is it not one of your English poets who makes a character say, 'What fools these mortals be'?" Though no admirer of Büchner, I could not help answering, still less a believer in his doctrines, I should hesitate long before calling him a fool. "Will you pardon me, signore, if I ask what then your belief may be?" "I am as sure," replied I, "of the existence of the soul as I am of the existence of the body, and I believe that no possible proof can be given of the reality of the outward world which cannot also be given of the real existence of the soul, and I do not think there is a child capable of understanding anything who may not understand this." My strange acquaintance smiled more sweetly than before, and courteously inclined his head. "So far, caro signore, I am entirely with you," replied he, "but I cannot by any means limit myself to one soul, when it is manifest that each individual among us possesses 50 souls, or at least as many as the body possesses separate and distinct functions. With the death or destruction of one function of the body, the soul appertaining thereto perishes with it, or at least parts company with its fellow souls, who thereafter know it no more. This, I say, is capable not only of demonstration, but of ocular proof. What my friend the Count had said concerning the speaker's morbid mental condition now recurred to me. There was, however, in his expression, especially in his eyes, which grew more luminous as he spoke, and even in the tone of his voice, something that held me spellbound, and I could no more resist him than can the fluttering bird the charming snake. "May I ask," said I, "what you mean by ocular proof?" "If you will honour me with half an hour of your time, and walk with me as far as the Fountain of Trevi, I will engage to furnish you with it." "I deeply regret the impossibility," I answered, "but the Count and myself are engaged to dine at the Molaro at 7, and it now lacks but 10 minutes of that time." "I will engage to bring you back at 6:30. 6:30 tomorrow morning would be rather late," laughed I. "Pardon me," he said gravely. "I refer to 6:30 this evening. I will bring you back 20 minutes ago." Count Piersanti looked very gravely at me and slightly shook his head. I then thought this action on his part had reference to his friend's supposed insanity, which at that time appeared to me beyond doubt. The Marchese rose, threw his long and somewhat threadbare black cloak about him, and with his hat still in hand, and his eyes, which now looked more like stars than human organs of vision, said, "Caro signore, will you go with me?" I could no more resist going than the magnetic needle can resist the pole. We approached the door of exit. "Are you not coming with us?" said my guide, turning toward Piersanti with his hand upon the latch. "Not I, Grazia," the Count replied, a strange expression on his face, almost like fear, and pointing with his left hand to the empty socket from which his right arm once hung. "Not I. Buona notte, amici miei. Felice ritorno." We went out into the darkness of the narrow Via dei Condotti, thence across the noble Piazza di Spagna, glorious in the superb Italian moonlight, and then entered the cold shadows of the Via Due Macchielle, in the direction of the Fountain of Trevi. Chapter 2. Was anything more superb ever seen than that glorious moon shining from the clear Italian sky? It seemed 10 times larger than I had ever seen it before. Its brilliant rays falling on the fountain changed all the moss-grown grotesque statues into figures of pure alabaster, and the rushing cascade into a stream of molten silver. So intense were the rays of light, they seemed a solid stairway of gold, leading from the glittering basin up to their celestial source. "Listen," I said, "to yonder cascade and the splash of those tiny waves. They seem to be talking together in some unknown tongue. I am almost sure I heard a little mocking laugh just now. Could it have been a pixie or a kelpie?" The Marchese made no reply, but in another moment spoke with a little sarcasm in his laugh. "I have heard that one of your countrymen claims to have invented a means of telegraphing messages along rays of light. Truly a poor and pitiful invention. I suppose, however, the only use to which the cold, dull rays of an American moon could be put. Here, however, under an Italian sky, by those skilled in the art, first taught by the priests of Iran, bodies having considerable extension and weight can be transmitted along the moon rays at the incredible rate of speed, the motive power used being a preparation of green electricity in a highly concentrated form." "And what may that be?" said I. "I will show you," answered my strange acquaintance, taking from his pocket a small vial which he held before me. It contained a pale green liquid, clear as crystal, which emitted a phosphorescent glow, just such as came from the eyes of him who held it. "Would you like to try its effects?" he said, smiling more strangely than ever. "On my word, it is perfectly harmless." He took from his pocket a small silver cup and, stooping, filled it with water from the sparkling basin. Into this he poured a small quantity of the glistening liquid and held it toward me. Just then we heard the sound of many feet, and a company of bersaglieri came down the Via delle Stampierie on the double quick and crossed the square on the way to their barracks. "Wait a moment until those animals have passed by," growled Mazza. Up hobbled an old beggar woman and, holding out her withered hand, begged a soldo. "Va via, canaglia," hissed the Marchese in a towering rage. The crone, raising her eyes to his face, shivered from head to foot, and making the sign which avoids the evil eye, hurried away as fast as her feeble legs could carry her. "Santa Vergine," muttered she, "it is the stregone." We were alone. The piazza was silent and deserted, except by ourselves. The moon above shone with redoubled splendour. It was not quite at the full, though almost so. He again held the cup to me. "But are you not also to drink?" I asked. "My own system," answered Mazza, "is so saturated and permeated with this divine fluid as to make it wholly unnecessary. Drink, and while doing so, keep your eyes fixed on mine." I drained the tiny cup. Instantly I felt as though 10,000 little needles were pricking me gently from crown to toe, and innumerable tiny sparks seemed scintillating from my body. Then a delicious, happy feeling came over me. I was light as air, able to do anything, and all doubts concerning Mazza vanished from me. My faith in his power was complete. "Now take my hand," he said, stepping upon the solid ray of light. "I will help you up. Now recline yourself. It is soft as a couch of feathers. Andiamo." As we shot upward, Rome lay at our feet, bathed in the divine rays upon which we were travelling. Trinità dei Monti, the Pincio, the dome of St. Peter's, and towering Janiculum, with its wide villas, and the dark groves of the Villa Borghese, were glorified in its radiance. Thence, across the undulating Campagna, we could see the beautiful Alban hills on the one hand, and on the other Cività Vecchia and the Silver Sea. A moment more, and all objects had become minute. Still I could just discern the tiny Alps, the Atlas range, and the glistening Mediterranean winding from the Pillars of Hercules to the Bosporus. Another instant, and all objects melted confusedly together into one shining golden ball, like another moon, though of infinitely greater size. "We go slow," remarked my new acquaintance, "owing to the resistance of the earth's atmosphere. We are about to leave it now. I fear you may suffer some inconvenience in passing through something over 200,000 miles of vacuum, but the journey will be accomplished in 80 seconds, so hold your breath, as I shall mine, and keep up a stout heart." I began to gasp for breath. We had left the air behind us. The time seemed endless. We were apparently stationary. I knew, however, this could not be so, and I vaguely remembered how, when once in a balloon, a windstorm striking us, the earth seemed to fly away beneath, while the car remained stationary. I could bear it no more. I gasped convulsively once or twice, and became unconscious. Chapter 3. I awoke outstretched upon a huge rock. Mazza was chafing my temples. I opened my eyes and saw, far above me, an enormous golden crescent in the sky. "Why, there is the moon!" I cried. "I thought I was in the moon." "So you are, my dear fellow," he answered. "Yonder planet is the Earth. See how large it is, and how luminous, although now but a thin crescent." "I had supposed," said I, "that the moon being full, the Earth would be in shadow, and invisible to us." "So it would be," replied he, "but you possibly remember that, as we watched this planet from the fountain, we observed that it was not quite at the full. This accounts for yonder thin crescent." I rubbed my eyes. My senses had completely returned. "How is this?" I exclaimed. "Did I not faint for want of air? Yet here I am all right again, and there is no air surrounding the moon. A vulgar error, my dear sir, given currency by poor spyglass peepers 200,000 miles away. True, the atmosphere here is much rarer and more subtle than the gross vapours which enfold our earth, but no less able to sustain animal life, indeed, more so. Even now, the more observant of those spyglass men have seen reason to change their former opinion and to retract the ex cathedra statements concerning which they were once so positive. Did not M. Lanzaudet, when observing the total eclipse of the sun in 1860, discover that the horns of the solar crescent were truncated and rounded near the moon's limb? Is it not admitted by them all, moreover, that the apparent and visible diameter of the moon is 2 inches greater than its actual diameter? How, I ask you, can these things be accounted for, except upon the theory, which you now perceive to be the fact, that an atmosphere does surround the moon? This fact is openly acknowledged by Professor C.P. Boyle of New York, who maintains that the moon not only has a slight atmosphere, but that she also has water in the shape of small ponds, which for optical reasons are not always visible through the telescope, but have occasionally been seen by astronomers as bright sparkling points. As to this latter conclusion, he is in error. Is there then no water in the moon? I asked, not without apprehension. "Plenty of it, be not alarmed, amico mio," laughed Mazza, seeing my troubled expression. "It is, however, all below the surface. Listen." I placed my ear to the rock, and distinctly heard the roar of a torrent far down below the surface. "That," said my guide, "is the mighty river Alf, the only lunar stream, the sound of whose waters inspired Coleridge, when he returned to earth, to pen those wondrous lines. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alf, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. Now turn your eyes to yonder sterile, arid waste. That was once the plain and forest of Xanadu, more fertile and lovely than any vale upon earth. Yonder desolate peak and range of rock are Bully Aldous. That, still further on, is Lubiniewski. We stand on Tycho. Observe, beyond that second peak, 2 ridges or arcs of circles whose centres are not coincident, and whose curvature is toward the north. These are glacial moraines, and correctly pronounced to be such by the spyglass peepers. Now, how on earth do they, admitting the existence of these moraines, while denying to the moon both atmosphere and water, account for the departure of the vast glaciers, or the water into which they must have melted? Without air it could not have evaporated. Did it flow away into space, into an absolute vacuum, and lose itself among the stars? Does not this, even to your untutored understanding, look very much like absurdity? No, my dear sir, it simply went below the surface, and now flows underground, just as the waters of the earth have begun to do. I remember once reading an interesting treatise, written by one of your countrywomen, if I mistake not, upon the diminution of water upon the earth's surface, although I cannot perhaps agree in all its conclusions. Undoubtedly, after a time, the processes which have produced the results you see here will reduce the earth to the same condition, but not a drop of water will wander away into space. No created atom of matter ever did or ever shall cease to exist. The idea, my dear sir, is too absurd. Are you not yourself aware that near your own home, in the valley of Mill Creek, a river flows some hundreds of feet below the surface, which once watered the roots of trees along its beautiful course to join the then majestic Ohio? Great heavens! Cried I, starting to my feet. Mysterious man, whoever or whatever you may be, what know you of my home or of that valley? The Marchese smiled, but made no answer. You may perhaps wonder, said he, how this subterranean river is supplied, in a world where rain never falls, and from which aqueous vapours never arise. Nothing can be more easy of explanation. The sunless sea of which Coleridge spoke, into which the Alph falls, is so far below the surface, and so near to the internal fires, which occupy the central portion of this globe, that its waters are converted into steam as fast as supplied. This steam, passing upward through the innumerable caverns of its rocky crust, is condensed again on approaching the surface, and appears in the form of countless brooks and springs, once more supplying the flood, which thus perennially flows onward to the lunar ocean. The process is, to all intents and purposes, the same as that which takes place by evaporation and condensation in an atmospheric medium, by which yonder far-off planet, the Earth, is watered. But come, it is time we were going. Where? I asked. To the summit. I looked above. Towering over our heads for some 1,000 feet was an impassable, or what I took to be an impassable, wall of huge shapeless rocks. We can never climb there, I cried. Nothing more easy, believe me. And Matza lightly leaped into the air and stood upon a rock, 30 feet above me, laughing and holding out his hand. Come on. I braced myself for a supreme effort and leaped. To my utter surprise, I stood beside him upon the rugged mass of volcanic rock, feeling that I had exerted myself unnecessarily. What does this mean? I ask. Is it the effect of the green electricity, or is it the slight resistance of this attenuated atmosphere that renders such a feat possible? The effect of the electricity has passed away by this time, he replied. The other cause may have somewhat to do with it, but the real reason ought to have suggested itself to you. By the way, my dear sir, I find you much duller of comprehension than I had been led to suppose. Led to suppose? Cried I. By whom? You have never seen me before tonight. The Marchese smiled. Surely, said he, you must be aware that the moon is of very much smaller bulk and weight than the earth. I should think it ought to have suggested itself to you that the power or attraction of gravity would be less by the exact ratio of its weight. Oh yes. Travelling here is easy enough. When up there, at home, pointing to the gorgeous crescent in the sky, it is impossible. You say at home, Marchese. Which is your home, the earth or the moon? I pass much of my time in each, caro mio. Piersanti is right when he says that I am only a half-lunatic. Let us go on. So we went on and up until we stood breathless but not fatigued upon the dizzy edge of what seemed to be the crater of an extinct volcano. It was of vast extent, circular or almost so in form. The surrounding walls were of precipitous black rock and some 1,000 feet in height. Below was a flat floor of smooth, white sand and pebbles, in the center of which arose a cone-shaped something, which I at first took to be the last work of the expiring volcano now extinct. I had seen in photographs of the moon, by Rutherford and others, and also through the larger telescopes, such formations in most of the lunar craters, but of this one alone I can speak from actual observation near at hand. It was of the same form and about the same size as the Pyramid of Cheops, and as I observed it more closely, I clearly perceived it to be the work of human hands, and, unlike the pyramid, apparently erected at no distant day, and of perfectly polished black marble. "That," said Matza, "is the palace of the princess." "What princess? Can we enter the palace?" cried I. "It was for that you were sent for," answered my strange guide. Forthwith I began to bound down the precipice, leaping from rock to rock like a mountain goat, having now learned how light I was. This time followed by my guide, instead of following him. In a few moments we stood at the base of the pyramid, before an enormous double gate of bronze, beside which hung a shield of some polished metal, and a huge hammer chained to the wall. "Strike!" I took the hammer, and whirling it around my head, struck the shield with my full strength. It emitted a rich, sweet musical sound, like that of the great bells in Chinese temples. Slowly the gates swung apart, disclosing a lofty, dimly lighted hall. Through this we passed and reached another door of hammered silver. This was covered with all manner of strange and to me undecipherable inscriptions and characters deeply cut into the metal. No shield hung before these doors, but as we approached they slowly opened, and at the same time we heard the outer gates close behind us with a heavy clang. Awe-stricken, I entered the vast hall of the Princess of the Moon. Chapter 4. The hall was dimly illuminated by the earth light, which streamed in through many hundred narrow slits or loopholes cut through the great thickness of the walls, which I had not observed from without. So vast were its dimensions, and so faint the illumination, that I could but dimly discern the forms and faces of the innumerable silent throng that filled it. Nor indeed had I time or inclination to do so. All stretched away beyond the central point of light into blackness, a sea of heads and faces. That central point was a slightly raised dais or platform, whereon was a chair of ivory. Behind this chair stood two tall, strange, motionless figures holding aloft torches which gave out a wide, lambent light, making everything in their immediate neighborhood bright as day, but not penetrating far into the darkness of the vast hall. On either side of the chair stood a figure, Afrits, I think, such as I used to read of when a boy in the Arabian Nights. These were black, of great stature, and each held a double-handed sword, their blades gleaming blue in the torchlight. The floor was of beautifully polished, tessellated marble, but in its centre, about 10 paces before the throne, yawned a black pit, perhaps 10 feet in width, as though a portion of the foundation rock had lately given way, and carrying the pavement with it, fallen into the subterranean river, whose roaring could be faintly heard in the far depths below. Ah, how can I describe it? What hand could paint? What voice or pen portray the form that sat or half reclined in that ivory chair? The figure was slight, of exquisite grace and mould, clad in a clinging robe of some rich white web and woof, but without ornament of any kind. Her tender cheek rested lightly upon her right hand, the delicate arm which supported it half showing through the rich drapery. Her left rested upon the arm of her chair. The torches above her head shone upon her dark hair, leaving the sweet and gentle face, almost a baby face in its sweetness and gentleness, in half shadow. One delicate foot rested upon a lion carved from black marble, which served as her footstool. Her lips were parted as though to speak, and her dark eyes looked at me. Oh, those eyes, so deep and soft and tender! The reader must pardon my powerless pen. I only know, I cannot tell why, that, looking into their depths, I could have died for her.
I felt Matz's touch upon my shoulder. "Advance and speak to the princess, but take care of that pit before you." I passed by the opening and dropped on one knee before her footstool. "Arise," she said. "These empty formalities have place only in the earth. They are unknown in the moon. Rise up and speak to me." Heaven! She spoke in my own dear native tongue, not in the bastard Latin of Rome, and great God, was not that voice strangely familiar to my ear? "We poor mortals," stammered I. A smile came over that sweet face as she raised her finger to interrupt me. "I am mortal like yourself," she said. "Still more, I was born and lived upon the earth as you do. How or when I came hither, it matters not to say, and if I shall ever revisit my dear Terra, who can tell? It is long since I have seen it, and many of its ways and customs I have forgotten. Still more have doubtless changed. Tell me something of them. Tell me, is it still possible there to love at first sight?" "Sweet princess," I answered, with difficulty restraining my earth-born instinct to drop again upon my knee, "there is no other way but that. The so-called love which springs from acquaintance and knowledge of character is at best, with us, but an exalted friendship, worth perhaps as much as love, many think worth more, not I. But it is not love. Real love bursts instantly into being, as its divine mother arose suddenly in her glory from the sea, and, like her, it is immortal." A soft smile, sad and tender, stole over that lovely face. She said, "My servant has brought you hither to learn the true philosophy of life. Do you wish to learn the lesson?" "Perhaps, princess, I have learned it already." Did a faint tinge of colour come into her cheek? I cannot be certain. The face was in half shadow. "Have you courage," she asked, "to go through the necessary ordeal? It may seem to you a frightful one." "I have courage, sweet princess, to do anything, and to go through anything you bid me." "Nay, I do not bid you," she answered. "It is for you to choose." "I choose the ordeal, then, whatever it may be." She made a sign. The Afrit on her right approached and stood beside me. Raising his shining sword, he swung it 3 times around, and, with a swift and sweeping stroke, severed my head from the shoulders. It fell to the floor and rolled to the prince's footstool. Strange as it may seem, I suffered no pain whatever. On the contrary, rather a languid sensation of dreamy pleasure. The power to think and reason remained strong and clear as before in my brain as it lay there in the dissevered head. I watched to see what would happen next. The gigantic Afrit again raised his sword. I observed that it was not bloody, and lopped off one arm, then another, one leg, and then another, then flung the several members towards different quarters of the hall. Still I felt no pain, and saw no blood. Last he cleft my panting bosom, and drawing forth my heart, laid it with a deep reverence upon the prince's footstool, and placed a delicate little foot upon it. I could see it palpitating under that light pressure. Then first I saw a few drops of blood. Matza advanced. "Are you not now convinced, amico mio, of the truth of my psychological proposition? Is there not one soul that thinks in your brain over yonder, another loving and longing in the heart you see beating under our princess's foot? You can see from where you stand. I beg pardon, signore, from where you lie, each separate soul in your several limbs, prompting them to writhe and crawl along the floor. Is it not so?" "I begin to think," replied I, "that there may be some sense in what you say." I could only endeavour to articulate this. The motion of the lips was understood. The vocal organs were, for the time, useless. "Enough," said the princess. She motioned the Afrit on her left hand. He advanced, picked up the legs and set the trunk upon them. They knit together instantly. He passed his hand over the gash in the breast. It closed and healed. Then he attached either arm. To my dismay, the body turned around and began to walk away. "Stop!" cried the princess. It continued to walk toward the door through which we had entered. Then it began to run. I became deeply, painfully interested. The Afrit leaped forward and seized the body to bring it back. It resisted and struggled. I had been in my day a very muscular and active man, and from where I lay, I watched with no small interest the struggle of my physical man with a gigantic Afrit, spirit, demon, or whatever he might be. I was powerless in his grasp. He carried me back to where I lay. That is, he carried my body back to where my head lay. Then carefully raising the latter, he placed it upon the severed neck. In an instant I stood before the princess, sound and whole. "Thank you," she said. "Were you much terrified learning your lesson?" "Only a little, dear lady. What shall I do next?" "Ah, nothing more. You must go back to Italy now. Farewell." Her smile seemed sad, but inexpressibly tender and sweet. She bent slightly forward, half extending her hand, as though to permit me to kiss it. The Afrits stepped before her chair and interposed their swords, crossed between her and me. Involuntarily, I stepped back from those gleaming blades, too far. I made a desperate effort to regain my footing, and then, with a stifled cry, fell backward into the black chasm. Chapter 6. Down, down, down. The rushing of waters came nearer, nearer, nearer. Then, with a dash and splash, I sank deep into the sacred river. Swift and strong, it carried me through its rocky chasms, down toward the sunless sea. No hope now, thought I, and yet I cannot believe that she could send me thus to destruction. Then, to my astonishment, I found that I did not drown. Was the water air, or was I a fish? I breathed it with delight. It was more delicious and invigorating than atmosphere. It was warm and laved my limbs as though caressing them. Over cascades, through whirlpools, it carried me along. Laughing, I could not help myself, so great was the sensuous pleasure. How long this lasted, I cannot tell. Then I began to weary of the darkness and long for light. The wish had hardly formed itself when I perceived a dull grey light rapidly becoming paler. Then the current slackened, and at last, when I could see open sky above me, turned cold and ceased to flow. I could no longer breathe and began to choke. It was like earthly water now. I made a strong effort to rise to the light. Half drowned, raised my head above the surface, shook it, and looked around. I was standing waist-deep in the fountain of Trevi. On the margin stood Piersanti. "Mio caro," cried he, "what are you doing there?" "I don't know," I answered. "What are you doing here?" "Immediately after you left the Café Greco, I determined to follow you and try to persuade you to have no more to do with my crazy schoolmate. It is not 3 minutes since. I ran all the way." I stepped ashore and shook the water from my dripping clothes. "What time is it, Piersanti?" He looked at his watch, and his face became like ashes. 6:30. And I left the café at 5 minutes to 7. Something must be the matter with my watch. Just then the melodious bells of the Trinità dei Monti rang out 6:30. I turned and looked aloft at the moon, and kissed my hand. We reached the Molaro. The porter, gorgeous in gold braid, stood at the entrance door. He looked astonished at my dripping clothes, but, like a true Italian, was too polite to make any comment. "By the way," said I, addressing him, "do you happen to know, for porters in Rome know everything,
At what hotel the Marchese Carlo Mazza is staying? Certainly, Excellency. He has been here for the last 3 days, but left this afternoon for Naples. I myself accompanied him to the station with his luggage and saw him safely off. This, my dear Count, said I, may not be as wide as a barn door or as deep as a well, but it will do. It is too much for me. I feel a little cold. Will you allow me to change my wet clothes? I shall join you at dinner in 20 minutes. Certainly. Arrivederci. Chapter 7. Piersanti's face wore a troubled expression, and he spoke little during dinner, but drank more wine than was his habit. When we had adjourned to the smoking-room for coffee, he said, "My dear friend, I cannot tell how glad I am to see you returned here perfectly sound and well." "Why should I not be sound and well?" I asked. He leaned forward and whispered in my ear, "This is in confidence, dear friend. No one has yet returned from the journey you have just taken without leaving something behind him." Then, in a lower whisper, "That fiend who put me together forgot to give me my right arm, and in the confusion of the moment I failed to notice it. Santo diavolo, I shall never get it back. The English poet Coleridge left a portion of his brain. You are the only exception to this rule." "Not at all, Pietro. I have not returned by any means sound and whole. I left there the most important part of myself, my heart." "Are you in earnest?" "Never more so in my life." "Body of Bacchus, did you forget that?" "No." The Count started to his feet and pulled out his watch. "Come, come. A train leaves at 8 for Naples. We have just time to catch it. We may yet trace out that Mazza. There is still a chance." "Sit down, my dear boy," said I. "Can't you see how those Englishmen are staring at you?" "Maledetta canaglia! They cannot understand us." "These cigars are excellent, and the chartreuse is good. Have you ever been to the convent of the Carthusian monks who make it? It is near Florence. If you do not take this present chance, you will never recover your heart." "Certainly not. The princess is in the moon. You can never see her again." "Who knows? Your heart is lost forever." "Undoubtedly. Yet you sit there as if you had no desire to regain it." "None whatever." "Well," said the excited Italian, resuming his seat, "you Americans are the strangest race under the sun." "Or under the moon," thought I. End of The Marquis and the Moon by Nicholas Longworth.
Keep Your Shape by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Green. Keep Your Shape by Robert Sheckley. Only a race as incredibly elastic as the Grom could have a single rule of war. Pid the pilot slowed the ship almost to a standstill and peered anxiously at the green planet below. Even without instruments, there was no mistaking it. Third from its sun, it was the only planet in this system capable of sustaining life. Peacefully, it swam beneath its gauze of clouds. It looked very innocent, and yet 20 previous Grom expeditions had set out to prepare this planet for invasion, and vanished utterly without a word. Pid hesitated only a moment before starting irrevocably down. There was no point in hovering and worrying. He and his 2 crewmen were as ready now as they ever would be. Their compact displacers were stored in body pouches, inactive but ready. Pid wanted to say something to his crew, but he wasn't sure how to put it. The crew waited. Ilg, the radio man, had sent the final message to the Grom planet. Gur, the detector, read 16 dials at once and reported no sign of alien activity. His body surfaces flowed carelessly. Noticing the flow, Pid knew what to say to his crew. Ever since they had left Grom, shape discipline had been disgustingly lax. The invasion chief had warned him, but still, he had to do something about it. It was his duty, since lower castes such as radio men and detectors were notoriously prone to shapelessness. "A lot of hopes are resting on this expedition," he began slowly. "We're a long way from home now." Gur the detector nodded. Ilg the radio man flowed out of his prescribed shape and molded himself comfortably to a wall. "However," Pid said sternly, "distance is no excuse for promiscuous shapelessness." Ilg flowed hastily back into proper radioman shape. "Exotic forms will undoubtedly be called for," Pid went on, "and for that we have special dispensation. But remember, any shape not assumed strictly in the line of duty is a foul, lawless device of the shapeless one." Gur's body surfaces abruptly stopped flowing. "That's all," Pid said, and flowed into his controls. The ship started down, so smoothly coordinated that Pid felt a glow of pride. They were good workers, he decided. He just couldn't expect them to be as shape-conscious as a high-caste pilot. Even the invasion chief had told him that. "Pid," the invasion chief had said in their last interview, "we need this planet desperately." "Yes, sir," Pid had said, standing at full attention, never quivering from optimum pilot shape. "One of you," the chief said heavily, "must get through and set up a displacer near an atomic power source. The army will be standing by at this end, ready to step through." "We'll do it, sir," Pid said. "This expedition has to succeed," the chief said, and his features blurred momentarily from sheer fatigue. "In strictest confidence, there is considerable unrest on Grom. The minor caste is on strike, for instance. They want a new digging shape, say the old one is inefficient." Pid looked properly indignant. The mining shape had been set down by the ancients 50,000 years ago, together with the rest of the basic shapes, and now these upstarts wanted to change it. "That's not all," the chief told him. "We've uncovered a new cult of shapelessness. Picked up almost 8,000 Grom, and I don't know how many more we missed." Pid knew that shapelessness was a lure of the shapeless one, the greatest evil that the Grom mind could conceive of. But why, he wondered, did so many Grom fall for his lures? The chief guessed his question. "Pid," he said, "I suppose it's difficult for you to understand. Do you enjoy piloting?" "Yes, sir," Pid said simply. Enjoy piloting. It was his entire life. Without a ship, he was nothing. "Not all Grom feel that way," the chief said. "I don't understand it either. All of my ancestors have been invasion chiefs, back to the beginning of time. So of course I want to be an invasion chief. It's only natural, as well as lawful. But the lower castes don't feel that way." The chief shook his body sadly. "I've told you this for a reason. We Grom need more room. This unrest is caused purely by crowding. All our psychologists say so. Another planet to expand into will cure everything. So we're counting on you, Pid." "Yes, sir," Pid said with a glow of pride. The chief rose to end the interview. Then he changed his mind and sat down again. "You'll have to watch your crew," he said. "They're loyal, no doubt, but low caste. And you know the lower castes." Pid did indeed. "Gur, your detector, is suspected of harboring alterationist tendencies. He was once fined for assuming a quasi-hunter shape. Ilg has never had any definite charge brought against him, but I hear that he remains immobile for suspiciously long periods of time. Possibly he fancies himself a thinker." "But, sir," Pid protested, "if they're even slightly tainted with alterationism or shapelessness, why send them on this expedition?" The chief hesitated before answering. "There are plenty of Grom I could trust," he said slowly. "But those two have certain qualities of resourcefulness and imagination that will be needed on this expedition." He sighed. "I really don't understand why those qualities are usually linked with shapelessness." "Yes, sir," Pid said. Just watch them. Yes, sir, Pid said again, and saluted, realizing that the interview was at an end. In his body pouch, he felt the dormant displacer ready to transform the enemy's power source into a bridge across space for the Grom hordes. Good luck, the chief said. I'm sure you'll need it. The ship dropped silently towards the surface of the enemy planet. Gur, the detector, analyzed the clouds below and fed data into the camouflage unit. The unit went to work. Soon the ship looked, to all outward appearances, like a cirrus formation. Pid allowed the ship to drift slowly towards the surface of the mystery planet. He was in optimum pilot shape now, the most efficient of the 4 shapes allotted to the pilot caste. Blind, deaf, and dumb, an extension of his controls, all his attention was directed towards matching the velocities of the high-flying clouds, staying among them, becoming part of them. Gur remained rigidly in one of the 2 shapes allotted to detectors. He fed data into the camouflage unit, and the descending ship slowly altered into an alto cumulus. There was no sign of activity from the enemy planet. Ilg located an atomic power source and fed the data to Pid. The pilot altered course. He had reached the lowest level of clouds, barely a mile above the surface of the planet. Now his ship looked like a fat, fleecy cumulus. And still there was no sign of alarm. The unknown fate that had overtaken 20 previous expeditions still had not showed itself. Dusk crept across the face of the planet as Pid maneuvered near the atomic power installation. He avoided the surrounding homes and hovered over a clump of woods. Darkness fell, and the green planet's lone moon was veiled in clouds. One cloud floated lower and landed. "Quick! Everyone out!" Pid shouted, detaching himself from the ship's controls. He assumed the pilot's shape best suited for running and raced out the hatch. Gur and Ilg hurried after him. They stopped 50 yards from the ship and waited. Inside the ship, a little U-circuit closed. There was a silent shudder, and the ship began to melt. Plastic dissolved, metal crumpled. Soon the ship was a great pile of junk, and still the process went on. Big fragments broke into smaller fragments and split again. Pid felt suddenly helpless, watching his ship scuttle itself. He was a pilot of the pilot caste. His father had been a pilot, and his father before him, stretching back to the hazy past when the Grom had first constructed ships. He had spent his entire childhood around ships, his entire manhood flying them. Now, shipless, he was naked in an alien world. In a few minutes, there was only a mound of dust to show where the ship had been. The night winds scattered it through the forest, and then there was nothing at all. They waited. Nothing happened. The wind sighed and the trees creaked. Squirrels chirped and birds stirred in their nests. An acorn fell to the ground. Pid heaved a sigh of relief and sat down. The 21st Grom expedition had landed safely. There was nothing to be done until morning, so Pid began to make plans. They had landed as close to the atomic power installation as they dared. Now they would have to get closer. Somehow, one of them had to get very near the reactor room in order to activate the displacer. Difficult, but Pid felt certain of success. After all, the Grom were strong on ingenuity. Strong on ingenuity, he thought bitterly, but terribly short of radioactives. That was another reason why this expedition was so important. There was little radioactive fuel left on any of the Grom worlds. Ages ago, the Grom had spent their store of radioactives in spreading throughout their neighboring worlds, occupying the ones that they could live on. Now, colonization barely kept up with the mounting birth rate. New worlds were constantly needed. This particular world, discovered in a scouting expedition, was needed. It suited the Grom perfectly. But it was too far away. They didn't have enough fuel to mount a conquering space fleet. Luckily, there was another way, a better way. Over the centuries, the Grom scientists had developed the displacer, a triumph of identity engineering. The displacer allowed mass to be moved instantaneously between any 2 linked points. One end was set up at Grom's sole atomic energy plant. The other end had to be placed in proximity to another atomic power source and activated. Diverted power then flowed through both ends, was modified and modified again. Then, through the miracle of identity engineering, the Grom could step through from planet to planet, or pour through in a great overwhelming wave. It was quite simple. But 20 expeditions had failed to set up the Earth End displacer. What had happened to them was not known, for no Grom ship had ever returned to tell. Before dawn, they crept through the woods, taking on the coloration of the plants around them. Their displacers pulsed feebly, sensing the nearness of atomic energy. A tiny four-legged creature darted in front of them. Instantly, Gur grew 4 legs and a long, streamlined body and gave chase. "Gur, come back here," Pid howled to the detector, throwing caution to the winds. Gur overtook the animal and knocked it down. He tried to bite it, but he had neglected to grow teeth. The animal jumped free and vanished into the underbrush. Gur thrust out a set of teeth and bunched his muscles for another leap. "Gur!" Reluctantly, the detector turned away. He loped silently back to Pid. "I was hungry," he said. "You were not," Pid said sternly. "Was," Gur mumbled, writhing with embarrassment. Pid remembered what the chief had told him. Gur certainly did have hunter tendencies. He would have to watch him more closely. "We'll have no more of that," Pid said. "Remember, the lure of exotic shapes is not sanctioned. Be content with the shape you were born to." Gur nodded and melted back into the underbrush. They moved on. At the extreme edge of the woods, they could observe the atomic energy installation. Pid disguised himself as a clump of shrubbery, and Gur formed himself into an old log. Ilg, after a moment's thought, became a young oak. The installation was in the form of a long, low building, surrounded by a metal fence. There was a gate and guards in front of it. The first job, Pid thought, was to get past that gate. He began to consider ways and means. From the fragmentary reports of the survey parties, Pid knew that, in some ways, this race of men were like the Grom. They had pets, as the Grom did, and homes and children and a culture. The inhabitants were skilled mechanically, as were the Grom. But there were terrific differences also. The men were of fixed and immutable form, like stones or trees. And to compensate, their planet boasted a fantastic array of species, types, and kinds. This was completely unlike Grom, which had only 8 distinct forms of animal life. And evidently the men were skilled at detecting invaders, Pid thought. He wished he knew how the other expeditions had failed. It would make his job much easier. A man lurched past them on 2 incredibly stiff legs. Rigidity was evident in his every move. Without looking, he hurried past. "I know," Gur said after the creature had moved away. "I'll disguise myself as a man, walk through the gate of the reactor room, and activate my displacer." "You can't speak their language," Pid pointed out. "I won't speak at all. I'll ignore them. Look." Gur quickly shaped himself into a man. "That's not bad," Pid said. Gur tried a few practice steps, copying the bumpy walk of the man. "But I'm afraid it won't work," Pid said. "It's perfectly logical," Gur pointed out. "I know, therefore the other expeditions must have tried it, and none of them came back." There was no arguing that. Gur flowed back into the shape of a log. "What then?" he asked. "Let me think," Pid said. Another creature lurched past, on 4 legs instead of 2. Pid recognized it as a dog, a pet of man. He watched it carefully. The dog ambled to the gate, head down, in no particular hurry. It walked through unchallenged and lay down in the grass. Pid said. They watched. One of the men walked past and touched the dog on the head. The dog stuck out its tongue and rolled over on its side. "I can do that," Gur said excitedly. He started to flow into the shape of a dog. "No, wait," Pid said. "We'll spend the rest of the day thinking it over. This is too important to rush into." Gur subsided sulkily. "Come on, let's move back," Pid said. He and Gur started into the woods. Then he remembered Ilg. "Ilg?" he called softly. There was no answer. "Ilg." "What? Oh, yes." an oak tree said, and melted into a bush. Sorry, what were you saying? We're moving back, Pid said. Were you by any chance thinking? No, Ilg assured him, just resting. Pid let it go at that. There was too much else to worry about. They discussed it for the rest of the day, hidden in the deepest part of the woods. The only alternatives seemed to be man or dog. A tree couldn't walk past the gate, since it was not in the nature of trees, nor could anything else escape notice. Going as a man seemed too risky. They decided that Gur would sally out in the morning as a dog. Now get some sleep, Pid said. Obediently, his 2 crewmen flattened out, going immediately shapeless. But Pid had a more difficult time. Everything looked too easy. Why wasn't the atomic installation better guarded? Certainly the men must have learned something from the expeditions they had captured in the past. Or had they killed them without asking any questions? You couldn't tell what an alien would do. Was that open gate a trap? Wearily he flowed into a comfortable position on the lumpy ground. Then he pulled himself together hastily. He had gone shapeless. Comfort was not in the line of duty, he reminded himself, and firmly took a pilot's shape. But a pilot's shape wasn't constructed for sleeping on damp, bumpy ground. Pid spent a restless night, thinking of ships and wishing he were flying one. He awoke in the morning tired and ill-tempered. He nudged Gur. Let's get this over with, he said. Gur flowed gaily to his feet. Come on, Ilg, Pid said angrily, looking around. Wake up. There was no reply. Ilg, he called. Still there was no reply. Help me look for him, Pid said to Gur. He must be around here somewhere. Together they tested every bush, tree, log, and shrub in the vicinity, but none of them was Ilg. Pid began to feel a cold panic run through him. What could have happened to the radio man? Perhaps he decided to go through the gate on his own, Gur suggested. Pid considered the possibility. It seemed unlikely. Ilg had never shown much initiative. He had always been content to follow orders. They waited. But midday came, and there was still no sign of Ilg. We can't wait any longer, Pid said, and they started through the woods. Pid wondered if Ilg had tried to get through the gates on his own. Those quiet types often concealed a foolhardy streak. But there was nothing to show that Ilg had been successful. He would have to assume that the radioman was dead or captured by the men. That left 2 of them to activate a displacer. And he still didn't know what had happened to the other expeditions. At the edge of the woods, Gur turned himself into a facsimile of a dog. Pid inspected him carefully. A little less tail, he said. Gur shortened his tail. More ears. Gur lengthened his ears. Now even them up. They became even. Pid inspected the finished product. As far as he could tell, Gur was perfect from the tip of his tail to his wet black nose. Good luck, Pid said. Thanks. Cautiously, Gur moved out of the woods, walking in the lurching style of dogs and men. At the gate, the guard called to him. Pid held his breath. Gur walked past the man, ignoring him. The man started to walk over. Gur broke into a run. Pid shaped a pair of strong legs for himself, ready to dash if Gur was caught. But the guard turned back to his gate. Gur stopped running immediately and strolled quietly towards the main door of the building. Pid dissolved his legs with a sigh of relief, and then tensed again. The main door was closed. Pid hoped the radioman wouldn't try to open it. That was not in the nature of dogs. As he watched, another dog came running toward Gur. Gur backed away from him. The dog approached and sniffed. Gur sniffed back. Then both of them ran around the building. That was clever, Pid thought. There was bound to be a door in the rear. He glanced up at the afternoon sun. As soon as the displacer was activated, the Grom armies would begin to pour through. By the time the men recovered from the shock, 1 million or more Grom troops would be here, weapons and all, with more following. The day passed slowly, and nothing happened. Nervously, Pid watched the front of the plant. It shouldn't be taking so long if Gur was successful. Late into the night he waited. Men walked in and out of the installation, and dogs barked around the gates, but Gur did not appear. Gur had failed. Ilg was gone. Only he was left, and still he didn't know what had happened. By morning, Pid was in complete despair. He knew that the 21st Grom expedition to this planet was near the point of complete failure. Now it was all up to him. He saw that workers were arriving in great number, rushing through the gates. He decided to take advantage of the apparent confusion and started to shape himself into a man. A dog walked past the woods where he was hiding. "Hello," the dog said. It was Gur. "What happened?" Pid asked with a sigh of relief. "Why were you so long? Couldn't you get in?" "I don't know," Gur said, wagging his tail. "I didn't try." Pid was speechless. "I went hunting," Gur said complacently. "This form is ideal for hunting, you know. I went out the rear gate with another dog." "But the expedition, your duty." "I changed my mind," Gur told him. "You know, pilot, I never wanted to be a detector." "But you were born a detector." "That's true," Gur said, "but it doesn't help. I always wanted to be a hunter." Pid shook his entire body in annoyance. "You can't," he said very slowly, as one would explain to a gromling. "The hunter shape is forbidden to you." "Not here it isn't," Gur said, still wagging his tail. "Let's have no more of this," Pid said angrily. "Get into that installation and set up your displacer. I'll try to overlook this heresy." "No," Gur said, "I don't want the Grom here. They'd ruin it for the rest of us." "He's right," a nearby oak tree said. "Ilg," Pid gasped, "where are you?" Branches stirred. "I'm right here," Ilg said. "I've been thinking." "But you're cast." "Pilot," Gur said sadly, "why don't you wake up? Most of the people on Grom are miserable. Only custom makes us take the cast shape of our ancestors." "Pilot," Ilg said, "all Grom are born shapeless." "And being born shapeless, all Grom should have the freedom of shape," Gur said. "Exactly," Ilg said. "But he'll never understand. Now excuse me, I want to think." And the oak tree was silent. Pid laughed humorously. "The men will kill you off," he said, "just as they killed off all the other expeditions." "No one from Grom has been killed," Gur told him. "The other expeditions are right here." "Alive?" "Certainly. The men don't even know we exist. That dog I was hunting with is a Grom from the 12th expedition. There are hundreds of us here, pilot. We like it." Pid tried to absorb it all. He'd always known that the lower castes were lax in caste consciousness, but this was preposterous. This planet's secret menace was freedom. "Join us, pilot," Gur said. "We've got a paradise here. Do you know how many species there are on this planet? An uncountable number. There's a shape to suit every need." Pid ignored them. Traitors. He'd do the job all by himself. So men were unaware of the presence of Grom. Getting near the reactor might not be so difficult after all. The others had failed in their duty because they were of lower castes, weak and irresponsible. Even the pilots among them must be secretly sympathetic to the cult of shapelessness the chief had mentioned, or the alien planet could never have swayed them. What shape to assume for this attempt? Pid considered. A dog might be best. Evidently dogs could wander pretty much where they wished. If something went wrong, Pid could change his shape to meet the occasion. "The Supreme Council will take care of all of you," he snarled, and shaped himself into a small brown dog. "I'm going to set up the displacer myself." He studied himself for a moment, bared his teeth at Gur, and loped towards the gate. He loped for about 10 feet and stopped in utter horror. The smells rushed at him from all directions, smells in a profusion and variety he had never dreamed existed. Smells that were harsh, sweet, sharp, heavy, mysterious, overpowering. Smells that terrified, alien and repulsive and inescapable. The odors of earth struck him like a blow. He curled his lips and held his breath. He ran on for a few steps and had to breathe again. He almost choked. He tried to remold his dog nostrils to be less sensitive. It didn't work. It wouldn't, so long as he kept the dog's shape. An attempt to modify his metabolism didn't work either. All this in the space of 2 or 3 seconds. He was rooted in his tracks, fighting the smells, wondering what to do. Then the noises hit him. They were a constant and staggering roar through which every tiniest whisper of sound stood out clearly and distinct. Sounds upon sounds, more noise than he had ever heard before at one time in his life. The woods behind him had suddenly become a madhouse. Utterly confused, he lost control and became shapeless. He half ran, half flowed into a nearby bush. There he reshaped, obliterating the offending dog ears and nostrils with vicious strokes of his thoughts. The dog shape was out, absolutely. Such appalling sharpness of senses might be fine for a hunter, such as Gur. He probably gloried in them. But another moment of such impressions would have driven Pid the pilot mad. What now? He lay in the bush and thought about it, while gradually his mind threw off the last effects of the dizzying sensory assault. He looked at the gate. The men standing there evidently hadn't noticed his fiasco. They were looking in another direction. A man? Well, it was worth a try. Studying the men at the gate, Pid carefully shaped himself into a facsimile. A synthesis, actually, embodying one characteristic of that, another of this. He emerged from the side of the bush opposite the gate, on his hands and knees. He sniffed the air, noting that the smells the man nostrils picked up weren't unpleasant at all. In fact, some of them were decidedly otherwise. It had just been the acuity of the dog nostrils, the number of smells they had detected, and the near brilliance with which they had done so, that had shocked him. Also, the sounds weren't half so devastating. Only relatively close sounds stood out. All else was an undetailed whispering. Evidently, Pid thought, it had been a long time since men had been hunters. He tested his legs, standing up and taking a few clumsy steps. Thud of foot on ground, dragged the other leg forward in a heavy arc, thud. Rocking from side to side, he marched back and forth behind the bush. His arms flapped as he sought balance. His head wobbled on its neck until he remembered to hold it up. Head up, eyes down, he missed seeing a small rock. His heel turned on it. He sat down hard. The ankle hurt. Pid curled his man lips and crawled back into the bush. The man shape was too unspeakably clumsy. It was offensive to plod one step at a time, body held rigidly upright, arms wobbling. There had been a deluge of sense impressions in the dog shape, and there was a dull, stiff, half-alive inadequacy to the man shape. Besides, it was dangerous, now that Pid thought it over, as well as distasteful. He couldn't control it properly. It wouldn't look right. Someone might question him. There was too much about men he couldn't know. The planting of the displacer was too important a thing for him to fumble again. Only luck had kept him from being seen during the sensory onslaught. The displacer in his body pouch pulsed and tugged, urging him to be on his way towards the distant reactor room. Grimly, Pid let out the last breath he had taken with his man lungs and dissolved the lungs. What shape to take? Again he studied the gate, the men standing beside it, the building beyond in which was the all-important reactor. A small shape was needed, a fast one, an unobtrusive one. He lay and thought. The bush rustled above him. A small brown shape had fluttered down to light on a twig. It hopped to another twig, twittering. Then it fluttered off in a flash and was gone. That, Pid thought, was it. A sparrow that was not a sparrow rose from the bush a few moments later. An observer would have seen it circle the bush, diving, hedge-hopping, even looping, as if practicing all maneuvers possible to sparrows. Pid tensed his shoulder muscles, inclined his wings. He slipped off to the right, approached the bush at what seemed breakneck speed, though he knew this was only because of his small size. At the last second, he lifted his tail, not quite quickly enough. He swooped up and over the top of the bush, but his legs brushed the top leaves. His beak went down, and he stumbled in the air for a few feet, back, forward. He blinked beady eyes, as if at a challenge. Back towards the bush at a fine clip, again, up and over, this time cleanly. He chose a tree, zoomed into its network of branches, wove a web of flight, working his way around and around the trunk, over and under branches that flashed before him, through crotches with no more than a feather's breadth to spare. At last, he rested on a low branch and found himself chirping in delight. The tree extruded a feeler from the branch he sat on, and touched his wings and tail. "Interesting," said the tree. "I'll have to try that shape sometime." "Ilg. Traitor," hissed Pid, growing a mouth in his chest to hiss it. And then he did something that caused Ilg to exclaim in outrage. Pid flew out of the woods, over the underbrush and across the open space towards the gate. This body would do the trick. This body would do anything. He rose, in a matter of a few sparrow heartbeats, to an altitude of 100 feet. From here, the gate, the men, the building were small, sharp shapes against a green-brown mat. Pid found that he could see not only with unaccustomed clarity, but with a range of vision that astonished him. To right and to left he could see far into the hazy blue of the sky, and the higher he rose, the further he could see. He rose higher. The displacer pulsed, reminding him of the job he had to do. He stiffened his wings and glided regretfully, putting aside his desires to experiment with this wonderful shape, at least for the present. After he planted the displacer, he would go off by himself for a while and do it just a little more, somewhere where Ilg and Gur would not see him, before the Grom army arrived and the invasion began. He felt a tiny twinge of guilt as he circled. It was evil to want to keep this alien flying shape any longer than was absolutely necessary to the performance of his duty. It was a device of the Shapeless One. But what had Ilg said? All Grom are born shapeless. It was true. Grom children were amorphous until old enough to be instructed in the caste shape of their ancestors. Maybe it wasn't too great a sin to alter your shape, then, just once in a long while. After all, one must be fully aware of the nature of evil in order to meaningfully reject it. He had fallen lower in circling. The displacer pulse had strengthened. For some reason it irritated him. He drove higher on strong wings, circled again. Air rushed past him, a smooth, whispering flow, pierced by his beak, streaming invisibly past his sharp eyes, moving along his body in tiny turbulences that moved his feathers against his skin. It occurred to him, or rather struck him with considerable force, that he was satisfying a longing of his pilot caste that went far deeper than piloting. He drove powerfully with his wings, felt tonus across his back, shot forward and up. He thought of the controls of his ship. He imagined flowing into them, becoming part of them, as he had so often done. And for the first time in his life, the thought failed to excite him. No machine could compare with this. What he would give to have wings of his own. Get from my sight, Shapeless One. The displacer must be planted, activated. All Grom depended on him. He eyed the building far below. He would pass over it. The displacer would tell him which window to enter. Which window was so near the reactor that he could do his job before the men even knew he was about. He started to drop lower, and the hawk struck. It had been above him. His first inkling of danger was the sharp pain of talons in his back and the stunning blow of a beak across his head. Dazed, he let his back go shapeless. His body substance flowed from the grasp of the talons. He dropped a dozen feet and resumed sparrow shape, hearing an astonished squawk from the attacker. He banked and looked up. The hawk was eyeing him. Talons spread again. The sharp beak gaped. The hawk swooped. Pid had to fight as a bird, naturally. He was 400 feet above the ground. So he became an impossibly deadly bird. He grew to twice the size of the hawk. He grew a foot-long beak with a double razor's edge. He grew talons like 6-inch scimitars. His eyes gleamed a red challenge. The hawk broke flight, squalling in alarm. Frantically, tail down and widespread, it thundered its wings and came to a dead stop 6 feet from Pid. Looking thoughtfully at Pid, it allowed itself to plummet. It fell 100 feet, spread its wings, stretched its neck, and flew off so hastily that its wings became blurs. Pid saw no reason to pursue it. Then, after a moment, he did. He glided, keeping the hawk in sight, thoughts racing, feeling the newness, the power, the wonder of freedom of shape. Freedom. He did not want to give it up. The bird's shape was wondrous. He would experiment with it. Later he might tire of it for a time and assume another, a crawling or running shape, or even a swimming one. The possibilities for excitement, for adventure, for fulfillment and simple sensual pleasures were endless. Freedom of shape was, obviously, now that you thought on it, the Grom birthright. And the caste system was artificial, obviously, a device for political and priestly benefit, obviously. Go away, shapeless one, this does not concern you. He rose to 1,000 feet, 2,000, 3. The displacer's pulse grew feebler and finally vanished. At 4,000 feet, he released it and watched it spin downward, vanish into a cloud. Then he set out after the hawk, which was now only a dot on the horizon. He would find out how the hawk had broken flight as it had, skidded on the air. He wanted to do that too. There were so many things he wanted to learn about flying. In a week, he thought, he should be able to duplicate all the skill that millennia had evolved into birds. Then his new life would really begin. He became a torpedo shape with huge wings and sped after the hawk. End of Keep Your Shape by Robert Sheckley. Recording by Richard Green. www.richardgreenmagic.com.
The Venus Trap by Evelyn E. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
"What's the matter, darling?" James asked anxiously. "Don't you like the planet?" "Oh, I love the planet," Phyllis said. "It's beautiful." It was. The blue, really blue grass, blue-violet shrubbery, and loveliest of all, the great golden tree with sapphire leaves and pale pink blossoms, instead of looking alien, resembled nothing so much as a fairy-tale version of Earth. Even the fragrance that filled the atmosphere was completely delightful to terrestrial nostrils, which was unusual for most other planets, no matter how well adapted for colonization otherwise, tended, from the human viewpoint anyway, to stink. Not that they were not colonized, nevertheless, for the population of Earth was expanding at too great a rate to permit merely olfactory considerations to rule out an otherwise suitable planet. This particular group of settlers had been lucky, indeed, to have drawn a planet as pleasing to the nose as to the eye, and moreover free from hostile aborigines. As a matter of fact, the only apparent evidence of animate life were the small, bright-hued creatures winging back and forth through the clear air, and which resembled terrestrial birds so closely there had seemed no point in giving them any other name. There were insects, too, although not immediately perceptible, but the ones like bees were devoid of stings, and the butterflies never had to pass through the grub stage but were born in the fullness of their beauty. However, fairest of all creatures on the planet to James Hout, just then anyhow, was his wife, and the expression on her face was not a lovely one. "You do feel all right, don't you?" he asked. The light gravity gets some people at first. Yes, I guess I'm all right. I'm still a little shaken, though, and you know it's not the gravity. He would have liked to take her in his arms and say something comforting, reassuring, but the constraint between them had not yet been worn off. Although he had sent her an ethergram nearly every day of the voyage, the necessary public nature of the messages had kept them from achieving communication in the deeper sense of the word. "Well, I suppose you did have a bit of a shock," he said lamely. "Somehow I thought I had told you in my grams." "You told me plenty in the grams, but not quite enough, it seems." Her words didn't seem to make sense. The strain had evidently been a little too much. "Maybe you ought to go inside and lie down for a while." "I will, just as soon as I feel less wobbly." She brushed back the long light brown hair which had got tumbled when she fainted. He remembered a golden rather than a reddish tinge in it, but that had been under the yellow sun of Earth. Under the scarlet sun of this planet it took on a different beauty. "How come the preliminary team didn't include it in their report?" she asked, avoiding his appreciative eye. "They didn't know. We didn't find out ourselves until we'd sent that first message to Earth. I suppose by the time we did relay the news, you were on your way." "Yes, that must have been it." The preliminary exploration team had established the fact that the planet was more or less Earth-type, that its air was breathable, its temperature agreeably spring-like, its mineral composition very similar to Earth's, with only slight traces of unknown elements, that there was plenty of drinkable water and no threatening life forms. Human beings could, therefore, live on it. It remained for the scout team to determine whether human beings would want to live on it, whether in fact they themselves would want to, because, if so, they had the option of becoming the first settlers. That was the way the system worked, and in the main it worked well enough. After less than 2 weeks, this scout team had beamed back to Earth the message that the planet was suitable for colonization. So suitable they would like to give it the name of Elysium, if there was no objection. There would be none, Earth had replied, so long as the pioneers bore in mind that 6 other planets had previously been given that name, and a human colony currently existed on only one of those. No need to worry about a conflict of nomenclature, however, because the name of that other planet, Elysium, had subsequently been changed by unanimous vote of settlers to Hades. After this somewhat sinister piece of information, Earth had added the more cheerful news that the wives and families of the scouts would soon be on their way, bringing with them the tools and implements necessary to transform the wilderness of the frontier into another Earth. In the meantime, the men were to set up the packaged buildings with which all scout ships were equipped, so that when the women came, homes would be ready for them. The men set to work, and before the month was out, they discovered that Elysium was neither a wilderness nor a frontier. It was populated by an intelligent race which had developed its culture to the limit of its physical abilities, actually well beyond the limit of what the astounded terrestrials could have conceived its physical abilities to be then, owing to unavoidable disaster, had started to die out. The remaining natives were perspicacious enough to see in the terrestrials coming not a threat, but a last hope of revivifying their own moribund species. Accordingly, the Earthmen were encouraged to go ahead and build on the sites originally selected, the only ban being on the type of construction materials used, and a perfectly reasonable one under the circumstances. James had built his cottage near the largest, handsomest tree in the area allotted to him. Since there were no hostile life forms, there was no need for a closely knit community. Everyone who had seen it agreed that his house was the most attractive one of all, for, although it was only a standard prefab, he had used taste and ingenuity to make it a little different from the other unimaginative homes. And now Phyllis, for whom he had performed all this labor of love, for whom he had waited 5 long months, the tedium of which had been broken only by the intellectual pleasure of teaching English to a sympathetic native neighbor, Phyllis seemed unappreciative. She had hardly looked at the inside of the cottage when he had shown her through, and now she was staring at the outside in a blank sort of way. The indoctrination courses had not, he reflected, reconciled her to the frontiersman's necessarily simple mode of living,
which was ironic considering that one of her original attractions for him had been her apparent suitability for the pioneer life. She was a big girl, radiantly healthy, even though a little green at the moment. He just managed to keep his voice steady. "You don't like the house? Is that it?" "But I do like it. Honestly, I do." She touched his arm diffidently. "Everything would be perfect if only—" "If only what? Is it the curtains? I'm sorry if you don't like them. I brought them all the way from Earth in case the planet turned out to be habitable. I thought blue was your favorite color." "Oh, it is. It is. I'm mad about the curtains." Perhaps it wasn't the house that disappointed her. Perhaps it was he himself who hadn't lived up to the dim memory and ardent expectation. "If you want to know what is bothering me," she glanced up apprehensively, lowering her voice as she did, "it's that tree. It's stuck on you. I just know it is." He laughed. "Where did you get a preposterous idea like that, Phil? You've been on the planet exactly 24 hours and I have in my luggage 132 ethergrams talking about practically nothing but magnolia this, magnolia that. Oh, I had my suspicions even before I landed, James. The only thing I didn't suspect was that she was a tree." "What are you talking about, honey? Magnolia and I were just friends." "Purely a platonic relationship, I assure you," the tree herself agreed. It would have been silly for her to pretend not to have overheard, since the two were still standing almost directly underneath her. "Purely platonic." "She's more like a sister to me," James tried to explain. Phyllis stiffened. "Frankly, if I had imagined I was going to have a tree for a sister-in-law, I would have thought before I married you, James." Bursting into tears, she ran inside the cottage. "Sorry," he said miserably to Magnolia. "It's a long trip out from Earth, and an uncomfortable one. I don't suppose the other women were especially nice to her either. Faculty wives mostly, and you know how they are. Well, no, I don't suspect you would. But she shouldn't have acted that way toward you." "Not your fault," Magnolia told him, sighing with such intensity that he could feel the humidity rise. "I know how you've been looking forward to her arrival. Rather a letdown, isn't it?" "Oh, I'm sure it'll be all right." He tried to sound confident. "And I know you'll like Phyllis when you get to know her." "Possibly. But so far, I'm afraid I must admit, since there never has been any pretense between us, that she is a bit of a disappointment. I and my sisters also had expected your females, when they came, to be as upright and true blue as you. Instead, what are they? Shrubs?" The door to the cottage flew open. "A shrub, am I?" Phyllis brandished an axe, which James winced to recall was an item of equipment he'd ordered from Earth before the scout team had learned that the trees were intelligent. "I'll shrub you! Phyllis!" He wrested the axe from her grip. "That would be murder!" "Woodsman, as the terrestrial poem goes," the tree remarked, "spare that tree. Touch not a single bough. In youth it sheltered me, and I'll protect it now." Good of her to take the whole thing so calmly. Rather, to pretend to take it so calmly, for he knew how sensitive Magnolia really was. But he was afraid this show of moral courage would not diminish Phyllis's dislike for her. Those without self-control seldom appreciate those who have it. "If you'll excuse us," he said, putting his arm around his wife's heaving shoulders, "I'd better see to Phyllis. She's a little upset. Holdover from space sickness, I expect. Poor girl, she's a long way from home and frightened." "I understand, Jim," Magnolia told him. "And remember, whatever happens, you can always count on me." "I must say you're not a very admirable representative of terrestrial womanhood," James snapped, as soon as the door had slammed behind him and his wife, leaving them alone together in the principal room of the cottage. "Insulting the very first native you meet." "I did not either insult her. All I said was, 'What beautiful flowers. Do you suppose the fruit is edible?' How was I to know it? She could understand." "Naturally, I wouldn't dream of eating her fruit now. It would probably taste nasty anyway." "And how do you think I felt when a tree answered me back? You don't care that I fainted dead away, and I've never fainted before in my life. All you care about is that old vegetable's feelings. It was bad enough feeling for 5 months that someone had come between us. But to find out it wasn't someone but something— Phyllis, he said coldly, I'll thank you to keep a civil tongue in your head. Dropping into the overstuffed chair, his wife dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. She wasn't so very polite to me. Look, Phyllis, he strove to make his voice calm, adult, reasonable. You happen to have hit on a rather touchy point with her. Those trees are dioecious, you know, like us, and she isn't mated. And, well, she has rather a lot of xylem zones, rings, you know. Are you trying to tell me she's old? Well, she's no sapling any more. And, consideration aside, you know it's government's policy for us to establish good relations with any intelligent life form we have to share a planet with. You weren't in there, trying. Phyllis put away her handkerchief, with what he hoped would be a final sniff. I suppose I shouldn't have acted that way, she conceded. Now you're talking like my own dear Phyllis, James said tenderly, though, as a matter of fact, he had a very remote idea of what his own dear Phyllis was like. He had met her only a couple of months before the scout mission was scheduled, and so their courtship had been brief, and the actual weeks of marriage even briefer. He had remembered Phyllis as beautiful, and she was beautiful. He had not, however, remembered her as pig-headed, and pig-headed she was, too. How come she hasn't a mate? I didn't think trees were choosy. He wouldn't take exception to that statement, uncharitable though it was. After all, someone whose only acquaintance with trees had been with the terrestrial variety would naturally be incapable of appreciating the total tree at its highest development. It's a great tragedy, he told her in hushed tone. There was a blight some years back, and most of the male trees died off, except for a few on the other side of the planet well out of bee-shot, even if the females there would let the females here have any pollen, which they absolutely won't. I don't blame them, Phyllis said coldly. Of course she would identify at once with the trees whose domestic lives seemed to be threatened. It's not that so much, it's that the male trees produce so little pollen. This would be a good place for people with hay fever then, wouldn't it? And even when there is fruit, so much of it tends to be parthenocarpous, no seeds. He sighed. The entire race is dying out. How is it you know so much about botany? She asked suspiciously. It's not your field. I don't know so very much, really, he smiled. I had to learn a little if I wanted to work the land. So I borrowed an elementary text from Cutler. Had he been a trifle idealistic in quitting his snug, if uninspiring job on the faculty to join in this utopian venture? So many of the other men at the university had enrolled, it had seemed a splendid idea until Phyllis's arrival. Daddy never had any trouble working his land, and he doesn't know a thing about botany. You've been boning up on it just to please her. Phyllis, how can you jump to conclusions without a shred of evidence? Not that she wouldn't be able to collect such evidence later, because the allegation happened to be correct. If instead of coming to Elysium I had merely gone to China, would she have thought it so odd that I studied Chinese? Then why, where the natives are trees, shouldn't I study botany? This woman is unreasonable. And will her people let you farm? Now he could show her how cogently and comprehensively he could answer a logical question. That aspect of the situation will be all right, dear, because only the trees are an intelligent species, and even of them some aren't so bright. They won't have any more objection to our eating the other fruit and vegetables than we would have to an extraterrestrial's eating our eggs and chickens, for example. We're going to try to introduce some earth plants here, though as the higher forms of vegetation are dying out, and we're afraid the lower might follow. Pity it's too late for a sound conservation program, Phyllis said grimly. She doesn't think it's too late for a sound conservation program. She still has hoped. Far-fetched, maybe, and I'm not so sure they are. Mark my word, James, she's got designs on you. Don't be idiotic, he protested. That would be— He attempted to introduce a light note. It would be miscegenation. These foreigners can't be expected to have our standards. And she burst into tears again. A fine thing to go through that miserable 5-month trip only to find out a
tree has alienated my husband's affections. Oh, come on, Phil. He was still trying for a smile. What would a tree see in me? I'm beginning to wonder what I saw in you. You never loved me. You just wanted a wife to come out and colonize with you and breed. What could he say? It was almost true. Phyllis was a beautiful girl, and he loved that, but if he had planned to remain as an instructor with the Romance Languages Department instead of joining the Scout mission, he knew he would never have asked her to be his wife, for her sake, of course, as well as his own. He should say something to reassure her, but the words wouldn't come. I don't like it here, Phyllis sobbed. I don't like blue leaves. I don't like blue grass. I like them green the way they're supposed to be. I hate this nasty planet. It's all wrong. I want to go home. She was very young, less than 8 years younger than he, true, but he was mature for his age. They didn't know each other very well, and finally there were more men than women on the planet, and he had noticed that the bachelors had seemed readily disposed, upon her arrival the day before, to overlook the fact that she had no college degree. So he must be patient with her. There's nothing wrong about it, dear. The plants here synthesize cyanophyll instead of chlorophyll. That's why the leaves are blue instead of green. And of course there are different mineral constitutes of the soil, more aluminum and copper, for instance, than on Earth, and some elements we haven't quite isolated yet. So you see, they're bound to be a little different from terrestrial trees. A little different I wouldn't mind, she said sulkily. They're a lot different without being nearly alien enough. Look, Phyllis, dear, those trees have been very hospitable, very kind. We owe them a lot. They themselves suggested that we come here and live with them in, so to speak, symbiosis. That's a fine idea, he beamed. I knew you'd understand after I'd explained it to you. We provide the brains and they provide the furniture. Phyllis, what a thing to say! I've heard of man-eating trees before. I suppose there could be man-loving ones, too. Phyllis, these trees are as gentle and sweet as... He didn't know how he could explain it to her. No one who had never been friends with a tree could appreciate the true beauty of the xylemic character. Why, we even offered to go over to the other side of the planet and fetch some pollen for them. But they wouldn't hear of it. Unfortunately, they'd rather die than be mated to anyone they had never met. What a perfectly disgusting idea. I don't think so. Trees can be idealistic. You fetching pollen for her, I mean. Naturally she wouldn't want pollen from a tree on the other side of the planet. She wants you. Don't be silly. Incompatibility usually exists between the pollen of one species and the stigmata of another. Besides, he added patiently, I haven't got pollen. You'd better not, or it won't be her who'll have the stigmata. Phyllis. He sat down on the arm of her chair and tried to embrace her. You know that you're the only life form I love. Please, James, she pushed him away. I guess I love you too in spite of everything, but I don't want to make a public spectacle of myself. What do you mean now? That tree would know everything that goes on. She's telepathic. Where did you get a ridiculous idea like that? What kind of rubbish have you been reading? All right, tell me, how else did she learn to speak such good English? It's because she's of a very high order of intelligence, and I suppose, he laughed modestly, because I'm such a good teacher. I don't care how good a teacher you are. A tree couldn't learn to speak a language so well in 5 months. She must be telepathic. It's the only explanation. Give her time, the tree advised later as James came out on the lawn to talk to his only friend on the planet. He hadn't seen much of the other scouts since the house-building frenzy had started, and visits among the men had decreased. The base camp, where the bachelors and the older married couples lived, was located a good distance away from his land, for he had raised his honeymoon cottage far from the rest. He had wanted to have his Phyllis all to himself. In the idyll he had visualized for the two of them, she would need no company but his. Little had he imagined that within 24 hours of her arrival he would be looking for company himself. I suppose so, he said, kicking at a root. Oh, I'm sorry, Maggie, I didn't think.
"That's all right," Magnolia said bravely. "It didn't really hurt. That female has got you all upset, you poor boy." James muttered a feeble defense of his wife. "Jim, forgive me if I speak frankly," the tree went on in a low rustle, "but do you think she's really worthy of you?" "Of course she is." "Surely on your planet you could have found a mate more admirable, high-minded, exemplary, more, in short, like yourself. Or are all the human females inferior specimens like Phyllis?" "She suits me," James said doggedly. Of course. It's very noble of you to defend her. You would have disappointed me if you had said anything else, and I honor you for it, James." He kicked at one of the pebbles. The tree meant well, he knew, yet, like so many well-meaning friends, she succeeded only in dispiriting him. It was almost like being back at the faculty club. "I don't suppose a clod like her would have brought any more books along?" The tree changed the subject. James' own library had been insufficient to slake the tree's intellectual thirst, so he had gone all over the planet to borrow books for Magnolia. Dr. Lakin, at Base, who had formerly taught English literature, possessed a fine collection which he had been reluctant to lend until he had learned that they were not for James, but for a tree. At that he had fetched the books himself, since he was anxious to meet her. "A lot of the trees here have learned the English language," he had told James, "but none seems to have developed a taste for its literature. Your Magnolia is undoubtedly a superior specimen. Excellent natural taste, too. Perhaps a little unformed when it comes to poetry and the more sophisticated aspects of life, but she'll learn. Unfortunately, the same, James knew, could hardly be said of his wife. Phyllis did bring some books, he told Magnolia. "For you, no doubt." That was kind of her. "I'm sure she has many good qualities which will unfold one by one as her meristems start differentiating. I hope you don't feel I've been too, personal, Jim. I was only trying to help. If I've gone too far—" "Of course not, Maggie, after all," he laughed bitterly. "I do know you better than I know her." "We have been good friends, haven't we, Jim? It was rather nice, those 5 months we spent alone together. For the first time in my life, I have never regretted being so far from my sisters. And this our life, exempt from public haunt, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything." Her blue leaves shone violet in the scarlet rays of the setting sun. The gold of her trunk was lit with red radiance. She was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. But she was a tree, not a woman. "I'm sure she'll fit in after a while," Magnolia continued. "Perhaps she isn't well. She seems to guttate an awful lot. Do you suppose she's been overwatered?" "That wasn't guttation," James said heavily. "It was tears. It means she's unhappy." "Unhappy? Perhaps she won't fit in on this planet, in which case she should by all means go back to Earth. It's cruel and unfair to keep an intelligent, loosely speaking, life form anywhere against her will, don't you think?" "She'll be happy here," James vowed. "I'll make her happy." "Well, I certainly hope you can manage it. By the way, do you suppose you'll have a chance to read me the books she brought, or will she be keeping you too busy?" "I'll never be too busy to read to you, Magnolia." "That's very nitrogenous of you, Jim. Our intellectual communions have meant a lot to me. I hate to have to give them up." "So would I," he said, "but there won't be any need to. Phyllis will understand." "I certainly hope so. I so admire your English literature. It's so deeply cognizant of the really meaningful things in life. And if your coming to this planet has served only to add poetry to our cultural heritage, it would be reason enough to welcome you with open limbs." For it was a truly perceptive versifier who wrote the immortally simple lines, "Poems are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree." "And such a charming tune to go with it, too," Magnolia went on. "We have always sung the music that the wind and the rain have taught us, but until you came we never thought of putting words and music together to form a glorious whole." A tree that may in summer wear, she caroled in a pleasing contralto, a nest of robins in her hair. By the way, Jim, ever since reading that poem, I've been meaning to ask you precisely what are robins, and do you think they'd look well in my hair? I suppose the bard refers, in a somewhat pedestrian flight of fancy, to leaves? They're a kind of bird, he said drearily. Birds nesting in my hair. I wouldn't think of allowing it, but then I suppose terrestrial birds are quite different from ours. More housebroken, shall we say? Everything's different, James said, and for an irrational moment he hated everything that was blue, that should have been green, everything sweet that should have been vicious, everything intelligent that should have been mindless. Since matters could not grow much worse, they improved to a degree. After a day or two had passed, Phyllis, being a conscientious girl, came to realize how wrong it had been for her as a terrestrial immigrant to show overt hostility toward a native of the planet that had welcomed her. But how can she be a person? Phyllis wanted to know when they were inside the cottage, for she had learned to hold her tongue when they were near Magnolia or any of her sisters, who, though they could not speak the language as fluently as she, understood it very well and eavesdropped at every possible opportunity in order, they said, to improve their accents. She's a tree, a plant, and plants are just vegetables. She stabbed her needle energetically through the tablecloth she was embroidering. You mustn't project terrestrial attitudes upon Elysian ones, James said, patiently looking up from his books. And don't underestimate Maggie's capabilities. She has sense organs and motor organs, too. She can't move from where she is because she's rooted to the ground. But she's capable of turgor movements, like certain terrestrial forms of vegetation, for example, the sensitive plant or bluegrass. Bluegrass, Phyllis exclaimed. I'm sick of bluegrass. I want green grass. However, these trees have conscious control of their pulvini, whereas the Earth's plants don't, and so they can do a lot of things that Earth plants can't. It sounds like a dirty word to me. Pulvini merely means motor organs. Oh. He closed his book, which was a more advanced botany text covered with the jacket of a French novel, in order to spare Phyllis's feelings. Darling, can't you get it through your pretty head that they're intelligent life forms? If it'll make it easier for you to think of them as human beings who happen to look like trees, then do that. That's exactly what I am doing. And I'm quite sure she thinks of you as a tree who happens to look like a human being. Phyllis, sometimes I think you're being deliberately difficult. Do you know one of the reasons why I took such pains to teach Magnolia English? It was that I hoped she would be a companion for you, that you could talk to each other when I had to be away from home. Why do you call her Magnolia? She isn't a lot like one. Isn't she? I thought she was. You see, I don't know so much about botany after all. Actually, he had picked that name for the tree because it expressed both the arboreal and the feminine at the same time, and also because it was one of the loveliest names he knew. But he couldn't tell Phyllis that. There would be further misunderstanding. Of course she has a name in her own language, but I can't pronounce it. They have a language of their own, then? Naturally, though they don't get much chance to speak it since they've grown so few and so far apart that verbal communication has become difficult. They communicate by a network of roots that they've developed. I don't think that's so clever. I merely said, what's the use of trying to explain everything to you? You just don't want to understand. Phyllis put down her needlework and closed her eyes. James, she said, opening them again, it's no use pretending. I've been trying to be sympathetic and understanding, but I can't do it. That tree, I've forced myself to be nice to her, but the more I see of her, the more convinced I am that she's trying to steal you from me. Phyllis was beginning to poison his mind, he thought, because it had seemed to him also in his last conversation with Magnolia that he had discerned a more than ordinary warmth in her attitude towards him, and perhaps a trace of spite towards his wife. Preposterous! The tree had only been trying to cheer him up as any friend might reasonably do. After all, a tree and a man. Nonsense! One had an anabolic metabolism, and one a catabolic. But this was a different kind of tree. She spoke, she read, she was capable of conscious turgor movements. And he had often thought secretly, was a different kind of man, whereas Phyllis... But that was disloyalty, to the type as well as the individual. The tree could be a companion to him, but she could not give him sons to work his land. She could not give him daughters to populate his planet.
Moreover, she could not possibly know what human love meant, while Phyllis could at least learn.
"Look, dear," he said, sitting down beside his wife on the couch and taking her hand in his. She didn't draw away this time. "Suppose that what you say is true. Not that it is, of course. Just because the tree has a crush on me doesn't mean I necessarily have a crush on her, does it?" His wife looked up at him, her rose-red lips parted, her moss-gray eyes shining. "Oh, if only I could believe that, James." "Anyhow, she doesn't know what the whole thing's about, poor kid." "Poor kid." "Phyllis, you know you're prettier than any tree." That was not literally true, but reason was useless. He had to make his point in terms she could understand. "And remember, she's got a lot of rings. She must be centuries old, while you are only 19. 20, Phyllis corrected. "I had a birthday on the ship." "Well, you certainly must allow me to wish you a happy birthday, darling." She was in his arms at last. He was about to kiss her, and the tree seemed very remote, when she drew back. "But are you sure she can't be watching us?" "Darling, I swear it." "Lady, by yonder blessed moon, I swear that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops." But he had sense enough not to say it aloud, and Elysium had not one blessed moon but 3, and everything was all right. For a while, anyway. "I see your wife is developing a quorm," the tree remarked, as James paused for a chat. He hadn't much time to be sociable those days, for there was such a lot of work to be done, so many preparations to be made, so many things to be requisitioned from Earth. The supply ships were beginning to come now, bringing necessities and an occasional luxury for those who could afford it. "She's pregnant," James explained. "Happened before I left Earth." "How do you mean?" "She's about to fruit. Didn't I read that zoology book to you?" "Yes, but, oh, James, it all seems so vulgar. To fruit without ever having bloomed? How squalid." "Well, it all depends on how you look at it," he said. We had hoped that when the baby came, you would be a godmother to it. You know what that is, don't you?" "Of course I do. You read Cinderella to me. I know it's a great honor, but I'm afraid I must decline." "Why? I thought you were our friend." "Jim, there is something I must confess. My feelings toward you are not merely those of a friend. Although Phyllis doesn't have too many rings of intellect, she is a female, so she knew all along." Magnolia's leaves rustled diffidently. "I feel toward you the way I never felt toward any intelligent life form, but only toward the sun, the soil, the rain. I sense a tropism that seems to incline me towards you. In fact, I'm afraid, Jim, in your own terms, I love you." "But you're a tree. You can't love me in my own terms, because trees can't love in the way people can. And of course people can't love like trees. We belong to 2 entirely different species, Maggie. You can't have listened to that zoology book very attentively. Our race is a singularly adaptable one, or we wouldn't have survived so long, Jim, or gone so far in our particular direction. It's lack of fertility, not lack of enterprise, that's responsible for our decline. And I think your species must be an adaptable one, too. You just haven't really tried. Oh, James, let us reverse the classical roles. Let me be the Apollo to your Daphne. Don't let Phyllis stand in our way. The Greek gods never let a little thing like marriage interfere with their plans." "But I love Phyllis," he said in confusion. "I love you too," he added, "but in a different way." "Yes, I know, more like a sister. However, I have plenty of sisters, and I don't need a brother." "We're starting a conservation program," he tried to comfort her. "We have every hope of getting some pollen from the other side of the planet once we have explained it to the trees there how far we can make a little go. And you've got to accept it. You mustn't be silly about it. It isn't the same thing, Jim, and you know it. One of the penalties of intelligence is a diffusiveness of the natural instincts. I would rather not fruit at all than— Magnolia, you just don't understand. No matter how much you— well, pursue me, I can never turn into a laurel tree. I didn't— or any kind of a tree. Look, some more books were just sent over from base." Magnolia gave a rueful rustle. "Just were sent? Didn't they come over a month ago?" James flushed. "I know I haven't had a chance to do much reading to you in the last few weeks, Maggie, or any at all, in fact, but I've been so busy. After the baby's born, things will be much less hectic, and we'll be able to catch up." "Of course, James, I understand. Naturally, your family comes first." "One of the books that came was an advanced zoology text that might make things a little clearer." "I should very much like to hear it. When you have the time to spare, that is." "Tell you what," he said, "I'll get the book and read you the chapter on the reproductive system in mammals. Won't take more than an hour or so." "If you're in a hurry, I can wait." "No," he told her, "this will make me feel a little less guilty about having neglected you." "Whereupon the umbilical cord is severed," he concluded, "and the human infant is ready to take its place in the world as a separate entity. Now do you understand, Magnolia?" "No," she said. "Where do the bees come in?" "I thought you were in a hurry to get back to base, James," Phyllis remarked sweetly from the doorway, wiping her reddening hands on a dish towel. "I am, dear." He slipped the book behind his back. It was possible that in her present state of mind, induced, of course, by her delicate condition, Phyllis might misunderstand his motive in reading that particular chapter of that particular book to that particular tree. "I just stopped by for a chat with Magnolia. She's agreed to be godmother to the baby." "How very nice of her. Earth government will be so pleased. It's such a fine example of rapport with the natives. You might even get a medal. Wouldn't that be nice, James?" She hurried on before he could speak. "You still haven't found any green-leafed plants on the planet, have you? Have you looked everywhere? Have you looked hard?" "Haven't I told you time and time again, Mrs. Hout," the tree said, "that there aren't any, that there can't be any. It's impossible to synthesize chlorophyll from the light rays given off by our sun, only cyanophyll. What do you want with a green-leaf plant anyway?" Phyllis's voice broke. "I think I'd lose my mind if I was convinced that I'd never see a green leaf again. All this awful blue, blue, blue all the time, and the leaves never fall, or if they do, there are new ones right away to take their place. They're always there, always blue." "We're ever blue," Magnolia explained. "Sorry, but that's the way it is. James? Jim, I hate to hurt your feelings, but I just have to take down those curtains. The colors, I can't stand it." "Pregnant women sometimes get fanciful notions," James said to the tree. "It's part of the pregnancy syndrome. Try not to pay any attention." "Kindly don't explain me to a tree," Phyllis cried. "I have a perfect right to prefer green, don't I?" "There is, as your proverb says, no accounting for strange tastes," the tree murmured. "However—" "We're going to have a formal christening," James interrupted, for the sake of peace. "We thought we should, since ours will be the first baby born on the planet. Everybody on Elysium will come, that is, all the human beings, only because they can come, you know. We'd love to have the trees if they were capable of locomotor movement. You'll get to widen your social contacts, Maggie. Dr. Lakin and Dr. Cutler will probably be here. I know you'll be glad to see Dr. Lakin again. And you've been anxious to meet Dr. Cutler. They've been asking after you, too. I think Dr. Lakin is planning to write a monograph on you for the Journal of American Association of Professors of English Literature, with your permission, of course." "Christening. That's one of your native festivals, isn't it? It should be most interesting." "That's right," Phyllis murmured. "It will be Christmas soon. I'd almost forgotten. It'll be the first Christmas I've ever spent away from home. And there won't be any snow or anything. She started to cry again. "Cheer up, honey," Jim said. "It won't be as bad as you think, because I didn't forget Christmas was coming. There's something specially nice for you on its way from Earth. I only hope it gets here on time." Phyllis sniffled. "Maybe we'll have a Christmas party, too. Would you like that?" But she remained unresponsive. He turned to the tree. "Christening's entirely different, though," he explained. "It's, I guess, naming the fruit would be the best way to describe it." "Is that so?" Magnolia said. "What kind of fruit do you expect to have, Mrs. Hout? Oranges? Bananas? As your good St. Luke says, the tree is known by its fruit. You look as if yours might be a watermelon." "Why, the idea!" Phyllis choked. "Are you going to stand there, James, and let that vegetable insult me?" "I'm sure she didn't mean to," he protested. "She got confused by that zoology book I read her." The door slammed behind his weeping wife. "I don't think you quite understand, Maggie," he said. "In fact, sometimes I almost think you, too, don't want to understand." "I know what kind of fruit it's going to be," the tree concluded triumphantly. "Sour apples." "Ouch!" exclaimed Magnolia. "That tickles. There's more to acting as a Christmas tree than I'd anticipated from your glowing descriptions, Jim." "Here, dear," Phyllis said. "Maybe you'd better let me put the decorations on her." "You can't get on the ladder in your condition," he said, apprehensive not only for her welfare but for the trees. Phyllis had not taken kindly to the idea of having Magnolia as official Christmas tree, suggesting that if she must participate in the ceremonies, it might be better in the capacity of Yule log. However, James knew Magnolia would be offended if any other tree were chosen to be decorated. "I'll manage all right," he assured his wife. "If you want to be useful, you might put on some coffee and make sandwiches or something. The bachelors are coming over from base with that equipment that arrived yesterday, and they'll probably be glad of a snack before turning in." "The coffee's already on and the canapé's made," Phyllis smiled. "And I've baked cookies, too, and whipped up a batch of panoche. What kind of Christmas party do you think it would be without refreshments?" "Very efficient, isn't she?" Magnolia remarked, as the battery-powered lights that James had affixed to her began to wink on, for the deep red-violet dusk had already fallen and the first moon was rising. "Have you thought, Mrs. Hout, that if you fruit today it will save the expense of another festival?" "I don't expect to fruit for another 2 months," Phyllis said coldly. "And why shouldn't we have another festival? We can afford it, and I like parties. I haven't been to one since the day I landed." "Is the life out here getting a little quiet for you, Petiole?" the tree asked solicitously. "It must be hard when one has no intellectual resources upon which to draw." Phyllis held her peace for 10 seconds, then, "I wonder where those boys can be," she said. "I hope they'll bring some pickles along. I asked to have some sent, but I'm accustomed to having no attention paid to what I want." "There's a surprise coming for you, Phyllis," James could not help telling her again, hoping to arouse some semblance of interest. "Something I know you'll love, and for you too," he said courteously to Magnolia. "You mean the same surprise for both, or a surprise apiece?" the tree asked. "Oh, one for each, of course." "I see the lights of the copter now," Phyllis cried, and running out into the middle of the lawn, began waving her handkerchief. He hadn't seen her so pleasantly excited for a long time. "I don't suppose I'll need to turn on the landing lights," he said to Magnolia. "You should do the trick." "Am I all finished?" she rustled anxiously. "I do wish I could see myself. How do I look?" "Splendid. I've never had as beautiful a Christmas tree as you, Maggie," he told her with complete honesty. "Not even on Earth." "I'm glad, Jim, but I still wish I could be more to you than just a Christmas tree." "Shh! The others might hear." For the helicopters had landed and the visitors were pouring out with shouts of admiration. Not only the bachelors had come, and in full force, but some of the older men from base who apparently felt they could manage to do without their wives for 12 hours, even if those hours included Christmas Eve. He wondered where he and Phyllis could put them all, but some could sleep outside if need be, for it was never cold on Elysium. The winds were gentle and the rains light and fragrant. While the visitors were crowding around Phyllis and the tree, James rooted eagerly through the packages they had brought until he found what he wanted. Then he rushed over to the group. I know I should wait until tomorrow, but I want to give the girls their presents now." The other men smiled sympathetically, almost as joyful as he. "Merry Christmas, Magnolia." He hoped Phyllis would understand that it was etiquette which dictated the alien life form should get her gift first. "Thank you," the tree said. "I'm deeply touched. I don't believe anyone ever gave me a present before. What is it?" "Liquid plant food. Vitamins and minerals, you know, for you to drink." "What fun!" she exclaimed in pretty excitement. "Pour some over me right now." "Not so fast, Jim boy." Dr. Cutler, the biologist, snatched the jug from James' hand. "First, you all better let me take a sample of this here and stuff back to base to test on a lower life form, so's I can make sure it won't do anything bad to Miss Magnolia. Might have iron in it, and I have a theory that iron may not be beneficial for the local vegetation." "Oh, thank you," the tree rustled. "It's so very thoughtful of you, Doctor, but I'm sure Jim would never give me anything that would injure me." "I'm sure he isn't fixing to do a thing like that, ma'am, but he's no botanist." "And for you, Phyllis." James handed his wife an awkward bundle to unwrap for herself. She tore the papers off slowly. "Oh, Jim, darling, it's—" "You wanted a bit of green, so I ordered a plant from Earth. You like it? Oh, I hope you do." "Oh, Jim." She embraced him and the pot simultaneously. "More than anything." "It won't stay green," Magnolia observed. "Either it'll turn blue or it'll die. Puny-looking specimen, isn't it?" "Well," said James, it's only a youngster. I guess this Christmas is too early, but next Christmas there ought to be berries. It's a holly plant, Phil." "Holly," she repeated, her voice shaking a little. "Holly." She and Dr. Cutler exchanged glances. "I told you, Miss Phyllis, ma'am. He may know first thing about botany, but he doesn't know anything after that." "Jim," Phyllis said, linking her free arm through his, "I misjudged you. Dr. Cutler is right. You don't know so very much about botany after all." He looked at her blankly. Her voice was trembling, and not with tears this time. "I love this little plant. It's just what I wanted. But there aren't ever going to be any berries, because to have berries you have to have two plants, and the right two. Holly's it's just like us." "Oh," James said, feeling thoroughly inadequate. "I'm sorry." "Oh, but you mustn't be sorry. I'm going to plant it here on Elysium, and I hope it will stay green in spite of what she says, and it'll have blossoms anyway. And it was very, very sweet of you, dear." She kissed his cheek. "Is this one a boy or a girl?" Magnolia asked. "You can't tell until it blooms, Miss Magnolia, ma'am," Dr. Cutler informed her. "Maybe I can. Hand it up here, please." Phyllis paused for an irresolute moment, then, smilingly nervously at her guests, obliged. "It's a boy," Magnolia announced after a minute. "A boy." She gave back the pot reluctantly. "Phyllis," she said, "you and I have never been friends, and I admit that it's been my fault just as much as yours." "As much as mine?" Phyllis echoed. "I like that," and was going to go on, where she obviously recollected that they had company and stopped. "So I know it's presumptuous of me to ask for a favor." "Yes, Magnolia?" Phyllis said, her fine corset eyebrows arched a trifle. "What is this favor?" "When you plant the little fellow, you said you were going to anyhow. Would you plant him near me?" Phyllis looked down at the plant she held cradled in her arms and then up at the tree. "Of course, Magnolia," she said, frowning slightly. "I didn't realize—" Her voice began to tremble. "I have been pretty rotten, haven't I?" She looked toward James, but he turned his glance away. "Just because you were a plant," Phyllis continued, "didn't mean that I had to be a beast. It must have been awful for you seeing me like this, practically crowing over you and knowing that you yourself would never have the chance to be a mother." "Full many a flower is born to blush unseen," Magnolia said sadly, "and waste its sweetness on the desert air." Phyllis was crying unashamedly now. "I'll plant him right next to you, Maggie. I want you to have him. He can be your baby." "Thank you, Phil," Maggie said softly. "That's very
blue of you." "Although I think that's a jim-dandy idea," the biologist said, "and I'm sure wouldn't want to do anything to discourage it, being real interested in the results of an experiment like that my own self. I don't think you ought to feel so mean about it, Miss Phyllis. If all she wanted, begging your pardon, Miss Magnolia, ma'am, was a baby, why didn't she take an interest in the holly until she found out it was a male? Why wouldn't a little old girl holly have done as well?" Why, you scheming vegetable!" Phyllis exploded at Magnolia, clutching the holly plant to her protective bosom. "He's much too young for you, and I'm going to plant him far away where he can't possibly fall into your clutches. Now, Miss Phyllis, we all mustn't look at things out of their proper perspective." "Then why did you take your hat off when you were introduced to Miss Magnolia Cutler?" Dr. Lakin asked interestedly. "Well, sir, where I come from, we respect femininity, whether it be animal, vegetable, or mineral. Nevertheless, we all got to remember, though Miss Magnolia is unquestionably a lady, she is not a woman." Phyllis began to laugh hysterically. "You're right," she gasped. "I'd almost forgotten she was only a tree, and that it is only a little Christmas holly plant that's probably going to die anyway. They almost always do." "That's cruel, Phyllis," James said, "and you know it is." "Do you really think I'm cruel? Are you going to tell the Society of the Prevention of Cruelty of Vegetables on me? But why am I cruel? I'm giving her the holly. That's what she wants, isn't it? Do you hear that, Miss Magnolia, ma'am? He's all yours. We'll plant him next to you right away. And I hope he doesn't die. I hope he grows up to make you a good husband." "She's really quite remarkable," Dr. Lakin said to James later that same evening, after the planting ceremonies were over, and the rest of the party had gone into the cottage for fresh coffee and more sandwiches and cookie and penuche. "Quite remarkable. You're a lucky man, Hout." "Thank you, sir," James replied abstractedly. "I'm sure Phyllis will be pleased too." "Phyllis? Oh, Mrs. Hout is a very remarkable woman, of course. A handsome, strong girl. She'll make a splendid mother, I'm sure. But I was referring to Miss Magnolia. She's a credit to you, my boy. If for no other reason, your name will go down in the history of our colony as that of the guide and mentor of Miss Magnolia. That's quite a tree you have there." James looked at the dark form of the tree, for the lights had been turned out, silhouetted against the 3 pale moons and the violet night. "Yes, she is," he said. "You're fortunate to be her neighbor and her friend." "Yes, I am." "Well, I expect I'd better join the rest. Are you coming on in, Jim?" "In a little while, sir. I thought I'd wanted to have a word with Magnolia. I won't be long." Of course. I'm delighted to see there's such an excellent relationship between you. Good night, Miss Magnolia," he called. "Good night, Dr. Lakin," the tree replied, politely enough. But it was obvious that she was preoccupied with her new charge, who stood as close to her as it was possible to plant him and yet allow room for him to grow. The door closed. James walked across the lawn until he was quite near Magnolia. "Maggie," he whispered, reaching out to touch her trunk, smooth as it was, and hard, but he could feel the vibrant life pulsing inside it. Certainly she was not a plant, not just a plant, even though she was a tree. She was a native of Elysium, neither animal nor vegetable, unique unto the planet, unique unto herself. "Maggie." "Yes, Jim. Don't you think his silhouette is so graceful there in the moonlight? He isn't really puny, just frail." "Maggie, you're not serious about this holly." "What do you mean?" And still he didn't have her full attention. Would he ever have it again? "Serious about raising him to be your... "Why not, Jim?" "It's impossible." "Is it? It certainly is far more possible with him, isn't it? That much I understood from your zoology books." "I suppose so." "Besides, I have nothing to lose, have I?" "But even if it were possible, wouldn't it be humiliating for you? The creature's mindless." Magnolia's leaves rustled in the darkness. She was laughing, a little bitterly. "Your Phyllis isn't your intellectual equal, Jim, and yet you say you love her. Then I suppose you do. Am I not entitled to my follies also?" But she couldn't compare Phyllis to a holly plant. It was unreasonable.
He may die, of course, Magnolia said. I've got to be prepared for that. The soil is different, the air is different, the sun is different. But the chances are, if he survives, he'll turn blue. And if he turns blue, who knows what other changes might be brought about? Maybe the plants on your Earth aren't inherently mindless, Jim. Maybe they just didn't have a chance. Know ye the land where the cypress and myrtle are emblems of deeds that are done in their clime? That land isn't Earth, Jim, so it might possibly be Elysium. Again, he didn't say anything. What he wanted to say, he had no right to say, so he kept silent. It'll be a chance for me, too, Jim. At least we're both plants, he and I. That gives us a head start. Yes, I suppose it does. Intellect doesn't count for much in the propagation of the species. Life goes on without regard for reason, and that's mainly what we're here for, to make sure that life goes on, if we're here for anything at all. Thanks to your kind, Jim, life will continue on this planet. It will certainly be your kind of life, and I hope it can be ours as well. Yes, he said, I hope so too. And he did, but he wished it didn't have to continue in quite that way. Perhaps it was a trick of the 3 moons, but the holly's plant leaves seemed to have changed color. They were no longer green, but almost blue, powder blue. You'd best be getting on to your party, Jim, Magnolia said. You wouldn't want to be remiss in your duties as host. And please close the door gently when you go inside. The little holly plant's asleep. As he closed the door carefully behind him, he heard a burst of laughter coming from the kitchen, where the guests apparently had assembled. A raucous animal laughter, and rising shrill and noisy above it, Phyllis's company laugh. End of The Venus Trap by Evelyn E. Smith, read and recorded by Shelly Raffle.
Duel on Syrtis by Poul Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Carcamo. Duel on Syrtis by Poul Anderson. The night whispered the message. Over the many miles of loneliness it was borne, carried on the wind, rustled by the half-sentient lichens and the dwarf trees, murmured from one to another of the little creatures that huddled under crags, in caves, by shadowy dunes. In no words, but in a dim pulsing of dread which echoed through Kriega's brain, the warning ran, "They are hunting again." Kriega shuddered in a sudden blast of wind. The night was enormous around him, above him, from the iron bitterness of the hills to the wheeling, glittering constellations light years over his head. He reached out with his trembling perceptions, tuning himself to the brush and the wind and the small burrowing things underfoot, letting the night speak to him. Alone. Alone. There was not another Martian for 100 miles of emptiness. There were only the tiny animals and the shivering brush and the thin, sad blowing of the wind. The voiceless scream of dying traveled through the brush, from plant to plant, echoed by the fear pulses of the animals and the ringingly reflecting cliffs. They were curling, shriveling and blackening as the rocket poured the glowing death down on them, and the withering veins and nerves cried to the stars. Kriega huddled against a tall, gaunt crag. His eyes were like yellow moons in the darkness, cold with terror and hate and a slowly gathering resolution. Grimly, he estimated that the death was being sprayed in a circle some 10 miles across, and he was trapped in it. And soon, the hunter would come after him. He looked up to the indifferent glitter of stars, and a shudder went along his body. Then he sat down and began to think. It had started a few days before, in the private office of the trader Wisby. "I came to Mars," said Riordan, "to get me an owlie." Wisby had learned the value of a poker face. He peered across the rim of his glass at the other man, estimating him. Even in god-forsaken holes like Port Armstrong, one had heard of Riordan. Heir to $1 million shipping firm which he himself had pyramided into a system-wide monster. He was equally well known as a big game hunter. From the fire drakes of Mercury to the ice crawlers of Pluto, he'd bagged them all. Except, of course, a Martian. That particular game was forbidden now. He sprawled in his chair, big and strong and ruthless, still a young man. He dwarfed the unkempt room with his size and the hard-held dynamo strength in him, and his cold, green gaze dominated the trader. "It's illegal, you know," said Wisby. "It's a 20-year sentence if you're caught at it." "Bah, the Martian commissioner is at Ares, halfway round the planet. If we go at it right, who's ever to know?" Riordan gulped at his drink. "I'm well aware that in another year or so, they'll have tightened up enough to make it impossible. This is the last chance for any man to get an owlie. That's why I'm here." Wisby hesitated, looking out the window. Port Armstrong was no more than a dusty huddle of domes interconnected by tunnels, in a red waste of sand stretching to the near horizon. An Earthman in an airsuit and transparent helmet was walking down the street, and a couple of Martians were lounging against a wall. Otherwise, nothing. A silent, deadly monotony brooding under the shrunken sun. Life on Mars was not especially pleasant for a human. "You're not falling into this owlie loving that's corrupted all Earth?" demanded Riordan contemptuously. "Oh, no," said Wisby. "I keep them in their place around my post. But times are changing. It can't be helped." "There was a time when they were slaves," said Riordan. "Now those old women on Earth want to give 'em the boat," he snorted. "Well, times are changing," repeated Wisby mildly. "When the first humans landed on Mars 100 years ago, Earth had just gone through the hemispheric wars. The worst wars man had ever known. They damned near wrecked the old ideas of liberty and equality. People were suspicious and tough. They had to be, to survive. They weren't able to empathize the Martians, or whatever you call it. Not able to think of them as anything but intelligent animals. And Martians made such useful slaves. They need so little food or heat or oxygen. They can even live 15 minutes or so without breathing at all. And the wild Martians made a fine sport. Intelligent game that could get away as often as not, or even manage to kill the hunter." "I know," said Riordan. "That's why I want to hunt one. It's no fun if the game doesn't have a chance." "It's different now," went on Wisby. "Earth has been at peace for a long time. The liberals have gotten the upper hand. Naturally, one of their first reforms was to end Martian slavery." Riordan swore. The forced repatriation of Martians working on his spaceships had cost him plenty. "I haven't time for your philosophizing," he said. "If you can arrange for me to get a Martian, I'll make it worth your while." "How much worth it?" asked Wisby. They haggled for a while before settling on a figure. Riordan had brought guns and a small rocket boat, but Wisby would have to supply radioactive material. a hawk, and a rockhound. Then he had to be paid for the risk of legal action, though that was small. The final prize came high. "Now, where do I get my Martian?" inquired Riordan. He gestured at the two in the street. "Catch one of them and release him in the desert?" It was Wisby's turn to be contemptuous. "One of them? Ha! Town loungers. A city dweller from Earth would give you a better fight." The Martians didn't look impressive. They stood only some 4 feet high on skinny, claw-footed legs, and the arms, ending in bony four-fingered hands, were stringy. The chests were broad and deep, but the waists were ridiculously narrow. They were viviparous, warm-blooded, and suckled their young, but gray feathers covered their hides. The round, hook-beaked heads with huge amber eyes and tufted feather ears showed the origin of the name Owlie. They wore only pouched belts and carried sheath knives. Even the liberals of Earth weren't ready to allow the natives modern tools and weapons. There were too many old grudges. "The Martians always were good fighters," said Riordan. "They wiped out quite a few Earth settlements in the old days." "The wild ones," agreed Wisby. "But not these. They're just stupid laborers, as dependent on our civilization as we are. You want a real old-timer, and I know where one's to be found." He spread a map on the desk. "See? Here in the Hrefnian Hills, about 100 miles from here. These Martians live a long time, maybe 2 centuries, and this fellow Kriega has been around since the first Earthmen came. He led a lot of Martian raids in the early days, but since the general amnesty and peace, he's lived all alone up there in one of the old ruined towers. A real old-time warrior who hates Earthmen's guts. He comes here once in a while with furs and minerals to trade, so I know a little about him." Wisby's eyes gleamed savagely. "You'll be doing us all a favor by shooting the arrogant bastard. He struts around here as if the place belonged to him. And he'll give you a run for your money." Riordan's massive dark head nodded in satisfaction. The man had a bird and a rockhound. That was bad. Without them, Kriega could lose himself in the labyrinth of caves and canyons and scrubby thickets. But the hound could follow his scent, and the bird could spot him from above. To make matters worse, the man had landed near Kriega's tower. The weapons were all there. Now, he was cut off, unarmed and alone save for what feeble help the desert life could give, unless he could double back to the place somehow. But meanwhile, he had to survive. He sat in a cave, looking down past a tortured wilderness of sand and bush and wind-carved rock, miles in the thin, clear air to the glitter of metal where the rocket lay. The man was a tiny speck in the huge, barren landscape, a lonely insect crawling under the deep blue sky. Even by day, the stars glistened in the tenuous atmosphere. Weak, pallid sunlight spilled over rocks tawny and ochreous and rust-red, over the low, dusty thorn bushes and the gnarled little trees and the sand that blew faintly between them. Equatorial Mars. Lonely or not, the man had a gun that could spang death clear to the horizon. And he had his beasts. And there would be a radio in the rocket boat for calling his fellows. And the glowing death ringed them in. A charmed circle which Kriega could not cross without bringing a worse death on himself than the rifle would give. Or was there a worse death than that? To be shot by a monster and have his stuffed hide carried back as a trophy for fools to gape at. The old iron pride of his race rose in Kriega, hard and bitter and unrelenting. He didn't ask much of life these days. Solitude in his tower to think the long thoughts of a Martian and create the small exquisite artworks which he loved. The company of his kind at the gathering season. Grave ancient ceremony and acrid merriment and the chance to beget and rear sons. An occasional trip to the earthling settling for the metal goods and the wine, which were the only valuable things they had brought to Mars. A vague dream of raising his folk to a place where they could stand as equals before all the universe. No more. And now, they would take even this from him. He rasped a curse on the human and resumed his patient work, chipping a spearhead for what puny help it could give him. The brush rustled dryly in alarm. Tiny, hidden animals squeaked their terror. The desert shouted to him of the monster that strode toward his cave. But he didn't have to flee right away. Riordan sprayed the heavy metal isotope in a 10-mile circle around the old tower. He did that by night, just in case patrol craft might be snooping around. But once he had landed, he was safe. He could always claim to be peacefully exploring, hunting leapers or some such thing. The radioactive had a half-life of about 4 days, which meant that it would be unsafe to approach for some 3 weeks, 2 at the minimum. That was time enough when the Martian was boxed in so small an area. There was no danger that he would try to cross it. The Owlies had learned what radioactivity meant back when they fought the humans, and their vision, extending well into ultraviolet, made it directly visible to them through its fluorescence, to say nothing of the wholly unhuman extra senses they had. No, Kriega would try to hide, and perhaps to fight, and eventually he'd be cornered. Still, there was no use taking chances. Riordan set a timer on the boat's radio. If he didn't come back within 2 weeks to turn it off, it would emit a signal which Wisby would hear, and he'd be rescued. He checked his other equipment. He had an air suit designed for Martian conditions, with a small pump operated by a power beam from the boat to compress the atmosphere sufficiently for him to breathe it. The same unit recovered enough water from his breath, so that the weight of supplies for several days was, in Martian gravity, not too great for him to bear. He had a .45 rifle built to shoot in Martian air. That was heavy enough for his purposes. And of course, compass and binoculars and sleeping bag. Pretty light equipment, but he preferred a minimum anyway. For ultimate emergencies, there was a little tank of suspensine. By turning a valve, he could release it into his air system. The gas didn't exactly induce suspended animation, but it paralyzed efferent nerves and slowed the overall metabolism to a point where a man could live for weeks on 1 lungful of air. It was useful in surgery, and had saved the life of more than one interplanetary explorer whose oxygen system went awry, but Riordan didn't expect to have to use it. He certainly hoped he wouldn't. It would be tedious to lie fully conscious for days waiting for the automatic signal to call Wisby. He stepped out of the boat and locked it. No danger that the Owlie would break in if he should double back. It would take Tordenite to crack that hole. He whistled to his animals. They were native beasts, long ago domesticated by the Martians and later by man. The rockhound was like a gaunt wolf, but huge-breasted and feathered. A tracker as good as any terrestrial bloodhound. The hawk had less resemblance to its counterpart of Earth. It was a bird of prey, but in the tenuous atmosphere it needed a 6-foot wingspread to lift its small body. Riordan was pleased with their training. The hound bayed, a low, quavering note which would have been muffled almost to inaudibility by the thin air and the man's plastic helmet had the suit not included microphones and amplifiers. It circled, sniffing, while the hawk rose into the alien sky. Riordan did not look closely at the tower. It was a crumbling stump atop a rusty hill, unhuman and grotesque. Once, perhaps 10,000 years ago, the Martians had had a civilization of sorts, cities and agriculture and a Neolithic technology. But according to their own traditions, they had achieved a union or symbiosis with the wildlife of the planet and had abandoned such mechanical aids as unnecessary. Riordan snorted. The hound bayed again. The noise seemed to hang eerily in the still, cold air, to shiver from cliff and crag and die reluctantly under the enormous silence. But it was a bugle call, a haughty challenge to a world grown old. Stand aside, make way. Here comes the conqueror. The animal suddenly loped forward. He had a scent. Riordan swung into a long, easy, low-gravity stride. His eyes gleamed like green ice. The hunt was begun. Breath sobbed in Kriega's lungs, hard and quick and raw. His legs felt weak and heavy, and the thudding of his heart seemed to shake his whole body. Still he ran, while the frightful clamor rose behind him and the padding of feet grew ever nearer. Leaping, twisting, bounding from crag to crag, sliding down shaly ravines and slipping through clumps of trees, Kriega fled. The hound was behind him, and the hawk soaring overhead. In a day and a night, they had driven him to this, running like a crazed leaper with death baying at his heels. He had not imagined that a human could move so fast or with such endurance. The desert fought for him. The plants with their queer, blind life that no earthling would ever understand were on his side. Their thorny branches twisted away as he darted through, and then came back to rake the flanks of the hound, slow him, but they could not stop his brutal rush. He ripped past their strengthless, clutching fingers and yammered on the trail of the Martian. The human was toiling a good mile behind, but showed no sign of tiring. Still, Kriega ran. He had to reach the cliff edge before the hunter saw him through his rifle sights. Had to, and the hound was snarling a yard behind now. Up the long slope he went. The hawk fluttered, striking at him, seeking to lay beak and talons in his head. He batted at the creature with his spear and dodged around a tree. The tree snaked out a branch from which the hound rebounded, yelling till the rocks rang. The Martian burst onto the edge of the cliff. It fell sheer to the canyon floor, 500 feet of iron-streaked rock tumbling into windy depths. Beyond, the lowering sun glared in his eyes. He paused only an instant, etched black against the sky, a perfect shot if the human should come into view. And then he sprang over the edge. He had hoped the rockhound would go shooting past, but the animal braked itself barely in time. Kriega went down the cliff face, clawing into every tiny crevice, shuddering as the age-worn rock crumbled under his fingers. The hawk swept close, hacking at him and screaming for its master. He couldn't fight it, not with every finger and toe needed to hang against shattering death, but he slid along the face of the precipice into a gray-green clump of vines. His nerves thrilled forth the appeal of the ancient symbiosis. The hawk swooped again, and he lay unmoving, rigid as if dead, until it cried in shrill triumph and settled on his shoulder to pluck out his eyes. Then the vines stirred. They weren't strong, but their thorns sank into the flesh, and it couldn't pull loose. Kriega toiled on down into the canyon, while the vines pulled the hawk apart. Riordan loomed hugely against the darkening sky. He fired once, twice, the bullets humming wickedly close. But as shadows swept up from the depths, the Martian was covered. The man turned up his speech amplifier and his voice rolled and boomed monstrously through the gathering night. Thunder, such as dry Mars had not heard for millennia. "Score one for you. But it isn't enough. I'll find you." The sun slipped below the horizon, and night came down like a falling curtain. Through the darkness, Kriega heard the man laughing. The old rocks trembled with his laughter. Riordan was tired with the long chase and the niggling insufficiency of his oxygen supply. He wanted a smoke and hot food, and neither was to be had. Oh well. He'd appreciate the luxuries of life all the more when he got home. With the Martian's skin. He grinned as he made camp. The little fellow was a worthwhile quarry, that was for damn sure. He'd held out for 2 days now, in a little 10-mile circle of ground. And he'd even killed the hawk. But Riordan was close enough to him now so that the hound could follow his spoor. For Mars had no watercourses to break a trail, so it didn't matter. He lay watching the splendid night of stars. It would get cold before long, unmercifully cold. But his sleeping bag was a good enough insulator to keep him warm with the help of solar energy stored during the day by its Gergen cells. Mars was dark at night, its moons of little help. Phobos a hurtling speck. Deimos merely a bright star. Dark and cold and empty. The rockhound had burrowed into the loose sand nearby, but it would raise the alarm if the Martian should come sneaking near the camp. Not that that was likely. He'd have to find shelter somewhere too, if he didn't want to freeze. The bushes and the trees and the little furtive animals whispered a word he could not hear, chattered and gossiped on the wind about the Martian who kept himself warm with work. But he didn't understand that language which was no language. Drowsily, Riordan thought of past hunts. The big game of Earth, lion and tiger and elephant and buffalo and sheep on the high sun-blazing peaks of the Rockies, rainforests of Venus and the coughing roar of many-legged swamp monster crashing through the trees to the place where he stood waiting. Primitive throb of drums in a hot, wet night, chant of beaters dancing around a fire, scramble along the hell plains of Mercury, with a swollen sun licking against his puny, insulating suit. The grandeur and desolation of Neptune's liquid gas swamps, and the huge blind thing that screamed and blundered after him. But this was the loneliest and strangest and perhaps most dangerous hunt of all, and on that account the best. He had no malice towards the Martian. He respected the little being's courage as he respected the bravery of the other animals he had fought. Whatever trophy he brought home from this chase would be well earned. The fact that his success would have to be treated discreetly didn't matter. He hunted less for the glory of it, though he had to admit he didn't mind the publicity, than for love. His ancestors had fought under one name or another, Viking, Crusader, mercenary, rebel, patriot, whatever was fashionable at the moment. Struggle was in his blood. And in these degenerate days, there was little to struggle against, save what he hunted. Well, tomorrow. He drifted off to sleep. He woke in the short, gray dawn, made a quick breakfast, and whistled his hound to heel. His nostrils dilated with excitement, a high, keen drunkenness that sang wonderfully within him. Today, maybe today. They had to take a roundabout way down into the canyon, and the hound cast about for an hour before he picked up the scent. Then the deep-voiced cry rose again, and they were off. More slowly now, for it was a cruel, stony trail. The sun climbed high as they worked along the ancient riverbed. Its pale, chill light washed needle-sharp crags and fantastically painted cliffs, shale and sand, and the wreck of geological ages. The low, harsh brush crunched under the man's feet, writhing and crackling its impotent protest. Otherwise, it was still. A deep and taut and somehow waiting stillness. The hound shattered the quiet with an eager yelp and plunged forward. Hot scent! Riordan dashed after him, trampling through the dense bush, panting and swearing and grinning with excitement. Suddenly the brush opened underfoot. With a howl of dismay, the hound slid down the sloping wall of the pit it had covered. Riordan flung himself forward with tigerish swiftness, flat down on his belly with one hand barely catching the animal's tail. The shock almost pulled him into the hole too. He wrapped one arm around a bush that clawed at his helmet and pulled the hound back. Shaking, he peered into the trap. It had been well made, about 20 feet deep, with walls as straight and narrow as the sand would allow, and skillfully covered with brush. Planted in the bottom were 3 wicked-looking flint spears. Had he been a shade less quick with his reactions, he would have lost the hound, and perhaps himself. He skinned his teeth in a wolf grin and looked around. The owlie must have worked all night on it. Then he couldn't be far away, and he'd be tired. As if to answer his thoughts, a boulder crashed down from the nearer cliff wall. It was a monster, but a falling object on Mars had less than half the acceleration it does on Earth. Riordan scrambled aside as it boomed onto the place where he had been lying. "Come on!" he yelled and plunged towards the cliff. For an instant, a gray form loomed over the edge, hurled a spear at him. Riordan snapped a shot at it, and it vanished. The spear glanced off the tough fabric of his suit, and he scrambled up a narrow ledge to the top of the precipice. The Martian was nowhere in sight, but a faint red trail led into the rugged hill country. Winged him, by God! The hound was slower in negotiating the shale-covered trail. His own feet were bleeding when he came up. Riordan cursed him, and they set out again. They followed the trail for a mile or two, and then it ended. Riordan looked around the wilderness of trees and needles which blocked view in any direction. Obviously, the owlie had backtracked and climbed up one of those rocks, from which he could take a flying leap to some other point. But which one? Sweat, which he couldn't wipe off, ran down the man's face and body. He itched intolerably, and his lungs were raw from gasping at his dole of air. But still he laughed in gusty delight. What a chase! What a chase! Kriga lay in the shadow of a tall rock and shuddered with weariness. Beyond the shade, the sunlight danced in what to him was a blinding, intolerable dazzle, hot and cruel and life-hungry, hard and bright as the metal of the conquerors. It had been a mistake to spend priceless hours when he might have been resting working on that trap. It hadn't worked, and he might have known that it wouldn't. And now he was hungry, and thirst was like a wild beast in his mouth and throat. And still they followed him. They weren't far behind now. All this day they had been dogging him. He had never been more than a half an hour ahead. No rest, no rest. A devil's hunt through a tormented wilderness of stone and sand, and now he could only wait for the battle with an iron burden of exhaustion laid on him. The wound in his side burned. It wasn't deep, but it had cost him blood and pain, and the few minutes of catnapping he might have snatched. For a moment the warrior Kriga was gone, and a lonely, frightened infant sobbed in the desert silence. "Why can't they leave me alone?" A low, dusty green bush rustled. A sand runner piped in one of the ravines. They were getting close. Wearily, Kriga scrambled up on top of the rock and crouched low. He had backtracked to it. They should by rights go past him toward his tower. He could only see it from here, a low yellow ruin worn by the winds of millennia. There had only been time to dart in, snatch a bow and a few arrows and an axe. Pitiful weapons. The arrow could not penetrate the Earthman's suit when there was only a Martian's thin grasp to draw the bow. And even with a steel head, the axe was a small and feeble thing. But it was all he had. He and his few little allies of a desert which fought only to keep its solitude. Repatriated slaves had told him of the Earthlings' power. Their roaring machines filled the silence of their own deserts, gouged the quiet face of their own moon, shook the planet with a senseless fury of meaningless energy. They were the conquerors, and it never occurred to them that an ancient peace and stillness could be worth preserving. Well, he fitted an arrow to the string and crouched in the silent, flimmering sunlight, waiting. The hound came first, yelping and howling. Kriga drew the bow as far as he could, but the human had to come near first. There he came, running and bounding over the rocks, rifle in hand and restless eyes shining with taut green light. Closing in for the death, Kriga swung softly around. The beast was beyond the rock now, the Earthman almost below it. The bow twanged. With a savage thrill, Kriga saw the arrow go through the hound, saw the creature leap in the air and then roll over and over, howling and biting at the thing in its breast. Like a gray thunderbolt, the Martian launched himself off the rock, down at the human. If his axe could shatter the helmet, he struck the man and they went down together. Wildly, the Martian hewed. The axe glanced off the plastic. He hadn't had room for a swing. Riordan roared and lashed out with a fist. Retching, Kriga rolled backward. Riordan snapped a shot at him. Kriga turned and fled. The man got to one knee, sighting carefully on the gray form that streaked up the nearest slope. A little sand snake darted up the man's leg and wrapped about his wrist. Its small strength was just enough to pull the gun aside. The bullet screamed past Kriga's ear as he vanished into a cleft. He felt the thin death agony of the snake as the man pulled it loose and crushed it underfoot. Somewhat later, he heard a dull boom echoing between the hills. The man had gotten explosives from his boat and blown up the tower. He had lost axe and bow. Now he was utterly weaponless, without even a place to retire for a last stand. And the hunter would not give up. Even without his animals, he would follow, more slowly but as relentlessly as before. Kriga collapsed on a shelf of rock. Dry sobbing racked his thin body, and the sunset wind cried with him. Presently he looked up across a red and yellow immensity to the low sun. Long shadows were creeping over the land, peace and stillness for a brief moment before the iron cold of night closed down. Somewhere, the soft trill of a sandrunner echoed between low, wind-worn cliffs, and the brush began to speak, whispering back and forth in its ancient, wordless tongue. The desert, the planet and its wind, and sand under the high, cold stars, the clean, open land of silence and loneliness and destiny which was not man's, spoke to him. The enormous oneness of life on Mars, drawn together against the cruel environment, stirred in his blood. As the sun went down and the stars blossomed forth in an awesome frosty glory, Kriga began to think again. He did not hate his persecutor, but the grimness of Mars was in him. He fought the war of all which was old and primitive and lost in its own dreams against the alien and the desecrator. It was as ancient and pitiless as life, that war, and each battle won or lost meant something, even if no one ever heard of it. "You do not fight alone," whispered the desert. "You fight for all of Mars, and we are with you." Something moved in the darkness. A tiny, warm form running across his hand. A little feathered mouse-like thing that burrowed under the sand and lived its small fugitive life, and was glad in its own way of living. But it was a part of a world, and Mars has no pity in its voice. Still, a tenderness was within Kriega's heart, and he whispered gently, in the language that was not a language, "You will do this for us. You will do it, little brother." Riordan was too tired to sleep well. He had lain awake for a long time, thinking, and that is not good for a man alone in the Martian hills. So now the rockhound was dead too. It didn't matter. The owlie wouldn't escape. But somehow the incident had brought home to him the immensity and the age and the loneliness of the desert. It whispered to him. The brush rustled and something wailed in the darkness, and the wind blew a wild, mournful sound over faintly starlit cliffs. And it was as if they all somehow had a voice, as if the whole world muttered and threatened him in the night. Dimly, he wondered if man would ever subdue Mars. If the human race had not finally run across something bigger than itself. But that was nonsense. Mars was old and worn out and barren, dreaming itself into slow death. The tramp of human feet, shouts of men, and roar of sky-storming rockets were waking it, but to a new destiny, to man's. When Ares lifted its hard spires above the hills of Syrtis, where then were the ancient gods of Mars? It was cold, and the cold deepened as the night wore on. The stars were fire and ice, glittering diamonds in the deep crystal dark. Now and then, he could hear a faint snapping borne through the earth as rock or tree split open. The wind laid itself to rest. Sound froze to death. There was only the hard, clear starlight falling through space to shatter on the ground. Once something stirred. He woke from a restless sleep and saw a small thing skittering toward him. He groped for the rifle beside his sleeping bag, then laughed harshly. It was only a sandmouse, but it proved that the Martian had no chance of sneaking up on him while he rested. He didn't laugh again. The sound had echoed too hollowly in his helmet. With the clear, bitter dawn, he was up. He wanted to get the hunt over with. He was dirty and unshaven inside the unit. Sick of iron rations pushed through the airlock, stiff and sore with exertion. Lacking the hound, which he'd had to shoot, tracking would be slow. But he didn't want to go back to Port Armstrong for another. No. Hell take that Martian. He'd have that devil's skin soon. Breakfast and a little moving made him feel better. He looked with practiced eye for the Martian's trail. There was sand and brush over everything. Even the rocks had a thin coating of their own erosion. The owlie couldn't cover his tracks perfectly. If he tried, it would slow him too much. Riordan fell into a steady jog. Noon found him on higher ground, rough hills with gaunt needles of rock reaching yards into the sky. He kept going, confident in his own ability to wear down the quarry. He'd run deer to earth back home, day after day until the animal's heart broke, and it waited quivering for him to come. The trail looked clear and fresh now. He tensed with the knowledge that the Martian couldn't be far away. Too clear. Could this be bait for another trap? He hefted the rifle and proceeded more warily. But no, there wouldn't have been time. He mounted a high ridge and looked over the grim, fantastic landscape. Near the horizon, he saw a blackened strip, the border of his radioactive barrier. The Martian couldn't go further, and if he doubled back, Riordan would have an excellent chance of spotting him. He tuned up his speaker and let his voice roar into the stillness. "Come out, Owlie. I'm going to get you. You might as well come out now and be done with it." The echoes took it up, flying back and forth between the naked crags, trembling and shivering under the brassy arch of sky. "Come out, come out, come out." The Martian seemed to appear from thin air, a gray ghost rising out of the jumbled stones and standing poised not 20 feet away. For an instant, the shock of it was too much. Riordan gaped in disbelief. Kriega waited, quivering ever so faintly as if he were a mirage. The man shouted and lifted his rifle. Still the Martian stood there as if carved in gray stone, and with a shock of disappointment, Riordan thought that he had, after all, decided to give himself to an inevitable death. Well, it had been a good hunt. "So long," whispered Riordan and squeezed the trigger. Since the sandmouse had crawled into the barrel, the gun exploded. Riordan heard the roar and saw the barrel peel open like a rotten banana. He wasn't hurt, but as he staggered back from the shock, Kriega lunged at him. The Martian was 4 feet tall and skinny and weaponless, but he hit the earthling like a small tornado. His legs wrapped around the man's waist, and his hands got to work on the air hose. Riordan went down under the impact. He snarled tigerishly and fastened his hands on the Martian's narrow throat. Kriega snapped futilely at him with his beak. They rolled over in a cloud of dust. The brush began to chatter excitedly. Riordan tried to break Kriega's neck. The Martian twisted away, bored in again. With a shock of horror, the man heard the hiss of escaping air as Kriega's beak and fingers finally worried the air hose loose. An automatic valve clamped shut, but there was no connection with the pump now. Riordan cursed and got his hands about the Martian's throat again. He simply lay there, squeezing, and not all Kriega's writhing and twistings could break that grip. Riordan smiled sleepily and held his hands in place. After 5 minutes or so, Kriega was still. Riordan kept right on throttling him for another 5 minutes just to make sure. Then he let go, and fumbled at his back trying to reach the pump. The air in his suit was hot and foul. He couldn't quite reach around to connect the hose to the pump. Poor design, he thought vaguely. But then, these air suits weren't meant for battle armor. He looked at the slight, silent form of the Martian. A faint breeze ruffled the gray feathers. What a fighter the little guy had been. He'd be the pride of the trophy room back on Earth. Let's see now. He unrolled his sleeping bag and spread it carefully out. He'd never make it to the rocket with what air he had, so it was necessary to let the suspense scene into his suit. But he'd have to get inside the bag, lest the nights freeze his blood solid. He crawled in, fastening the flaps carefully, and opened the valve on the suspensine tank. Luckily he had it, but then, a good hunter thinks of everything. He'd get awfully bored lying here till Wisby caught the signal in 10 days or so, and came to find him. But he'd last. It would be an experience to remember. In this dry air, the Martian's skin would keep perfectly well. He felt the paralysis creep up on him, the waning of heartbeat and lung action. His senses and mind were still alive, and he grew aware that complete relaxation had its unpleasant aspects. Oh well, he'd won. He'd killed the wiliest game with his own hands. Presently, Kriega sat up. He felt himself gingerly. There seemed to be a rib broken. Well, that could be fixed. He was still alive. He'd been choked for a good 10 minutes, but a Martian can last 15 without air. He opened the sleeping bag and got Riordan's keys. Then he limped slowly back to the rocket. A day or two of experimentation taught him how to fly it. He'd go to his kinsmen near Syrtis, now that they had an earthly machine and earthly weapons to copy. But there was other business first. He didn't hate Riordan, but Mars is a hard world. He went back and dragged the Earthling into a cave and hid him beyond all possibility of human search parties finding him. For a while, he looked into the man's eyes. Horror stared dumbly back at him. He spoke slowly, in halting English. "For those you killed, and for being a stranger on a world that does not want you, and against the day when Mars is free, I leave you." Before departing, he got several oxygen tanks from the boat and hooked them into the man's air supply. There was quite a bit of air for one in suspended animation. Enough to keep him alive for 1,000 years. End of Duel on Syrtis by Paul Anderson. Recording by Sam Carcamo.
Nothing But the Best by Alan Cogan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. If he took the high road, and also the low road, he'd be in the same place afore himself. Nothing But the Best by Alan Cogan. Charles Meade stood on top of Hobson's Hill and stared at the town below, as though trying to imprint a permanent impression of the view on his memory. He paid particular attention to a wood and corrugated iron construction at the bottom of the hill by the railroad tracks, which bore a sign, Finley's Lumber Company. Well concealed in the bushes behind him, and humming mutely, were 4 black metal boxes, forming a small square. Antennae sprouted from each box, curving upward to form an arch in which the light seemed to vibrate and shimmer. Charles Meade made an adjustment on one of the boxes, then stepped quickly into the shimmering arch. Darkness smothered him immediately. There was a sudden, terrifying sensation of weightlessness, of falling. He kept pushing and pushing, although there seemed to be nothing to push against except swirling, spinning blackness. Then, suddenly, he was standing on another Hobson's Hill. The 4 black boxes had gone, but the blurred arch of light was still there. He fell to his knees, clutching in terror at the grass, trembling and breathless. The switch from one world to another was always unnerving. Immediately between worlds, the sensation of being in no world, of stepping into a bottomless abyss, always left him ragged with panic. He had not made the trip many times before, but he doubted if he would ever get used to it. The town looked substantially the same as the one he just left, though he was pleased to note that Finley's Lumber Company was no longer in sight. It was proof that he had made the switch successfully. For some reason, Finley never seemed to have established his business anywhere but in Charles Meade's world. There were similar changes in every world, some large changes, some small. But at least Hobson's Hill was always there, which is why he chose it as his jumping-off point. Charles Meade set off down the hill and along the highway into town. In a telephone booth he searched the directory, and then began walking again, with a new eagerness in his step. 10 minutes later he turned into the front porch of a small, neat, brick bungalow. He was about to press the bell button when he paused, listening. From inside the house he heard voices yelling, a man and a woman, strident with anger. Charles Meade smiled faintly and rather smugly, and put his fingers on the button. A moment later the front door opened, and at the same time he heard a woman's high heels stamping through to the back of the house. Then a door slammed. The man in the doorway wore moccasins, jeans, and a red plaid shirt. Except for the general sloppiness of his dress compared with the unwrinkled neatness of Charles Meade's expensive gray slacks and sport jacket, the pair could have been twins. Both were slim and tall, with the slightly stooped appearance of tall men. Their short, sandy hair and wide blue eyes gave them both a boyish look. "Chuck Meade?" Charles Meade asked. This one was sure to be called Chuck, he thought. The man nodded, frowning slightly. "Good," said Charles. "That's my name, too. May I come in?" He pushed his way past the bewildered Chuck Meade, went into the living room, and sat down. He began the speech he had prepared. It was the first time he had said it out loud to anyone, and, as he talked, he became painfully aware of how foolish it sounded. He knew that Chuck Meade was smiling behind the hand he had so casually cupped over his chin and mouth. In the tiny living room with its fading furnishings, its old mahogany piano, and the new TV, its old wedding pictures on the newly redecorated walls, talk of other worlds than this was hopelessly out of place. "Look, I'm wasting my time trying to explain," Charles Meade said. "I want you to come with me. Don't ask questions. What I have to show you will save hours of explanation." "What are you going to show me?" Chuck Meade asked. "Just come along with me," Charles persisted. He knew it was only a matter of time. The bewildering similarity between them had definitely aroused the other's curiosity. He noticed that, although Chuck Meade still smiled, it was an uneasy smile. "Okay," Chuck said. "Anything for a laugh. Where do we go?" "Hobson's Hill. I suppose you call it that in this world, too?" "That's what we call it," Chuck said, suppressing another grin. "In this world." "Let's go then," Charles urged, relieved that the toughest part was over. "There's nothing to worry about. You'll be completely safe." "Who's worrying?" challenged his counterpart pugnaciously. Charles pulled Chuck Meade, fighting and struggling all the way, into his own world, and together they stood on Hobson's Hill, overlooking the town. "Scares me silly every time I make the crossing," Charles confessed breathlessly. Chuck's fingers still clutched his arm, digging painfully into the flesh as though he expected the ground to crumble away at any moment. "You're okay now," Charles assured him. He pressed the switches on the square of black boxes, and the humming noise ceased. The arch collapsed. "Just look around you and see if this isn't a different world. You'll notice we have a Finley's Lumber Company here, which you don't have in your world. That's only one minor difference. Come on home with me and I'll give you all the proof you could want." Charles Meade's home was a spacious villa set well back from the road, in pleasant, handsomely kept grounds. They went inside, and Charles led the way upstairs to the den, a bright paneled room at the back of the house. "Nice place," Chuck said, awed. "I suppose it is," Charles agreed. "Sit down. We've got a lot to talk about." He poured drinks from a well-stocked cabinet and settled in an easy chair. "Now then, I want to know if you're really convinced of this business of other worlds." "Sure," Chuck said. "Unless you've got me doped or hypnotized, or I'm dreaming or something. It all seems real enough." "It is real." Ice cubes clinked as Charles tilted his glass and drank. "Now let's get down to business. Just listen to what I have to say, and don't interrupt. I want you to think for a moment about those times in your life when you had to make a decision or choose between two alternative courses of action, which would have affected your whole life. Have you ever wondered, when you made your choice, what would have happened if you'd chosen the other alternative? For instance, if you arrived at a situation where two jobs were available and you chose one, wouldn't you sometimes wonder how things would have been if you had chosen the other job? I think I can show you, he continued, that when we reach such situations and finally select a course of action, we also take the other course at the same time. I'm going to try to prove to you that an alternative world somehow comes into existence in which you live your other life. As a matter of fact, you and I sprang from one of those decisive moments. I'm pretty sure I know which one, too. He cut short his guest's protest with a quick wave of his hand. You really can't argue with me about it. You've seen two worlds already. Surely you don't think it ends there. After all, we live in an infinite universe. Why shouldn't we be infinite creatures living out the infinite possibilities of our lives? Still, to return to you and me, your wife's name is Kathy, isn't it? Yeah, is yours? My wife is called Estelle. Does that mean anything to you? Chuck put down his drink and straightened suddenly. You mean Estelle Defoe? That's right. If you want to make sure we're talking about the same girl, go look out the window. Chuck stood up and leaned over the sill. Outside, surrounded by close-trimmed green lawn, was a swimming pool. Beside the pool, a shapely blonde was stretched out, face down on a red towel, like some bright, beautiful calendar girl. She wore the bottom half of a green-striped bikini. The top half lay on the grass beside her. My God, that's Estelle, all right, Chuck exclaimed. I'd know her anywhere. Still got that terrific figure, too. I suppose she is hard to forget after how long? Just over 7 years, isn't it? Isn't that how long you've been married? How do you know? Can't you guess? Remember 7 or 8 years ago how you tortured yourself choosing between two girls, Estelle or Kathy? Remember how hard it was to arrive at a decision? It wasn't too difficult. I chose Kathy. I know, Charles said, smiling. I was left with Estelle. Or perhaps it was the other way around. Don't you see? I am you and you are me. If there's any difference between us, it's only what the last 7 years have done to us. It was one of those decisions I spoke of, when one of us followed one path, leaving the other to explore the other path. That's crazy. I happen to know Estelle married a major in the army years ago and went out west to live. In your world, maybe, Charles said, but the one in this world married me. Chuck looked enviously out the window. Lucky you. He made a gesture that took in the room, the girl, the magnificent house, the beautiful garden. Did Estelle make you rich, too? Not the way you seem to be figuring. Her father gave me a job in his electronics business, and I did some profitable research for him. Now I'm a partner in the firm. We have a big plant on the other side of town. As a matter of fact, it was while I was in the lab out there that I stumbled on these alternative worlds. By sheer accident, I crossed into another world and almost scared myself to death. By the way, he went on, what happened to you after you married Kathy? I often wondered what it would have been like being married to her. It's all right, I guess, Chuck said. We got married and bought a house. A couple of years ago, I went into business on my own. Hi-fi and TV repairs. Business isn't too bad. He flashed another look at the golden girl sunning herself by the pool. Estelle hasn't changed much in all these years, he said nostalgically. She's still as beautiful as ever. Then he banged his glass down hard on the windowsill. You must be trying to put something over on me. What's the gag? There's no gag, Charles assured him. Besides, there's more to come. Like what? I mentioned earlier about this being an infinite universe. There must be more than just the world you live in and the world I live in. Think it over. Millions of everybody making decisions all the time, following one path and discarding another. There must be millions of worlds, an infinite number of them. Chuck drained his glass and went back to the cabinet to help himself. It's not just theory, Charles insisted. I know there's more than just our two worlds. I've seen a couple of them. I could take you to them. And every time anyone makes a decision, new ones spring into existence. Do you follow me? I guess so, Chuck said. As much as anyone can follow a thing like that. I'm still not finished. Hold it, Charles cut in abruptly. Before we get tangled up any further, what am I doing here? I had to tell someone, Charles said. I couldn't keep a thing like this to myself. Yet who could I tell? I thought it over and said nothing to anyone in this world, because it suddenly occurred to me that the best person to confide in was one of my hundreds of selves. Quit it, Chuck begged. You'll drive me nuts, you and your hundreds of selves. You're one of them, Charles reminded him. The others all exist somewhere. I just happened to reach you by accident. When I started down Hobson's Hill, I didn't know which Charles Meade would be in the town. After all, I've made dozens of big decisions in the past few years. There must be plenty of other Charles Meades in existence. That still doesn't explain why you brought me here. Don't tell me you intend to round up all the different versions of yourself. If so, count me out. You're getting warm, Charles said. If you'll bear with me a little longer, I'll stretch your imagination again. Chuck groaned and settled down resignedly in the armchair. If there really are all these worlds, Charles began, and I can't see why there shouldn't be, then a world must exist where there's a Charles Meade who never made a wrong decision. A Charles Meade who did everything right, who never made a wrong move in his life. Of course, there must also be one of us who never made a right decision, to say nothing of all the endless varieties between the two extreme cases. But of course, I'm not concerned with them. Chuck stood watching the sleeping girl by the ornamental pool, looking back, thinking back over 7 years. Then he went over to the cabinet and poured himself another drink, a strong one. So what if there is a perfect Charles Meade somewhere? What about him? I'd like to see him, Charles said. I'd like to see such a world. Wouldn't you? In your place? Not a chance. What's wrong with the world you're in now? It looks pretty good to me. A lot better than mine. Beautiful wife, big house, big shot in the company. It's a matter of what you're used to, Charles said dryly. I hope you don't mind me saying this. We are brothers, more rather than less. When I called on you, I'm sure I heard you fighting with Kathy. Do you fight often? I guess we do, Charles said, from time to time. Estelle and I fight all the time. I still regret marrying her, even though I got rich because of it. Anyway, we don't get along. We don't even try to manage. There were plenty of times when I regret not marrying Kathy. She seems to me to be a nice, homey, comfortable sort of kid. I hope you're not suggesting we trade places, Chuck said. Of course not. I told you, I'm searching for the perfect world. Charles Meade's Utopia. He raised his glass in a mock toast. Want to come along? Chuck Meade was silent, looking out of the window onto the lawn. The girl by the pool stirred briefly in her sunny slumber. Weren't you ever happy with Estelle? He asked. Charles shrugged. I suppose I was at first, but we soon grew tired of each other. I was tied up with business, and Estelle wanted a good time. That's funny, Chuck said wistfully. But when Kathy and I started to drift apart, I began to have Estelle on my mind all the time. I used to imagine how much better things would have been if I'd married her instead. I guess we both made a poor choice. Probably the perfect Charles Meade didn't choose either girl. If I failed with Kathy and you failed with Estelle, I wouldn't be surprised if the Charles Meade who, got away didn't fail in some other world. Kathy and Estelle were a couple of nice kids. Maybe it wasn't their fault entirely. Maybe it was the fault of Charles and Chuck Meade. Possibly, said Charles a little warily, but that sort of argument gets us nowhere. You still can't disprove that there is a perfect Charles Meade somewhere. I doubt if he's perfect, Chuck said. Making the correct decisions all the time doesn't necessarily make him perfect. Besides, even if you did meet him, it wouldn't alter you in any way. You'd be the same person you are now. I'd still like to find him. I'll bet you wouldn't know him if you saw him, and you might waste a whole lifetime looking. Then, if you did find him, what makes you think he'd want to hang around? At least, if he did kick me out, I'd know he'd made the absolutely correct decision, Charles said, smiling. Well, don't count me in on your search. If you take my advice, you'll smash your invention, or whatever it is, and stay in your own world. There's nothing to be gained by exploring the paths you might have followed. What's to be gained by not going? That's up to you. You can stay and make the best of your own world. You're a fine one to talk. Are you going back to your own life, to Kathy, even though you don't get along with her? Nodding empathetically, Chuck said, Of course. Your utopia is as removed from me as heaven or hell. The important thing is not the hundreds of lives you could have led, or all the possibilities that occurred in your lifetime. The thing that counts is what you do with the one lifetime that's given to you. You're not happy with Estelle, so you blame Estelle, thinking you'd be happier with Kathy, or someone else. I felt the same way about Kathy, and thought I'd be happier with Estelle. Now that you've given us both the opportunity to see ourselves ruining both lives, we can see that it's possibly us at fault. If you want to find the perfect Charles Meade, you have to find him inside yourself, not in some untouchable world. You should have been a minister, Charles told him. You preach a good sermon. Chuck's boyish face reddened suddenly. It still goes anyway. Perhaps I've spent more time than you lately wondering why my marriage is breaking up. Maybe I have the answer now. So you're going back to the little woman, filled with love and kisses and a heart full of hope. Forget it, Chuck said. Forget I said anything at all. Don't worry about it. No hard feelings. You're perfectly free to do or say what you like. He suddenly smiled, and then began to laugh aloud. What's funny? Chuck asked. Plenty, said Charles. I just realized we both made decisions a few minutes ago. We both chose between two alternatives. You decided to go home to Kathy instead of going with me. I decided to go on with my quest instead of going back to Estelle. What about it? Remember what I told you? Every time you choose one of two alternative courses of action, another world comes into existence in which you follow the other course of action. Don't you see what that means? Charles Meade said goodbye to Chuck as they stood on top of Hobson's Hill. Then, when Chuck had vanished, he switched off his equipment and set about camouflaging the black boxes in the bushes. It was too late in the day to make a second attempt at crossing into another world, and he decided to wait until tomorrow. When a man is seeking perfection, he told himself, it paid to be patient and cautious, and not to rush headlong into things. Presently, when he was satisfied with his work of concealing the apparatus, he set off down the hill. Chuck Meade came through the harrowing experience of crossing worlds and stood once more on the top of Hobson's Hill in his own world. He glanced all around him nervously, reassuring himself that he was in his own world again. Then he took a crumpled cigarette from his shirt pocket and inhaled hungrily, while he waited for his heart to stop its frantic hammering. Had he really been in another world, he wondered? And had he really seen Estelle? Presently, as he recalled events, his train of thought brought him around to Kathy, and his decision. She would still be mad at him after the fight they had had when Charles arrived. Funny, now he couldn't remember what they had been quarreling about. It seemed any little thing would start them off these days. But it wasn't too late. He was sure of that now. The situation could be repaired. There was still time. With a quick, determined gesture, he flung the cigarette away from him, and with a new spring in his stride, he set off down the hill. Somewhere in the infinite universe, among the myriad worlds and possibilities, was a world born of a decision. In this world, Charles Meade stood on top of Hobson's Hill, dismantling his apparatus. He was finished with it, was going to destroy it as soon as he got home. Chuck had been right. He was a fool to think of leaving Estelle for a mad dream. Strange, he thought, the way he had neglected her all these years. A girl like Estelle needed warmth and gaiety and affection, not the boorish neglect of an idiot who wished he was in another world. He was lucky. He realized that she was still there to go home to. With the act of making his decision, he felt a new peace of mind he had not experienced in years. At least he was about to tackle a problem within his grasp, not some ridiculous and impossible hunt through the infinity of alien worlds. He shook his head, genuinely puzzled. How on earth could he have considered such an absurd notion, he wondered as he shouldered his equipment and set off down the hill. In yet another world, also born of a decision, Charles and Chuck Meade emerged on top of Hobson's Hill. They looked about them eagerly, pointing out the landmarks in the town below. "This one's really different," Charles said excitedly. "Look, there's no lumber yard, and not even the railroad tracks. And that tall gray building downtown is new, too." "Let's go," Chuck urged. "Let's take a look." "Take it easy," Charles cautioned, his hand on Chuck's arm. "We'll have to be careful about this. Remember, we're looking for the best, the perfect world." "Okay," Chuck said. "Even if it takes a lifetime, we settle for nothing but the best." And together, like two wise men off to seek the truth itself, and, at the same time, like two schoolboys on some youthful adventure, they set off down the hill. The end of Nothing But the Best by Alan Cogan.
Yesterday House by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Green. Yesterday House by Fritz Leiber. Meeting someone who's been dead for 20 years is shocking enough for anyone with a belief in ghosts. Worse for one with none. Part 1. The narrow cove was quiet as the face of an expectant child, yet so near the ruffled Atlantic that the last push of wind carried the Anio its full length. The man in gray flannels and sweatshirt let the sail come crumpling down and hurried past its white folds at a gait made comically awkward by his cramped muscles. Slowly the rocky ledge came nearer. Slowly the blue V inscribed on the cove's surface by the sloop's prow died. Sloop and ledge kissed so gently that he hardly had to reach out his hand. He scrambled ashore, dipping a sneaker in the icy water, and threw the line around a boulder. Unkinking himself, he looked back through the cove's high and rocky mouth at the gray-green scattering of islands and the faint dark line that was the coast of Maine. He almost laughed in satisfaction at having disregarded vague warnings and done the thing every man yearns to do once in his lifetime. Gone to the farthest island out. He must have looked longer than he realized, because by the time he dropped his gaze, the cove was again as glassy as if the Anio had always been there, and the splotches made by his sneaker on the rock had faded in the hot sun. There was something very unusual about the quietness of this place, as if time, elsewhere hurrying frantically, paused here to rest. as if all changes were erased on this one bit of earth. The man's lean, melancholy face crinkled into a grin at the banal fancy. He turned his back on his new friend, the little green sloop, without one thought for his nets and specimen bottles, and set out to explore. The ground rose steeply at first, and the oaks were close. But after a little way, things went downhill, and the leaves thinned, and he came out on more rocks, and realized he hadn't quite gone to the furthest one out. Joined to this island by a rocky spine, which at the present low tide would have been dry but for the spray, was another green, high island that the first had masked from him all the while he had been sailing. He felt the thrill of discovery, just as he'd wondered back in the woods whether his might not be the first human feet to kick through the underbrush. After all, there were thousands of these islands. Then he was dropping down the rocks, his lanky limbs now moving smoothly enough. To the landward side of the spine, the water was fairly still. It even began with another deep cove in which he glimpsed the spiny spheres of sea urchins. But from seaward the waves chopped in, sprinkling his trousers to the knees and making him wince pleasurably at the thought of what vast wings of spray and towers of solid water must crash up from here in a storm. He crossed the rocks at a trot, ran up a short grassy slope, raced through a fringe of trees, and came straight up against an 8-foot fence of heavy mesh topped with barbed wire and backed at a short distance with high, heavy shrubbery. Without pausing for surprise, in fact, in his holiday mood, using surprise as a goad, he jumped for the branch of an oak whose trunk touched the fence, scorning the easier lower branch on the other side of the tree. He then drew himself up, worked his way to some higher branches that crossed the fence, and dropped down inside. Suddenly cautious, he gently parted the shrubbery, and before the first surprise could really sink in, had another. A closely mown lawn dotted with more shrubbery ran up to a snug white Cape Cod cottage. The single strand of a radio aerial stretched the length of the roof. Parked on a neat gravel driveway that crossed just in front of the cottage was a short, square-lined touring car that he recognized from remembered pictures as an ancient Essex. The whole scene had about it the same odd quietness as the cove. Then, with the air of a clockwork toy coming to life, the white door opened and an elderly woman came out, dressed in a long lace-edged dress and wide lacy hat. She climbed into the driver's seat of the Essex, sitting there very stiff and tall. The motor began to chug bravely, gravel skittered, and the car rolled off between the trees. The door of the house opened again, and a slim girl emerged. She wore a white silk dress that fell straight from the square neckline to hip-height waistline, making the skirt seem very short. Her dark hair was bound with a white bandeau so that it curved close to her cheeks. A dark necklace dangled against the white of the dress. A newspaper was tucked under her arm. She crossed the driveway and tossed the paper down on a rattan table between 3 rattan chairs and stood watching a squirrel zigzag across the lawn. The man stepped through the wall of shrubbery, called "Hello!" and walked toward her. She whirled around and stared at him as still as if her heart had stopped beating. Then she darted behind the table and waited for him there. Granting the surprise of his appearance, her alarm seemed not so much excessive as eerie. As if, the man thought, he were not an ordinary stranger, but a visitor from another planet. Approaching closer, he saw that she was trembling, and that her breath was coming in rapid, irregular gasps. Yet the slim, sweet, patrician face that stared into his had an underlying expression of expectancy that reminded him of the cove. She couldn't have been more than 18. He stopped short of the table. Before he could speak, she stammered out, "Are you he?" "What do you mean?" he asked, smiling puzzledly. "The one who sends me the little boxes." "I was out sailing, and I happened to land in the far cove. I didn't dream that anyone lived on this island or even came here." "No one ever does come here," she replied. Her manner had changed, becoming at once more wary and less agitated, though still eerily curious. "It startled me tremendously to find this place," he blundered on. "Especially the road and the car. Why, this island can't be more than 1/4 of a mile wide. The road goes down to the wharf, she explained, and up to the top of the island where my aunts have a tree house. He tore his mind away from the picture of a woman dressed like Queen Mary clambering up a tree. Was that your aunt I saw driving off? One of them. The other's taken the motorboat in for supplies. She looked at him doubtfully. I'm not sure they'd like it if they find someone here. There are just the three of you, he cut in quickly, looking down the empty road that vanished among the oaks. She nodded. I suppose you go into the mainland with your aunts quite often. She shook her head. It must get pretty dull for you. Not very, she said, smiling. My aunts bring me the papers and other things, even movies. We've got a projector. My favorite stars are Antonio Marino and Alice Terry. I like her better even than Clara Bow. He looked at her hard for a moment. I suppose you read a lot? She nodded. Fitzgerald's my favorite author. She started around the table, hesitated, suddenly grew shy. Would you like some lemonade? He noticed the dude's silver pitcher, but only now realized his thirst. Yet when she handed him a glass, he held it untasted and said awkwardly, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Jack Barry. She stared at his outstretched right hand, slowly extended her own toward it, shook it up and down exactly once, then quickly dropped it. He chuckled and gulped some lemonade. I'm a biology student. Been working at Woods Hole the first part of the summer, but now I'm here to do research in marine ecology. That sort of sea life patterns of the inshore islands, under the direction of Professor Kesserich. You know about him, of course. She shook her head. Probably the greatest living biologist, he was proud to inform her. Human physiology as well. Tremendous geneticist, in a class with Carlson and Jacques Loeb. Martin Kesserich, he lives over there at town. I'm staying with him. You ought to have heard of him. He grinned. Matter of fact, I'd never have met you if it hadn't been for Mrs. Kesserich. The girl looked puzzled. Jack explained. The old boy's been off to Europe on some conferences. Won't be back for a couple more days, but I was to get started anyhow. When I went out this morning, Mrs. Kesserich, she's a drab sort of person, said to me, don't try to sail to the farther islands. So, of course, I had to. By the way, you still haven't told me your name. Mary Alice Pope, she said, speaking slowly with an odd wonder, as if she were saying it for the first time. You're pretty shy, aren't you? How would I know? The question stopped Jack. He couldn't think of anything to say to this strangely attractive girl dressed almost like a flapper. Will you sit down? She asked him gravely. The rattan chair sighed under his weight. He made another effort to talk. I'll bet you'll be glad when summer's over. Why? So you'll be able to go back to the mainland. But I never go to the mainland. You mean you stay out here all winter? He asked incredulously, his mind filled with a vision of snow and frozen spray and great gray waves. Oh yes, we get all our supplies on hand before winter. My aunts are very capable. They don't always wear long lace dresses, and now I help them. But that's impossible, he said with sudden sympathetic anger. You can't be shut off this way from people your own age. You're the first one I ever met. She hesitated. I never saw a boy or a man before, except in movies. You're joking. No, it's true. But why are they doing it to you? He demanded, leaning forward. Why are they inflicting this loneliness on you, Mary? She seemed to have gained poise from his loss of it. I don't know why. I'm to find out soon, but actually, I'm not lonely. May I tell you a secret? She touched his hand, this time with only the faintest trembling. Every night the loneliness gathers in around me. You're right about that. But then every morning, new life comes to me in a little box. What's that? He said sharply. Sometimes there's a poem in the box, sometimes a book or pictures or flowers or a ring, but always a note. Next to the notes, I like the poems best. My favorite is the one by Matthew Arnold that ends, Ah, love, let us be true to one another. For the world which seems to lie before us like a land of dreams, so various, so beautiful, so new, hath really neither joy nor love, nor light, no certitude. Wait a minute, he interrupted. Who sends you those boxes? I don't know. But how are the notes signed? They're wonderful notes, she said. So wise, so gay, so tender, you'd imagine them being written by John Barrymore or Lindbergh. Yes, but how are they signed? She hesitated. Never anything but your lover. And so when you first saw me, you thought... He began and then stopped because she was blushing. How long have you been getting them? Ever since I can remember. I have 2 closets of the boxes. The new ones are either by my bed when I wake or at my place at breakfast. But how does this person get these boxes to you out here? Does he give them to your aunts, and do they put them there? I'm not sure. But how can they get them in winter? I don't know. Look here, he said, pouring himself more lemonade. How long is it since you've been to the mainland? Almost 18 years. My aunts tell me I was born there in the middle of the war. What war? He asked startledly, spilling some lemonade. The World War, of course. What's the matter? Jack Barr was staring down at the spilled lemonade and feeling a kind of terror he'd never experienced in his waking life. Nothing around him had changed. He could still feel the same hot sun on his shoulders, the same icy glass in his hand, scent the same lemon acid odor in his nostrils. He could still hear the faint chop-chop of the waves. And yet everything had changed, gone dark and dizzy as a landscape glimpsed just before a faint. All the little false notes had come to a sudden focus, for the lemonade had spilled on the headline of the newspaper the girl had tossed down, and the headline read, Hitler in New Defiance. Under the big black banner of that head swam smaller ones. Foes of Machado riot in Havana. Big NRA parade planned. Balbo speaks in New York. Suddenly he felt a surge of relief. He had noticed that the paper was yellow and brittle-edged. Why are you so interested in old newspapers? He asked. I wouldn't call day before yesterday's paper old, the girl objected, pointing to the dateline, July 20, 1933. You're trying to joke, Jack told her. No, I'm not. But it's 1953. Now it's you who are joking. But the paper's yellow. The paper's always yellow. He laughed uneasily. Well, if you actually think it's 1933, perhaps you're to be envied, he said, with a sardonic humor he didn't quite feel. Then you can't know anything about the Second World War or television or the V2s or bikini bathing suits or the atomic bomb or stop. She had sprung up and retreated around her chair, white-faced. I don't like what you're saying. But no, please. Jokes that may be quite harmless on the mainland sound different here. I'm really not joking, he said after a moment. She grew quite frantic at that. I can show you all last week's papers. I can show you magazines and other things. I can prove it. She started toward the house. He followed. He felt his heart begin to pound. At the white door, she paused, looking worriedly down the road. Jack thought he could hear the faint chug of a motorboat. She pushed open the door, and he followed her inside. The small windowed room was dark after the sunlight. Jack got an impression of solid old furniture, a fireplace with brass andirons.
Fresh,
Croaked a gritty voice.
After their disastrous break day before yesterday, stocks are recovering. Bleeding issues.
Jack realized that he had started, and had involuntarily put his arm around the girl's shoulders. At the same time, he noticed that the voice was coming from the curved brown trumpet of an old-fashioned radio loudspeaker. The girl didn't pull away from him. He turned toward her. Although her gray eyes were on him, her attention had gone elsewhere. I can hear the car. They're coming back. They won't like it that you're here. All right, they won't like it. Her agitation grew. No, you must go. I'll come back tomorrow, he heard himself saying.
Flash, it looks like the World Economic Conference may soon adjourn, mouthing jeers at old Uncle Sam, who's generally referred to as Uncle Shylock.
Jack felt a numbness on his neck. The room seemed to be darkening, the girl growing stranger still. You must go before they see you.
Flash! Wiley Post has just completed his solo circuit of the globe. After a record-breaking flight of 7 days, 18 hours, and 45 minutes. Asked how he felt after the energizing feat, Post quit.
He was halfway across the lawn before he realized the terror into which the grating radio voice had thrown him. He leaped for the branch overhanging the fence, vaulted up with the risky help of a foot on the barbed top. A surprised squirrel, lacking time to make its escape up the trunk, sprang to the ground ahead of him. With terrible suddenness, 2 steel-jawed semicircles clanked together just over the squirrel's head. Jack landed with 1 foot to either side of the sprung trap, while the squirrel darted off with a squeak. Jack plunged down the slope to the rocky spine and ran across it, spray from the rising waves spattering him to the waist. Panting now, he stumbled up into the oaks and undergrowth of the first island, fought his way through it, finally reached the silent cove. He loosed the line of the Anio, dragged it as near to the cove's mouth as he could, plunged knee-deep into freezing water to give it a final shove, scrambled aboard, snatched up the boat hook, and punched at the rocks. As soon as the Anio was nosing out of the cove into the crosswaves, he yanked up the sail. The refreshing wind filled it and sent the sloop heeling over, with inches of white water over the lee rail, and plunging ahead. For a long while, Jack was satisfied to think of nothing but the wind and the waves and the sail and speed and danger, to have all his attention taken up balancing one against the other so that he wouldn't have to ask himself what year it was, and whether time was an illusion, and wonder about flappers and hidden traps. When he finally looked back at the island, he was amazed to see how tiny it had grown, as distant as the mainland. Then he saw a gray motorboat astern. He watched it as it slowly overtook him. It was built like a lifeboat, with a sturdy low cabin in the bow and wheel amidship. Whoever was at the wheel had long gray hair that whipped in the wind. The longer he looked, the surer he was it was a woman wearing a lace dress. Something that stuck up inches over the cabin flashed darkly beside her. Only when she lifted it to the roof of the cabin did it occur to him that it might be a rifle. But just then the motorboat swung around in a turn that sent waves drenching over it, and headed back towards the island. He watched it for a minute in wonder. Then his attention was jolted by an angry hail. 3 fishing smacks, also headed towards town, were about to cross his bow. He came around into the wind and waited with shaking sail, watching a man in a lumpy sweater shake a fist at him. Then he turned and gratefully followed the dark, wide, fan-like sterns and age-yellowed sails. Part 2. The exterior of Martin Cuserich's home, a weathered white cube with narrow, sharp-paned windows topped by a cupola, was nothing like its lavish interior. In much the same way, Mrs. Cusserich classed with the darkly gleaming furniture, Persian rugs, and bronze vases around her. Her shapeless black form, poised awkwardly on the edge of a huge sofa, made Jack think of a cow that had strayed into the drawing room. He wondered again how a man like Cusserich had come to marry such a creature. Yet, when she lifted up her little eyes from the shadows, he had an uneasy feeling that she knew a great deal about him. The eyes were still those of a domestic animal, but of a wise one, that has been watching the house a long, long while from the barnyard. He asked abruptly, "Do you know anything of a girl around here named Mary Alice Pope?" The silence lasted so long that he began to think she had gone into some bovine trance. Then, without a word, she got up and went over to a tall cabinet. Feeling on a ledge behind it for a key, she opened a panel, opened a cardboard box inside it, took something from the box and handed him a photograph. He held it up to the failing light and sucked in his breath with surprise. It was a picture of the girl he had met that afternoon. Same flat-bosomed dress, flowered rather than white, no bandeau, same beads, same proud, demure expression, perhaps a bit happier. "That is Mary Alice Pope," Mrs. Cusserich said in a strangely flat voice. "She was Martin's fiancée. She was killed in a railway accident in 1933. The small sound of the cabinet door closing brought Jack back to reality. He realized that he no longer had the photograph. Against the gloom by the cabinet, Mrs. Keserich's white face looked at him with what seemed a malicious eagerness. "Sit down," she said, "and I'll tell you about it." Without a thought as to why she hadn't asked him a single question, he was much too dazed for that. He obeyed. Mrs. Kesserich resumed her position on the edge of the sofa. "You must understand, Mr. Barr, that Mary Alice Pope was the one love of Martin's life. He is a man of very deep and strong feelings, yet, as you probably know, anything but kindly or demonstrative. Even when he first came here from Hungary with his older sisters, Hani and Hilda, there was a cloak of loneliness about him, or rather about the three of them. Hani and Hilda were athletic outdoor women, yet fiercely proud. I don't imagine they ever spoke to anyone in America except as to a servant, and with a seething distaste for all men except Martin. They showered all their devotion on him, so of course, though Martin didn't realize it, they were consumed with jealousy when he fell in love with Mary Alice Pope. They thought that since he'd reached 40 without marrying, he was safe. Mary Alice came from a purebred, or as a biologist would say, inbred, British stock. She was very young, but very sweet, and up to a point very wise. She sensed Hani and Hilda's feelings right away and did everything she could to win them over. For instance, though she was afraid of horses, she took up horseback riding, because that was Hani and Hilda's favorite pastime. Naturally, Martin knew nothing of her fear, and naturally his sisters knew about it from the first. But, and here's where Mary's wisdom fell short, her brave gesture did not pacify them. It only increased their hatred. Except for his research, Martin was blind to everything but his love. It was a beautiful and yet frightening passion, an insane cherishing as narrow and intense as his sister's hatred. With a start, Jack remembered that it was Mrs. Kesserich telling him all this. She went on. Martin's love directed his every move. He was building a home for himself and Mary, and in his mind, he was building a wonderful future for them as well. Not vaguely, if you know Martin, but year by year, month by month. This winter, he'd planned, they would visit Buenos Aires. Next summer, they would sail down the inland passage, and he would teach Mary Hungarian for their trip to Budapest the year after, where he would occupy a chair at the university for a few months, and so on. Finally, the time for their marriage drew near. Martin had been away. His research was keeping him very busy. Jack broke in with, "Wasn't that about the time he did his definitive work on growth and fertilization?" Mrs. Kesserich nodded with solemn appreciation in the gathering darkness. But now he was coming home, his work done. It was early evening, very chilly, but Hani and Hilda felt they had to ride down to the station to meet their brother. And although she dreaded it, Mary rode with them, for she knew how delighted he would be at her cantering up to the puffing train and his running up to lift her down from the saddle to welcome him home. Of course there was Martin's luggage to be considered, so the station wagon had to be sent down for that. She looked defiantly at Jack. I drove the station wagon. I was Martin's laboratory assistant. She paused. It was almost dark, but there was still a white, cold line of sky to the west. Hani and Hilda, with Mary between them, were waiting on their horses at the top of the hill that led down to the station. The train had whistled, and its headlight was graying the gravel of the crossing. Suddenly Mary's horse squealed and plunged down the hill. Hani and Hilda followed, to try to catch her, they said, but they didn't manage that, only kept her horse from veering off. Mary never screamed, but as her horse reared on the tracks, I saw her face in the headlight's glare. Martin must have guessed, or at least feared what had happened, for he was out of the train and running along the track before it stopped. In fact, he was the first to kneel down beside Mary. I mean, what had been Mary, and was holding her all bloody and shattered in his arms. A door slammed. There were steps in the hall. Mrs. Kesserich stiffened and was silent. Jack turned. The blur of a face hung in the doorway to the hall, a seemingly young, sensitive, suavely handsome face with aristocratic jaw. Then there was a click, and the lights flared up, and Jack saw the close-cropped gray hair and the lines around the eyes and nostrils, while the sensitive mouth grew sardonic. Yet the handsomeness stayed, and somehow the youth too, or at least a tremendous inner vibrancy. "Hello, Bar," Martin Kesserich said, ignoring his wife. The great biologist had come home. Part 3. Oh, yes, and Jameson had a feeble paper on what he called individualization in marine worms. Bar, have you ever thought much about the larger aspects of the problem of individuality? Jack jumped slightly. He had let his thoughts wander very far. "Not especially, sir," he mumbled. The house was still. A few minutes after the professor's arrival, Mrs. Kesserich had gone off with an anxious glance at Jack. He knew why, and wished he could reassure her that he would not mention their conversation to the professor. Kesserich had spent perhaps half an hour briefing him on the more important papers delivered at the conferences. Then, almost as if it were a teacher's trick to show up a pupil's inattention, he had suddenly posed this question about individuality. "You know what I mean, of course," Kesserich pressed. "The factors that make you, you, and me." "Heredity and environment," Jack parroted like a freshman. Kesserich nodded. "Suppose, this is just speculation, that we could control heredity and environment. Then we could recreate the same individual at will." Jack felt a shiver go through him. To get exactly the same pattern of hereditary traits, that'd be far beyond us. "What about identical twins?" Kesserich pointed out. "And then there's parthenogenesis to be considered. One might produce a duplicate of the mother without the intervention of the male." Although his voice had grown more idly speculative, Kesserich seemed to Jack to be smiling secretly. "There are many examples in the lower animal forms, to say nothing of the technique by which Loeb caused a sea urchin to reproduce with no more stimulus than a salt solution." Jack felt the hair rising on his neck. Even then, you wouldn't get exactly the same pattern of hereditary traits. Not if the parent were a very pure stock. Not if there was some special technique for selecting ova that would reproduce all the mother's traits. "But environment would change things," Jack objected. "The duplicate would be bound to develop differently." "Is environment so important? Newman tells about a pair of identical twins separated from birth, unaware of each other's existence. They met by accident when they were 21. Each was a telephone repairman. Each had a wife the same age. Each had a baby son. And each had a fox terrier called Trixie. That's without trying to make environments similar. But suppose you did try. Suppose you saw to it that each of them had exactly the same experiences at the same times." For a moment it seemed to Jack that the room was dimming and wavering, becoming a dark pool in which the only motionless thing was Kesserich's sphinx-like face. "Well, we've escaped quite far enough from Jameson's marine worms," the biologist said, all brisk again. He said it as if Jack were the one who had led the conversation down wild and unprofitable channels. "Let's get on to your project. I want to talk it over now, because I won't have any time for it tomorrow." Jack looked at him blankly. "Tomorrow I must attend to a very important matter," the biologist explained. Part 4. Morning sunlight brightened the colors of the wax flowers under the glass on the high bureau that always seemed to emit the faint odor of old hair combings. Jack pulled back the diamond-patterned quilt and blinked the sleep from his eyes. He expected his mind to be busy wondering about Kesserich and his wife, things said and half-said last night, but found instead that his thoughts swung instantly to Mary Alice Pope, as if to a farthest island in a world of people. Downstairs the house was empty. After a long look at the cabinet, he felt behind it, but the key was gone. He hurried down to the waterfront. He stopped only for a bowl of chowder and, as an afterthought, to buy a half a dozen newspapers. The sea was bright, the brisk wind just right for the Anio. There was eagerness in the way it smacked the sail and in the creak of the mast. And when he reached the cove, it was no longer still but nervous with faint ripples, as if time had finally begun to stir. After the same struggle with the underbrush, he came out on the rocky spine and passed the cove of sea urchins. The spiny creatures struck an uncomfortable chord in his memory. This time he climbed the second island cautiously, scraping the innocent-seeming ground ahead of him intently with a boat-hook he'd brought along for the purpose. He was only a few yards from the fence when he saw Mary Alice Pope standing behind it. He hadn't realized that his heart would begin to pound, or that, at the same time, A shiver of almost supernatural dread would go through him. The girl eyed him with an uneasy hostility and immediately began to speak in a hushed, hurried voice. "You must go away at once and never come back. You're a wicked man, but I don't want you to be hurt. I've been watching for you all morning." He tossed the newspapers over the fence. "You don't have to read them now," he told her. "Just look at the date lines and a few of the headlines." When she finally lifted her eyes to his again, she was trembling. She tried unsuccessfully to speak. "Listen to me," he said. "You've been the victim of a scheme to make you believe you were born around 1916 instead of 1933, and that it's 1933 now instead of 1951. I'm not sure why it's been done, though I think I know who you really are." "But," the girl faltered, "my aunts tell me it's 1933. "They would. And there are the papers, the magazines, the radio." "The papers are old ones. The radio's faked, some sort of recording. I could show you if I could get at it." "These papers might be faked," she said, pointing to where she'd let them drop on the ground. "They're new," he said. "Only old papers get yellow." "But why would they do it to me? Why?" "Come with me to the mainland, Mary. That'll set you straight quicker than anything." "I couldn't," she said, drawing back. "He's coming tonight." "He?" "The man who sends me the boxes and my life." Jack shivered. When he spoke, his voice was rough and quick. "A life that's completely a lie, that's cut you off from the world. Come with me, Mary." She looked up at him wonderingly. For perhaps 10 seconds the silence held and the spell of her eerie sweetness deepened. "I love you, Mary," Jack said softly. She took a step back. "Really, Mary, I do." She shook her head. "I don't know what's true. Go away." "Mary," he pleaded, "read the papers I've given to you. Think things through. I'll wait for you here." "You can't. My aunts would find you." "Then I'll go away and come back. About sunset, will you give me an answer?" She looked at him. Suddenly she whirled around. He, too, heard the chuff of the Essex. "They'll find us," she said, "and if they find you, I don't know what they'll do. Quick, run." She darted off herself, only to turn back to scramble for the papers. "But will you give me an answer?" he pressed. She looked frantically up from the papers. "I don't know. You mustn't risk coming back." "I will, no matter what you say." "I can't promise. Please go." "Just one question," he begged. "What are your aunts' names?" "Honey and Hilda," she told him, and then she was gone. The head shook where she darted through. Jack hesitated, then started for the cove. He thought for a moment of staying on the island, but decided against it. He could probably conceal himself successfully, but whoever found his boat would have him at a disadvantage. Besides, there were things he must try to find out on the mainland. He entered the Oaks. His spine tightened for a moment, as if someone were watching him. He hurried to the rippling cove, wasted no time getting the Annie O under way. With the wind still in the west, he knew it would be a hard sail. He'd need 6 tacks to reach the mainland. When he was about 1/4 of a mile out from the cove, there was a sharp smack beside him. He jerked around, heard a distant crack, and saw a foot-long splinter of fresh wood dangling from the edge of the sloop's cockpit, about 1 foot from his head. He felt his skin tighten. He was the bullseye of a great watery target. All the air between him and the island was tainted with menace. Water splashed a yard from the side. There was another distant crack. He lay on his back in the cockpit, steering by the sail, taking advantage of what little cover there was. There were several more cracks. After a second, there was a hole in the sail. Finally, Jack looked back. The island was more than a mile astern. He anxiously scanned the sea ahead for craft. There were none. Then he settled down to nurse more speed from the sloop and waited for the motorboat. But it didn't come out to follow him. Part 5. Same as yesterday, Mrs. Kesserich was sitting on the edge of the couch in the living room. Yet from the first, Jack was aware of a great change. Something had filled the domestic animal with grief and fury. "Where's Dr. Kesserich?" he asked. "Not here." "Mrs. Kesserich," he said, dropping down beside her, "you were telling me something yesterday when we were interrupted." She looked at him. "You have found the girl?" she almost shouted. "Yes," Jack was surprised into answering. A look of slyness came into Mrs. Kesserich bovine face. "Then I'll tell you everything. I can now. When Martin found Mary dying, he didn't go to pieces. You know how controlled he can be when he chooses. He lifted Mary's body as if the crowd and the railway men weren't there, and he carried it to the station wagon. Honey and Hilda were sitting on their horses nearby. He gave them one look. It was as if he had said, 'Murderers.' He told me to drive home as fast as I dared, but when I got there, he stayed sitting by Mary in the back. I knew he must have given up what hope he had for her life, or else she was dead already. I looked at him. In the dome light, his face had the most deadly and proud expression I've ever seen on a man. I worshipped him, you know, though he had never shown me 1 ounce of feeling. So I was completely unprepared for the naked appeal in his voice. Yet all he said at first was, 'Will you do something for me?' I told him, 'Surely.' And as we carried Mary in, he told me the rest. He wanted me to be the mother of Mary's child." Jack stared at her blankly. Mrs. Kesserich nodded. He wanted to remove an ovum from Mary's body and nurture it in mine, so that Mary, in a way, could live on. "But that's impossible," Jack objected. "The technique is being tried now on cattle, I know, so that a prize heifer can have several calves a year, all nurtured in scrub heifers, as they're called, but no one's ever dreamed of trying it on human beings." Mrs. Kesserich looked at him contemptuously. Martin had mastered the technique 20 years ago. He was willing to take the chance, and so was I, partly because he fired my scientific imagination and reverence, but mostly because he said he would marry me. He barred the doors, he worked swiftly. As far as anyone was concerned, Martin, in a wild fit of grief, had locked himself up for several hours to mourn over the body of his fiancée. Within a month, we were married, and I finally gave birth to the child. Jack shook his head. "You gave birth to your own child." She smiled bitterly. "No, it was Mary's. Martin did not keep his whole bargain with me. I was nothing more than his scrub wife in every way. You think you gave birth to Mary's child." Mrs. Kesserich turned on Jack in anger. "I've been wounded by him day in and day out for years, but I've never failed to recognize his genius. Besides, you've seen the girl, haven't you?" Jack had to nod. What confounded him most was that, granting the near impossible physiological feat Mrs. Kesserich had described, the girl should look so much like her mother. Mothers and daughters don't look that much alike, only identical twins did. With a thrill of fear, he remembered Kesserich's casual words: parthenogenesis, pure stock, special techniques. "Very well," he forced himself to say. "Granting that the child was Mary's and Martin's, no, Mary's alone." Jack suppressed a shudder. He continued quickly, "What became of the child?" Mrs. Kesserich lowered her head. "The day it was born, it was taken away from me. After that, I never saw Hilda and Honey either." "You mean," Jack asked, "that Martin sent them away to bring up the child?" Mrs. Kesserich turned away. "Yes." Jack asked incredulously. He trusted the child with the 2 people he suspected of having caused the mother's death? "Once, when I was his assistant," Mrs. Kesserich said softly, "I carelessly broke some laboratory glassware. He kept me up all night building a new setup, though I'm rather poor at working with glass and usually get burned. Bringing up the child was his sister's punishment." "And they went to that house on the farthest island? I suppose it was the house he'd been building for Mary and himself." "Yes, and they were to bring up the child as his daughter." Mrs. Kesserich started up, but when she spoke, it was as if she had to force out each word. "As his wife, as soon as she was grown." "How can you know that?" Jack asked shakily. The rising wind rattled the window pane. "Because today, 18 years after, Martin broke all of his promise to me. He told me he was leaving me." Part 6. White waves shooting up like dancing ghosts in the moon-sketched, spray-swept dark were Jack's first beacon of the island and brought a sense of physical danger, breaking the trance-like yet frantic mood he had felt ever since he had spoken with Mrs. Kesserich. Coming around further into the wind, he scudded past the end of the island into the choppy sea on the landward side. A little later, he let down the reef sail in the cove of the sea urchins where the water was barely moving, although the air was shaken by the pounding of the surf on the spine between the two islands. After making fast, he paused a moment for a scrap of cloud to pass the moon. The thought of the spiny creatures in the black fathoms under the Anio sent an odd quiver of terror through him. The moon came out, and he started across the glistening rocks of the spine. But he had forgotten the rising tide. Midway, a wave clamped around his ankles, tried to carry him off, almost made him drop the heavy object he was carrying. Sprawling and drenched, he clung to the rough rock until the surge was past. Making it finally up to the fence, he snipped a wide gate with the wire cutters. The windows of the house were alight. Hardly aware of his shivering, he crossed the lawn, slipping from one clump of shrubbery to another until he reached one just across the drive from the doorway. At that moment he heard the approaching chuff of the Essex. The door of the cottage opened, and Mary Alice Pope stepped out, closely followed by Hani or Hilda. Jack shrank close to the shrubbery. Mary looked pale and blank-faced, as if she had retreated within herself. He was acutely conscious of the inadequacy of his screen as the ghostly headlights of the Essex began to probe through the leaves. But then he sensed that something more was about to happen than just the car arriving. It was a change in the expression of the face behind Mary that gave him the cue, a widening and sidewise flickering of the cold eyes, the puckered lips thinning into a cruel smile. The Essex shifted into second, and without any warning accelerated. Simultaneously, the woman behind Mary gave her a violent shove, but at almost the exact same instant Jack ran. He caught Mary as she sprawled towards the gravel and lunged ahead without checking. The Essex bore down upon them, a square-snouted, roaring monster. It swerved viciously, missed them by inches, threw up gravel in a skid and rocked to a stop, stalled. The first incredulous voice that broke the pulsing silence Jack recognized as Martin Kesserich's. It came from the car, which was slewed around so that it almost faced Jack and Mary. "Honey, you tried to kill her. You and Hilda tried to kill her again." The woman, slumped over the wheel, slowly lifted her head. In the indistinct light, she looked a twin of the woman behind Jack and Mary. "Did you really think we wouldn't?" she asked in a voice that spat with passion. "Did you actually believe that Hilda and I would serve this 18 years penance just to watch you go off with her?" She began to laugh wildly. "You never understood your sisters at all." Suddenly she broke off, stiffly stepped down from the car, lifting her skirts a little. She strode past Jack and Mary. Martin Kesserich followed her. In passing, he said, "Thanks, Bar." It occurred to Jack that Kesserich made no more question of his appearance on the island than of his presence in the laboratory. Like Mrs. Kesserich, the great biologist took him for granted. Kesserich stopped a few feet short of Hani and Hilda. Without shrinking from him, the sisters drew closer together. They looked like two gaunt hawks. "But you waited 18 years, he said. "You could have killed her at any time, yet you chose to throw away so much of your lives just to have this moment." "How do you know we didn't like waiting 18 years?" Hani answered him. "Why shouldn't we want to make as strong an impression on you as anyone? And as for throwing our lives away, that was your doing. Oh, Martin, you'll never know anything about how your sisters feel." He raised his hands baffledly. "Even assuming that you hate me," at the word hate, both Hani and Hilda laughed softly, "and that you were prepared to strike at both my love and my work, still, that you should have waited." Hani and Hilda said nothing. Kesserich shrugged. "Very well," he said in a voice that had lost all its tension. "You've wasted a third of a lifetime looking forward to an irrational revenge, and you've failed. That should be sufficient punishment." Very slowly he turned around and for the first time looked at Mary. His face was clearly revealed by the twin beams from the stalled car. Jack grew cold. He fought against accepting the feelings of wonder, poignant triumph, of love, of renewed youth he saw entering the face in the headlights. But most of all, he fought against the sense that Martin Kesserich was successfully drawing them all back into the past, to 1933 and another accident. There was a distant hoot, and Jack shook. For a moment he had thought it a railway whistle and not a ship's horn. The biologist said tenderly, "Come, Mary." Jack's trembling arm tightened a trifle on Mary's waist. He could feel her trembling. "Come, Mary," Kesserich repeated. Still she didn't reply. Jack wet his lips. "Mary isn't going with you, Professor," he said. "Quiet, Bar," Kesserich ordered absently. "Mary, it is necessary that you and I leave the island at once. Please come." "But Mary isn't coming," Jack repeated. Kesserich looked at him for the first time. "I'm grateful to you for the unusual sense of loyalty, or whatever motive it may have been, that led you to follow me out here tonight. And of course, I'm profoundly grateful to you for saving Mary's life. But I must ask you not to interfere further in a matter which you can't possibly understand." He turned to Mary. "I know how shocked and frightened you must feel, living 2 lives and then having to face 2 deaths. It must be more terrible than anyone can realize. I expected this meeting to take place under very different circumstances. I wanted to explain everything to you very naturally and gently, like the messages I've sent you every day of your second life. Unfortunately, that can't be. You and I must leave this island right now." Mary stared at him. Then she turned wonderingly towards Jack, who felt his heart begin to pound warmly. "You still don't understand what I'm trying to tell you, Professor," he said boldly now. "Mary is not going with you. You've deceived her all her life. You've taken a fantastic amount of pains to bring her up under the delusion that she is Mary Alice Pope, who died in—" "She is Mary Alice Pope," Kesserich thundered at him. He advanced towards them swiftly. "Mary, darling, you're confused, but you must realize who you are and who I am and the relationship between us." "Keep away," Jack warned, swinging Mary half behind him. "Mary doesn't love you. She can't marry you, at any rate. How could she when you're her father? Bar, keep off." Jack shot out the flat of his hand, and Kesserich went staggering backward. "I've talked with your wife on the mainland. She told me the whole thing." Kesserich seemed about to rush forward again, then controlled himself. "You got everything wrong. You hardly deserve to be told, but under the circumstances I have no choice. Mary is not my daughter. To be precise, she has no father at all. Do you remember the work that Jacques Loeb did with sea urchins?" Jack frowned angrily. "You mean what we were talking about last night?" "Exactly. Loeb was able to cause the egg of a sea urchin to develop normally without union with a male germ cell. I have done the same tiding with a human being. This girl is Mary Alice Pope. She has exactly the same heredity. She has had exactly the same life so far as it could be reconstructed. She's heard and read the same things at exactly the same times. There have been the old newspapers, the books, even the old recorded radio programs. Hani and Hilda have had their daily instructions to the letter. She retraced the same time trail." "Rot," Jack interrupted. "I don't for a moment believe what you say about her birth. She's Mary's daughter, or the daughter of your wife on the mainland. And as far as retracing the same time trail, that's senile self-delusion. Mary Alice Pope had a normal life. This girl has been brought up in cruel imprisonment by 2 insane, vindictive old women. In your frustrated desire, you've pretended to yourself that you've recreated the girl you lost. You haven't. You couldn't. Nobody could. The great Martin Kesserich or anyone else." Kesserich, his features working, shifted his point of attack. "Who are you, Mary?" "Don't answer him," Jack said. "He's trying to confuse you." "Who are you?" Kesserich insisted. "Mary Alice Pope," she said, rapidly in a breathy whisper before Jack could speak again. "And when were you born?" Kesserich pressed on. "You've been tricked all your life about that," Jack warned. But already the girl was saying, "In 1916. "And who am I, then?" Kesserich demanded eagerly. "Who am I?" The girl swayed. She brushed her head with her hand. "It's so strange," she said, with a dreamy, almost laughing throb in her voice that turned Jack's heart cold. "I'm sure I've never seen you before in my life, and yet it's as if I'd known you forever. As if you were closer to me than—" "Stop it," Jack shouted at Kesserich. "Mary loves me. She loves me because I've shown her the lie her life has been, and because she's coming away with me now, aren't you, Mary?" He swung around so that her blank face was inches from his own. "It's me you love, isn't it, Mary?" She blinked doubtfully. At that moment, Kesserich charged at them, went sprawling as Jack's fist shot out. Jack swept up Mary and ran with her across the lawn. Behind him, he heard an agonized cry, Kesserich's, and cruel mounting laughter from Hani and Hilda. Once through the ragged doorway in the fence, he made his way more slowly, gasping. Out of the shelter of the trees, the wind tore at them and the ocean roared. Moonlight glistened, now on the spine of black wet rocks, now on the foaming surf. Jack realized that the girl in his arms was speaking rapidly, disjointedly, but he couldn't quite make out the sense of the words, and then they were lost in the crash of the surf. She struggled, but he told himself that it was only because she was afraid of the menacing waters. He pushed recklessly into the breaking surf, raced gasping across the middle of the spine as the rocks uncovered, sprang to the higher ones as the next wave crashed behind them, showering them with spray. His chest burning with exertion, he carried the girl the few remaining yards to where the Anio was tossing. A sudden great gust of wind almost did what the waves had failed to do, but he kept his footing and lowered the girl into the boat, then jumped in after. She stared at him wildly. "What's that?" He, too, had caught the faint shout. Looking back along the spine, just as the moon came clear again, he saw white spray rise and fall, and then the figure of Kesserich stumbling through it. "Mary, wait for me!" The figure was halfway across when it lurched, started forward again, and then was jerked back as if something had caught its ankle. Out of the darkness, the next wave sent a line of white at it, neck high. Crashed. Jack hesitated, but another great gust of wind tore at the half-raised sail, and it was all he could do to keep the sloop from capsizing and head her into the wind again. Mary was tugging at his shoulder. "You must help him," she was saying. "He's caught in the rocks." He heard a voice crying, screaming crazily above the surf. "Ah, love, let us be true to one another, for the world—" The sloop rocked. Jack had it finally headed into the wind. He looked around for Mary. She had jumped out and was hurrying back, scrambling across the rock toward the dark, struggling figure that even as he watched was once more engulfed in the surf. Letting go the lines, Jack sprang towards the stern of the sloop. But just then another giant blow came, struck the sail like a great fist of air, and sent the boom slashing at the back of his head. His last recollection was being toppled out onto the rocks and wondering how he could cling to them while unconscious. Part 7. The little cove was once again as quiet as Time's heart. Once again the Annie O was a sloop embedded in a mirror. Once again the rocks were warm underfoot. Jack Barr lifted his fiercely aching head and looked at the distant line of the mainland, as tiny and yet as clear as something viewed through the wrong end of a telescope. He was very tired. Searching the island in his present shaky condition had taken all the strength out of him. He looked at the peacefully rippling sea outside the cove and thought of what a churning pot it had been during the storm. He thought wonderingly of his rescue, a man wedged unconscious between two rock teeth, kept somehow from being washed away by the merest chance. He thought of Mrs. Kesserich sitting alone in her house, scanning the newspapers that had nothing to tell. He thought of the empty island behind him and the vanished motorboat. He wondered if the sea had pulled down Martin Kesserich and Mary Alice Pope. He wondered if only Hani and Hilda had sailed away. He winced, remembering what he had done to Martin and Mary by his blundering infatuation. In his way, he told himself he had been as bad as the two old women. He thought of death, and of time, and of love that defies them. He stepped limpingly into the Annie O to set sail. and realized that philosophy is only for the unhappy. Mary was asleep in the stern. End of Yesterday House by Fritz Leiber. Recording by Richard Green. www.richardgreenmagic.com. Stopover by William Gherkin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Green. What will the world be like the day after tomorrow for the lonely ones who will have talents that others will half fear, half envy? William Gherkin describes this strange world in which young and old will have to find new values and pursue new dreams as they search for the answer. Stopover by William Gherkin. When he opened the door to the shed that day and saw the axe suspended in midair, he understood what was wrong. He had been living with us for a week before I found out he was a lifter. Even the discovery was an accident. I had started for the store, but then remembered a chore I wanted him to do. I heard the sounds of wood chopping coming from the shed, so I went behind the house to the small wooden structure. I must have gasped or something because he turned around to look at me, dropping the axe he had poised over a block of wood as he turned. Only he hadn't been holding the axe. It had been hanging in midair without support. The first time I saw him was when he knocked on my door. I don't think I'll ever forget how he looked, tall and thin, old clothes and older shoes, an unruly mop of blonde hair. It was only when I looked at his face that I realized that he was more than a mere boy of 18 or 19. The tired lines around his mouth, the sad, mature look in his eyes, the stoop already evident in his young shoulders. He had been forced to mature too quickly, and seemed to have knowledge a boy his age had no right to be burdened with. I was wondering if I might get a bite to eat, sir, he said. I grinned. No matter how he looked, he was no different from anyone else his age where food was concerned. Sure, come on in and rest a spell, I told him. Marty, can you fix a plate of something? We've got a guest. Marty, my wife, glanced through the kitchen doorway. After a cursory look at the boy, she smiled at him and went back to work. Sit down, son. You look pretty done in. Come far today? He nodded. Guess it shows, huh? He said, brushing the road dust from his trousers. Uh-huh. Where you from? Not around here, I know. Far back as I can remember, Oregon has been home. It wasn't hard to guess why he was almost 1,000 miles from home. During the war, over 10 million American families had been separated, their way of life destroyed by the hell of atomic bombings. Ever since its end, people had been seeking their loved ones, mainly only to find them dead or dying. Sometimes the searchers stretched across continents or oceans. In that respect, the boy sitting opposite me was no different from hundreds of others I've seen in the past 10 years. The only difference was in his face. Looking for your family, I said, making it a statement. Yes, sir, he smiled, as though the sentence had double meaning. After he had eaten, he went down to the town store to look through its records. They all do. They turned the pages of the big Stopover book, hoping to find a relative or friend had passed through the same town. Then they signed the book, put down the date and where they're headed, and set out once more. Almost all towns have Stopover books nowadays, and a good thing, too. They helped me find Marty back in '63 when the truce was finally signed. In fact, I found her right here in this town. We got married, settled down, and haven't been more than 100 miles away since then. Martha called me into the kitchen almost as soon as he was gone. He's a nice boy. That he is, I agreed. You know, I've been thinking. We could use a young fella around here to help with the work. If he'll stay. There was something in his eyes, a sort of longing for someone very close to him. That kind usually takes off after a night's rest. I know. I guess I'll drop by the store, see if I can talk him into staying. By the time I had reached the store, school was out, and a group of kids were gathered around him listening to his description of the Rocky Mountains, which he had crossed during the summer. The kids weren't the only ones listening. Even the adults were standing around the store, remembering the places they had once seen themselves, and getting such bits of news as he dropped about other towns he had passed through. The searchers are, next to the town radio stations, the only source of information we have now, so it's no wonder they're so warmly greeted wherever they stop. Soon as he'd finished telling about the Rockies, I said we'd appreciate it if he would stay for supper. He said he would, and later, while he and Tommy, my 8-year-old son, and I were walking home, I asked him if he'd stay with us for a while. For a moment he looked wistful, as if wishing he could stay here and forget whoever he was trying to find. Then he smiled and said thanks. He would stay for a week or so. He was real helpful, too, cutting stove and fireplace wood for the coming winter, running errands, hunting for game animals, and teaching at the school. Almost all searchers teach when they can be persuaded to stay in town for a spell. Since there are no more colleges to produce teachers, anyone who knows something useful takes a turn at teaching. For the war, I was a mathematics major in college, so twice a week I teach all kinds of math at school, from numbers through calculus. Mostly, searchers teach about what the places they had passed through are like. Then, when I opened the door to the shed that day and saw the axe suspended in midair, I suddenly realized why he had that sad, tired look about him all the time. He picked up the axe from where it had fallen and stood it against the wall. Reaching for his jacket, he said, I guess I'd better be moving along, Mr. Trenton. I'm really sorry if I've caused you any trouble. He started past me for the door. Hold on, son. I grabbed his arm. Why the rush? I don't want to cause you any trouble, now that you know what I am. He gritted the words out bitterly. The word would get around. I wouldn't want the others in town to be angry with you because of me. You and Mrs. Trenton have been so swell to me. Thanks for everything. He tried to pull his arm loose, but I held fast. Let's go inside and have a cup of coffee, I suggested. I don't know about the other towns you've been through, but here we don't hate a person because he might happen to have powers we don't. Yesterday I was down at the store and I heard one of the men sounding off about us, he said. He didn't sound like he cared much for us. Must have been John Atherson. He never could understand ESP, and he blames the war on it. We just let him talk. Can't change a person like that. We went up the back steps and through the door into the kitchen. Go on, show Marty, I said, taking off my jacket. He looked at me to make sure I meant it. Then he raised the coffee pot from the stove and watched it move across the room under its own power to the table where I was sitting. Leaving the pot in midair, he made the cupboard open, and still standing in the middle of the room, floated 3 cups and saucers to the table. Then he got the cream, sugar, and 3 spoons, put them on the table, and poured the coffee. Marty watched the coffee pot move back to the stove. Her mouth was open in amazement. I heard of it, but I don't think I'd have believed it if I hadn't seen it. I nodded, and she smiled at him. Now that I know, she said, I'm even gladder you chose to stay here for a while. He grinned. Thanks. He sat down with us at the table and stirred some sugar into his coffee. It must be hard on you, Marty said quietly in a knowing way. Are you really looking for your family or for others with ESP? My father was killed during the bombings. After that, Mom and I were alone. She only had a little talent. Dad and I were the ones who were really adept. Anyway, we stayed on the small farm we owned until last spring. Then Mom married again and I was free to leave. I think her new husband was sorry to see me go because it meant a lot of manual work for him that I had been doing in an easier way. I decided to see if I couldn't find any others like myself, so I left and started across the country. Do you have any other powers, or can you just control things? Marty asked. He grinned. If you mean, am I an all-around Superman? No, Dad wasn't either. I do have a scattering of other side talents, though, but nothing as well developed as my telekinesis. I'm still working on them. Tommy came in from school just then. Could you teach him how to use his mind that way, or do you have to be born with it? I said. He smiled again. No, you don't have to be born with it. Everyone can do it if they started training themselves young enough to use their minds to the fullest extent. All through history, certain people have had strange powers. The trouble was they were thought to be freaks instead of the better developed humans they actually were. Even now we're only on the threshold of learning the full power of the mind. He turned to Tommy. Would you like to learn how to do things, Tommy? Sure, like what? He glanced at Marty and me. Like making the world a better place to live? 2 weeks later, at a meeting of the town council, I wasn't too worried about getting the proposal accepted. We might have some trouble with Atherson, but I figured between the two of us we could handle him. When the new business came up, I stood up and led Tommy to the front of the hall. There were a few whispers as we went, as children under 15 aren't allowed in the hall during the council meeting. Tommy has something to say to you which I think will interest everyone here. Go on, son. Seconds afterwards, we all heard a clear hello, but not with our ears. The word came from inside our heads. Someone said, "The kid's a telepath," and the silence was broken. Everybody was talking at the same time. "I suppose you think it's an honor to have one of them damn things for your son," Atherson yelled. "I'm glad you're the one who's got stuck and not me." "Tommy was not born a telepath, John," I told him. "He has been deliberately trained to make use of the latent power of his brain. And I don't think I'm stuck either. We all know you've been slowly slipping into retrogression ever since 63. None of us like it, but there isn't anything we can do to halt it. Yet. We don't want our children or their children to keep slipping backwards. If we don't stop it in our lifetime, we may not be able to stop it at all. As I see it, the best chance we have to at least achieve a status quo is to accept the aid those among us with psi talents are willing to give. After all, it's their world too. With their help, we may be able to build a better civilization, one without the social political diseases that led to the war. The young man who has been staying at my house for the past 3 weeks taught Tommy to do what he just did. He says he thinks he can do it with any child under 10 years old, and is even willing to try it with some teenagers. Of course, Tommy's training has just begun. He will keep on learning for years. Here's my idea. If some of the children get a groundling in how to develop their dormant brain power, by the time they're 20, they'll be able to mold a new society, one geared to the present culture instead of past traditions. How about it? I waited. For a minute, there was silence. Finally, one of the older men stood up. "Is he sure he can do it?" "All we know is it worked with Tommy," I replied. "I don't like it. It's unnatural," Atherson said. "No one asked you to like it," someone said. Another called. "Do you think 3 world wars in 50 years is natural? Let's take a vote." A vote was taken, and it was decided to add an extra class for those children whose parents wanted them to attend. After a month, the council would expect a report on what progress, or lack of it, had been made. A few weeks later, when my math class was over, I hung around to watch the new class. It was divided into small groups, each training on a different side talent. One group was lifting pencils and gently returning them to desks by telekinesis. Another was sitting quietly, once in a while breaking into shouts of laughter, probably telepathy. There were other groups, but I didn't know enough about the talents to identify their work. During the time he was teaching, he met a girl. They spent quite a bit of time together, and she joined the special class. By the time the report to the council came due, it wasn't hard to tell they were in love. Just about everyone in town turned out for that meeting. The boys and girls who were taking the class were seated at the front of the hall. The report was first on the agenda so the kids could go home to bed. "When we started," he said, "I asked those children who weren't interested or who were unsuited to the work to leave. Then we ran through a general training exercise, and after a week, I split the class up into groups. Each group was to concentrate on one talent, but general sessions for the entire class give everyone practice in all talents. I think we've made fairly good progress. Some of the older teenagers have shown an interest in the talents," he glanced at his girl. "And although progress has not been as rapid as with the younger children, they are sufficiently developed to help instruct. Now your children are going to demonstrate what they have learned." For the next half hour, we watched Tommy and 14 other boys and girls work. Tommy and the others, who had concentrated on telepathy, read silently to us from books and talked to each other, projecting their thoughts so we could also listen in. The telekinesis group all worked together to build a small table. All the necessary materials were stacked at the front of the room. The kids sat in a half circle, their brows furrowed in concentration as lumber, nails, and hammers moved under the guidance of their minds. When they had finished, the table was complete, even to the sanding and a coat of varnish. Finally, the only one with precognition, a girl about 6 years old with long blonde hair, gave the weather forecast for the next 2 weeks. Copies of her prediction were passed out to us so we could check her accuracy. Once the kids were gone, he stood up again. I hope you are all convinced as to what can be accomplished through the use of psi. The talents can and should be used for the betterment of society, not for carnival sideshows. Of course, there are more than those just demonstrated. Unfortunately, I couldn't find them present in this group. I was hoping for either a healer or a sensitive, but no one had the necessary ability. If you want the class continued, the decision is yours. Thanks for having open minds and for giving me a chance. He picked up his jacket and walked out. Atherson didn't bother to come to the meeting, so the vote to continue class was unanimous. He stayed on, teaching part-time, helping out with the work at my place, and seeing his girl. Then one afternoon, 2 weeks after the council meeting, she came to see me. "You've got to stop him, Mr. Tranton," she said. "He's going to leave. He told me he was going right after he finished the class today. He's probably down at the store right now buying things to take with him. You've got to make him stay." "Why?" I asked quietly, watching the tears well up in her eyes. She hadn't lost her composure yet, but she felt so strongly about him she was on the verge of breaking down. "Because I love him, and he loves me," she retorted. "That's why. Won't you talk to him? At least get him to take me with him. Please." "You said you love him. Would you rather he stayed here and was never fully happy, or left to continue searching, maybe to return someday ready to settle down? If you really love him, there's no question. Couldn't he take me with him?" I shook my head. "I don't think you should even ask him to take you. You'd be a burden that would slow him down. He'd worry about you, have to get your food, find shelter for you. He might let you go with him, but don't ask him to. He's too young to be tied down. Now go on and wish him good luck and kiss him goodbye. He's coming up the road now." She glanced out the open window, jumped up, and ran out into the sunlight to wait at the side of the road. I picked up the book I had been reading, but the window was too close to the road for me to concentrate on the pages. She didn't say anything until he was standing before her. "I'll be waiting," she said. "Take care of yourself." He nodded. "I have to go," he told her, partly because it was Dad's last wish, partly because I need others of my own kind. Alone, we can't help the world much. Together, there's a good chance for results. I left a letter for the council saying you were going to take over the class because you have the ability to carry on. Watch Kathy and help her all you can. She's got it. Her weather forecast proved that much. You've got to drum that into her. Never let her forget it. Maybe I'll be back. I hope so. But first, I have to find others. I need them, and they might need me. We're still not completely self-sufficient. Give the kids my love and keep them at it. Just don't forget they are kids. Give them a chance to grow up as normally as possible. That's a chance I didn't have." He kissed her tenderly, then started off down the road. When he reached the crest of the hill, he turned and waved. Marty joined me at the doorway, and we waved too. Outlined against the bright blue afternoon sky, he stood immobile for a moment. To many, he would have just been a young man with a tired-out face. But to me, the symbol of a better life for Tommy and his children. A life unmarred by the threat of instant death as punishment for something he had little control over. He's gone now, but the work will go on, and the Athersons of the world will come to realize he is giving us another chance, a chance we don't really deserve. Somehow he reminds me of another man, a man who said, "Suffer the little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of God." End of Stopover by William Gergen. Read by Richard Green. www.richardgreenmagic.com.
Belly Laugh by Ivor Jorgensen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. Me? I'm looking for my outfit. Got cut off in that Holland Tunnel attack. Mind if I sit down with you guys a while? Thanks. Coffee? Damn! This is heaven. Ain't seen a cup of coffee in a year. What? You said it. This sure is a hell of a war. Tough on a guy's feet. Yeah, that's right. Holland Tunnel skirmish. Where the Ruskies used that new gun. Huh? God, it was awful. Guys popping off all round a guy and him not knowing why. No sense to it. No noise. No wound. Just popping off. That's the trouble with this war. It won't settle down to a routine. Always something new. What the hell chance has a guy got to figure things out? And I tell you, them Ruskies are coming up with new weapons just as fast as we are. Enough to make your hair stand on end. Sugar? Christ, yes! Ain't seen sugar for a year. You see, it's like this. We were bottled up in the pits around the tunnel for 7 damn days. It was like nothing you ever saw before. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to splash you. I was laughing about something that happened there. To a guy. Maybe you guys would get a kick out of it. After all, you've got to keep a sense of humour. You see, there was me and a Kentucky kid named Stillwell in this pit. Pretty big pit with lots of room. And we were all alone. This Stillwell was a nice kid, green and lonesome, and it's pretty sad really, but there's a yak in it, and, as I say, we've got to keep a sense of humour. Well, this Stillwell, a really green kid, is unhappy and just plain drooling for his gal back home. He talks about his mother, of course, and his old man, but it's the girl that's really on his mind, as you guys can plainly understand. He sees her every place, like spots in front of his eyes. Nice spots doing things to him, when this Rusky babe shows up. My gun came up without orders from me just as she poked a puss over the edge of the pit and... Huh? Oh, thank you kindly. It sure tastes good, but I don't want to short you guys. Thank you kindly. Well, as I was saying, this Rusky babe pokes her nose over the edge of the pit and Stillwell dives and knocks down my gun. He says, "You son of a bitch," just like that. Wild and desperate, like you'd say to a guy if the guy was just kicking over the last jug of water on a desert island. It would have been long enough for her to kill us if I hadn't had good reflexes. Even then, all I had time to do was knock the pistol out of her hand and drag her into the pit. With her play bollocks, she was confused and bewildered. She ain't a fighter, and she just sits back against the wall, staring at us, deadpan, big expressionless eyes. She was plenty pretty, babe, and I could see exactly what had happened, as far as Stillwell was concerned. His spots had come to life, in a very adequate form, so to speak. Stillwell goes over, and sits down beside her, and I'm very much on the alert, because I know where his courage comes from. But I decide it's all right, because I see the babe is not belligerent, just confused, kind of, and friendly, and willing. Kind of whipped little dog willing, and man, oh man, she sure was what Stillwell needed. They kind of went together like a hand and a glove, natural-like, and it followed, pretty natural, that when Stillwell got up and led her round the wing of the pit, out of sight, she went willing, like that same little dog. No, you guys, two's enough. I wouldn't rob you. Well, okay, and thanks kindly. Well, there I was, all alone, but happy for Stillwell, because I know it's what the kid needs, and in spots like that, what difference does it make? Yank, Rusky, Mongolian, as long as she's willing. Then you guys, Stillwell comes back, wall-eyed, real wall-eyed, like being hit but not knocked out and still walking. I know what it is, some kind of shock. I get up and walk over and take a look at the babe where he'd left her, and I burst out laughing. I told you guys there was a yak in this. I laughed like a fool. It was that funny, and as much time as I had to before Stillwell cracked, it was enough to crack him, the little thing that pushes a guy over the edge. He lets out a yell and screams, "For Christ's sake! For Christ's sake, nothing but a bucket of bolts! Nothing but a couple of plastic lumps!" That's when I hit him. I had to. He was for the birds, Stillwell was. An hour later we got relieved and a couple of medicos carried him away, strapped to a stretcher, gone like a kite. They took the robot too, and its clothes, but they forgot the brassiere, so I took it, and I've been carrying it ever since. But I'll leave it with you guys if you want, for the coffee. Might make you think about home. After all, like the man says, we've got to keep a sense of humour. Well, so long you guys, and thanks. End of Belly Laugh by Ivar Jorgensen.
Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The atomic bomb meant, to most people, the end. To Henry Bemis, it meant something far different, a thing to appreciate and enjoy. Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venable. For a long time Henry Bemis had had an ambition: to read a book. Not just the title, or the preface, or a page somewhere in the middle. He wanted to read the whole thing, all the way through from beginning to end. A simple ambition, perhaps, but in the cluttered life of Henry Bemis, an impossibility. Henry had no time of his own. There was his wife, Agnes, who owned that part of it that his employer, Mr. Carsville, did not buy. Henry was allowed enough to get to and from work, that, in itself, being quite a concession on Agnes's part. Also, nature had conspired against Henry by handing him a pair of hopelessly myopic eyes. Poor Henry literally couldn't see his hand in front of his face. For a while, when he was very young, his parents had thought him an idiot. When they realized it was his eyes, they got glasses for him. He was never quite able to catch up. There was never enough time. It looked as though Henry's ambition would never be realized. Then something happened which changed all that. Henry was down in the vault of the East Side Bank and Trust when it happened. He had stolen a few moments from the duties of his teller's cage to try to read a few pages of the magazine he had brought that morning. He had made an excuse to Mr. Carsville about needing bills in large denominations for a certain customer, and then, safe inside the dim recesses of the vault, he had pulled from inside his coat the pocket-sized magazine. He had just started a picture article cheerfully entitled, "The New Weapons and What They'll Do to You," when all the noise in the world crashed in upon his eardrums. It seemed to be inside of him and outside of him all at once. Then the concrete floor was rising up at him, and the ceiling came slanting down toward him, and for a fleeting second Henry thought of a story he had started to read once called The Pit and the Pendulum. He regretted in that insane moment that he had never had time to finish the story, to see how it came out. Then all was darkness and quiet and unconsciousness. When Henry came to, he knew that something was desperately wrong with the East Side Bank and Trust. The heavy steel door of the vault was buckled and twisted, and the floor tilted up at a dizzy angle, while the ceiling dipped crazily toward it. Henry gingerly got to his feet, moving arms and legs experimentally. Assured that nothing was broken, he tenderly raised a hand to his eyes. His precious glasses were intact, thank God. He would never be able to find his way out of the shattered vault without them. He made a mental note to write Dr. Torrance to have a spare pair made and mailed to him. Blasted nuisance not having his prescription on file locally, but Henry trusted no one but Dr. Torrance to grind these thick lenses into his own complicated prescription. Henry removed the heavy glasses from his face. Instantly the room dissolved into a neutral blur. Henry saw a pink splash that he knew was his hand, and a white blob come up to meet the pink as he withdrew his pocket handkerchief and carefully dusted the lenses. As he replaced the glasses, they slipped down on the bridge of his nose a little. He had been meaning to have them tightened for some time. He suddenly realized, without the realization actually entering his conscious thoughts, that something momentous had happened, something worse than the boiler blowing up, something worse than a gas main exploding, something worse than anything that had ever happened before. He felt that way because it was so quiet. There was no whine of sirens, no shouting, no running, just an ominous and all-pervading silence. Henry walked across the slanted floor. Slipping and stumbling on the uneven surface, he made his way to the elevator. The car lay crumbled at the foot of the shaft, like a discarded accordion. There was something inside of it that Henry could not look at, something that had once been a person, or perhaps several people, It was impossible to tell now. Feeling sick, Henry staggered toward the stairway. The steps were still there, but so jumbled and piled back upon one another that it was more like climbing the side of a mountain than mounting a stairway. It was quiet in the huge chamber that had been the lobby of the bank. It looked strangely cheerful, with the sunlight shining through the girders where the ceiling had been. The dappled sunlight glinted across the silent lobby, and everywhere there were huddled lumps of unpleasantness that made Henry sick as he tried not to look at them. "Mr. Carsville," he called. It was very quiet. Something had to be done, of course. This was terrible, right in the middle of a Monday, too. Mr. Carsville would know what to do. He called again, more loudly, and his voice cracked hoarsely. "Mr. Carsville!" And then he saw an arm and a shoulder extending out from under a huge, fallen block of marble ceiling. In the buttonhole was the white carnation Mr. Carsville had worn to work that morning, and on the third finger of that hand was a massive signet ring, also belonging to Mr. Carsville. Numbly, Henry realized that the rest of Mr. Carsville was under that block of marble. Henry felt a pang of real sorrow. Mr. Carsville was gone, and so was the rest of the staff. Mr. Wilkinson, and Mr. Emery, and Mr. Pritchard, and the same with Pete and Ralph and Jenkins and Hunter and Pat the guard and Willie the doorman. There was no one to say what was to be done about the East Side Bank and Trust except Henry Bemis. And Henry wasn't worried about the bank. There was something he wanted to do. He climbed carefully over piles of fallen masonry. Once he stepped down into something that crunched and squished beneath his feet, and he set his teeth on edge to keep from retching. The street was not much different from inside, bright sunlight and so much concrete to crawl over, but the unpleasantness was much, much worse. Everywhere there were strange, motionless lumps that Henry could not look at. Suddenly he remembered Agnes. He should be trying to get to Agnes. He remembered a poster he had seen that said, "In event of emergency, do not use the telephone. Your loved ones are as safe as you." He wondered about Agnes. He looked at the smashed automobiles, some with their four wheels pointing skyward, like the stiffened legs of dead animals. He couldn't get to Agnes now anyway. If she was safe, then she was safe. Otherwise, of course, Henry knew Agnes wasn't safe. He had a feeling that there wasn't anyone safe for a long, long way. Maybe not in the whole state, or in the whole country, or in the whole world. No, that was a thought Henry didn't want to think. He forced it from his mind and turned his thoughts back to Agnes. She had been a pretty good wife, now that it was all said and done. It wasn't exactly her fault if people didn't have time to read nowadays. It was just that there was the house, and the bank, and the yard. There were the Joneses for bridge, and the Graysons for canasta, and charades with the Bryants. And the television Agnes loved to watch, but would never watch alone. He never had time to read even a newspaper. He started to think about last night, that business about the newspaper. Henry had settled into his chair quietly, afraid that a creaking spring might call to Agnes's attention the fact that he was momentarily unoccupied. He had unfolded the newspaper slowly and carefully. The sharp crackling of the paper would have been a clarion call to Agnes. He had glanced at the headline of the first page, "Collapse of Conference Imminent." He didn't have time to read the article. He turned to the second page. "Salon predicts war only days away." He flipped through the pages faster, reading brief snatches here and there, afraid to spend too much time on any one item. On the back page was a brief article entitled, "Prehistoric Artifacts Unearthed in Yucatan." Henry smiled to himself and carefully folded the sheet of the paper into fourths. That would be interesting. He would read all of it. Then it came. Agnes's voice. "Henry!" And then she was upon him. She lightly flicked the paper out of his hands and into the fireplace. He saw the flames lick up and curl progressively around the unread article. Agnes continued. "Henry, tonight is the Joneses' bridge night. They'll be here in 30 minutes and I'm not dressed yet, and here you are, reading." She had emphasized the last word as though it were some unclean act. "Hurry and shave. You know how smooth Jasper Jones' chin always looks. And then straighten up this room." She glanced regretfully toward the fireplace. "Oh, dear, that paper, the television schedule. Oh, well, after the Joneses leave, there won't be time for anything but the late, late movie. And don't just sit there, Henry. Hurry!" Henry was hurrying now, but hurrying too much. He caught his leg on a twisted piece of metal that had once been an automobile fender. He thought about things like lockjaw and gangrene, and his hands trembled as he tied his pocket handkerchief around the wound. In his mind, he saw the fire again, licking across the face of last night's newspaper. He thought that now he would have time to read all the newspapers he wanted to. Only now there wouldn't be any more. That heap of rubble across the street had been the Gazette building. It was terrible to think there would never be another up-to-date newspaper. Agnes would have been very upset. No television schedule. But then, of course, no television. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't. That wouldn't have been fitting, not at all. He could see the building he was looking for now, but the silhouette was strangely changed. The great circular dome was now a ragged semicircle, half of it gone, and one of the great wings of the building had fallen in upon itself. A sudden panic gripped Henry Bemis. What if they were all ruined, destroyed, every one of them? What if there wasn't a single one left? Tears of helplessness welled in his eyes as he painfully fought his way over and through the twisted fragments of the city. He thought of the building when it had been whole. He remembered many nights he had paused outside its wide and welcoming doors. He thought of the warm nights when the doors had been thrown open and he could see the people inside, see them sitting at the plain wooden tables with the stack of books beside them. He used to think then what a wonderful thing a public library was. A place where anybody at all, could go in and read. He had been tempted to enter many times. He had watched people through the open doors. The man in greasy work clothes who sat near the door, night after night, laboriously studying a technical journal, perhaps, difficult for him, but promising a bright future. There had been an aged, scholarly gentleman who sat on the other side of the door, leisurely paging, moving his lips a little as he did so. A man having little time left, but rich in the time because he could do with it as he chose. Henry had never gone in. He had started up the steps once, almost got to the door, but then he remembered Agnes, her questions and shouting, and he had turned away. He was going in now, though, almost crawling, his breath coming in stabbing gasps, his hands torn and bleeding. His trouser leg was sticky red, where the wound in his leg had soaked through the handkerchief. It was throbbing badly, but Henry didn't care. He had reached his destination. Part of the inscription was still there, over the now doorless entry. PUBCLIBR. The rest had been torn away. The place was in shambles. The shelves were overturned, broken, smashed, tilted. their precious contents spilled in disorder upon the floor. A lot of the books, Henry noted gleefully, were still intact, still whole, still readable. He was literally knee-deep in them. He wallowed in books. He picked one up. The title was The Collected Works of William Shakespeare. Yes, he must read that sometime. He lay it aside carefully. He picked up another, Spinoza. He tossed it away, seized another, and still another. Which to read first? There were so many. He had been conducting himself a little like a starving man in a delicatessen, grabbing a little of this and a little of that in a frenzy of enjoyment. But now he steadied away. From the pile about him he selected one volume, sat comfortably down on an overturned shelf, and opened the book. Henry Bemis smiled. There was a rumbling of complaining stone, minute in comparison with the epic complaints following the fall of the bomb. This one occurred under one corner of the shelf upon which Henry sat. The shelf moved, threw him off balance. The glasses slipped from his nose and fell with a tinkle. He bent down, clawing blindly, and found, finally, their smashed remains. A minor, indirect destruction stemming from the sudden, wholesale smashing of a city, but the only one that greatly interested Henry Bemis. He stared down at the blurred page before him. He began to cry. The end of Time Enough at Last, by Lynn Venable. Handyman, by Frank Banta. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. They didn't have to worry about a thing for the rest of their natural lives. Handyman, by Frank Banta. James Ypsilanti swung at the door with a stake cuber, or was it a cube staker? No matter, the door was a good, hardwood door, and resisted his onslaught well. But time was on his side. He had the energy and the time, he knew, and sooner or later the door would be kindling. It was the door to his room. It was evident to him that he did not need the door to his room, and that he did need heat. In fact, he had better get some heat pretty soon, although he was keeping warm enough for the present by beating on the door. So he would beat this door to kindling, and then he would build a nice, cozy fire in the hall that would keep him warm for a long time, if he was stingy with his fuel. The carpenter came by. The carpenter was always coming by, except when you wanted him, Jim realized. The carpenter was a mighty, mighty busy fellow. The carpenter stopped short when he saw Jim demolishing the door. In fact, he came to a grinding halt. "Jim, why didn't you tell me?" "Carpenter, how was I to know where you were? Who can ever find you?" "I know, Jim. Jim, you work so hard." "Yes," he said, pounding. "Take this hatchet, Jim. A hatchet is what you demolish doors with. Goodbye." The carpenter departed. Jim Ypsilanti swung on the door with his newly acquired hatchet. Soon he was ready for his fire. He struck a match, and in no time had a pile of varnished kindling blazing smokily in the hall. He held his hands over the blaze. Ah, good, good, good. He closed his eyes. What could be better than this? Then he opened them again regretfully. It's dinner time. I'd better fix it while I have my fire going. He hurried to the kitchen and chose a can of eggs, bacon, and pancakes from the massive stores. Opening the large can, he heated it over his hall fire. Then he dumped the contents on his tin plate and ate. Murder, he thought somberly. That's what I'm in for. Practically murder with consent. She said she couldn't live without me. Marge begged me to kill her, you might as well say. Good old Marge, a good kid, but I killed her. And now, well, that's life. He speared a pancake. Damn, but it's cold. He threw an armload of wood on the fire and it blazed up. Sure wish those carpenters had feelings. My lord, they've got no feelings at all. The carpenter arrived with a new hardwood door. Whistling cheerfully, he began to install it, where the other one had just been hatcheted away. Carpenter, that door won't stay there long. I'm almost out of fuel. I hope you don't expect me to be surprised, Jim, if the door doesn't last very long. The previous 24 doors at this location, Jim, did not last very long either. Still whistling to himself, he installed the last of the hinge screws. Why don't you just give me the doors instead of causing yourself all this work? Demanded James Ypsilanti. Inmates will not be issued materials, Jim. I've quoted that section of the rules to you many times, Jim. But couldn't you just lean the door up against the door jamb and leave it? Argued the inmate. You go to a ridiculous amount of trouble. It's not ridiculous, Jim. I'm a carpenter, Jim. Goodbye. After lunch, James Ypsilanti crawled into his escape tunnel. He liked to go in there every day and daydream. The tunnel ended abortively at the wall of the prison, for the prison wall extended down into solid bedrock for a meter, and it was fabricated of 1 meter thick compressed steel. It was the nearest thing to an exit that the prison had. Officials had always come and gone through the massive, englobing wall by matter transmitters. Smarties couldn't find me, though, when I was in my escape tunnel, he chortled as he stretched out in the cave under the concrete. They can walk through walls, but they couldn't find me. Then his tone became baleful. The Smarties'll never find me. As James Ypsilanti chopped on the door next day, the carpenter stood cheerily watching. Carpenter, why don't you fix the damn heating plant? Then I wouldn't have to chop up your doors all the time to keep warm. I am a carpenter, Jim, not a heating plant fixer, as you well know from our previous negotiations on the subject. What will you do, carpenter, when I have used up all your doors? The convict jibed. Why, Jim, we will have to send out for more, the carpenter answered condescendingly. Still, I wish you would let me work on that heating plant, urged Ypsilanti. I might fix it. Inmates will not be permitted to disassemble or otherwise interfere with the machinery of the institution, quoted the carpenter. Need I say more, Jim? Okay, said James Ypsilanti, resuming his destructive work on the new door. Scram, stupid. The carpenter departed. That dope, Jim said between blows, is even foggier in the head than my lousy lawyer was, and that's going some. Jim, said the carpenter, returning, and sounding very pleased with himself. Look here what I have found, Jim. Jim Ypsilanti turned to look at what the carpenter held in his hand. It was a carpenter's square, sheathed in plastic. Found enough of them to last me a lifetime, Jim, said the carpenter competently. I'll never have to buy any. No, you won't, agreed James Ypsilanti bitterly. Can't you get it into your head that you and I are the only ones left on Earth? After the war, the rest left. They couldn't find us when they evacuated this atomic explosion-wrecked planet because we were in this escape-proof jug. So they went away and left us. I know, Jim. Ypsilanti studied the mobile features of the carpenter, searching intently for a sign. But the carpenter robot strolled away, whistling. The end of Handyman by Frank Banta.
The Smiler by Albert Herrnhunter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. The Smiler by Albert Herrnhunter. Your name? Cole. Martin Cole. Your profession? A very important one. I'm a literary agent specializing in science fiction. I sell the work of various authors to magazine and book publishers. The coroner paused to study Cole, to ponder the thin, mirthless smile. The coroner said, "Mr. Cole, this inquest has been called to look into the death of one Sanford Smith, who was found near your home with a gun in his hand and a bullet in his brain. The theory of suicide has been rather hard to rationalize." The coroner blinked. "You could put it that way." "I would have put it even stronger. The theory is obviously ridiculous. It was a weak cover-up, the best I could do under the circumstances." "You are saying that you killed Sanford Smith?" "Of course." The coroner glanced at his six-man jury, at the two police officers, at the scattering of spectators. They all seemed stunned. Even the reporter sent to cover the hearing made no move forward toward the telephone. The coroner could think of only the obvious question. "Why did you kill him?" "He was dangerous to us." "Whom do you mean by us?" "We Martians, who plan to take over your world." The coroner was disappointed. A lunatic, but a lunatic can murder. Best to proceed, the coroner thought. "I was not aware that we have Martians to contend with." "If I'd had the right weapon to use on Smith, you wouldn't be aware of it now. We still exercise caution." The coroner felt a certain pity. "Why did you kill Smith?" "We Martians have found science fiction writers to be our greatest danger. Through the medium of imaginative fiction, such writers have more than once revealed our plans. If the public suddenly realized that—" The coroner broke in. "You killed Smith because he revealed something in his writings?" "Yes, he refused to take my word that it was unsaleable. He threatened to submit it direct. It was vital material." "But there are many other such writers. You can't control. We control 90% of the output. We have concentrated on the field and all the science fiction agencies are in our hands. This control was imperative." "I see." The coroner spoke in the gentle tones one uses with the insane. "Any writing dangerous to your cause is deleted or changed by the agents?" "Not exactly. The agent usually persuades the writer to make any such changes, as the agent is considered an authority on what will or will not sell." "The writers always agree?" "Not always. If stubbornness is encountered, the agent merely shelves the manuscripts and tells the writer it has been repeatedly rejected." The coroner glanced at the two policemen. Both were obviously puzzled. They returned the coroner's look, apparently ready to move on his order. The thin, mirthless smile was still on Cole's lips. Maniacal violence could lie just behind it. Possibly Cole was armed. Better to play for time. Try to quiet the madness within. The coroner continued speaking. "You Martians have infiltrated other fields also?" "Oh, yes. We are in the government, industry, education. We are everywhere. We have, of course, concentrated mainly upon the ranks of labour and in the masses of ordinary everyday people. It is from these sources that we will draw our shock troops when the time comes." "That time will be soon. Very soon." The coroner could not forbear a smile. "You find the science fiction writers more dangerous than the true scientists?" "Oh, yes. The scientific mind tends to reject anything science disproves." There was now a mocking edge to Cole's voice. "Science can easily prove we do not exist." "But the science fiction writer?" "The danger from the imaginative mind cannot be overestimated." The coroner knew he must soon order the officers to lay hands upon this madman. He regretted his own lack of experience with such situations. He tried to put a soothing, confidential note into his voice. "You said a moment ago that you had the right kind of weapon to use on Smith." Cole reached into his pocket and brought out what appeared to be a fountain pen. "This. It killed instantly and leaves no mark whatever. Heart failure is invariably stated as the cause of death." The coroner felt better. Obviously Cole was not armed. As the coroner raised a hand to signal the officers, Cole said, "You understand, of course, that I can't let you live. Take this man into custody." The police officers did not move. The coroner turned on them sharply. They were smiling. Cole pointed the fountain pen. The coroner felt a sharp chill on his flesh. He looked at the jury, at the newspaper man, the spectators. They were all smiling cold, thin, terrible smiles. A short time later, the newspaper man phoned in his story. The afternoon editions carried it. Coroner Bell dies of heart attack. Shortly after this morning's inquest, which resulted in a jury verdict of suicide in the case of Sanford Smith, Coroner James Bell dropped dead of heart failure in the hearing room of the county building. Mr. Bell leaves a wife and... The end. End of The Smiler by Albert Hearn Hunter.
No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Carcamo. No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. I can't tell anyone about it. In the first place, they'd never believe me. And if they did, I'd probably be punished for having her, because we weren't allowed to have pets of any kind. It wouldn't have happened if they hadn't sent me way out there to work, but, you see, there are so many things I can't do. I remember the day the chief of vocation took me before the council. I've tried him on a dozen things, he reported. People always talk about me as if I can't understand what they mean, but I'm not really that dumb. There doesn't seem to be a thing he can do, the chief went on. Actually, his intelligence seems to be no greater than that which we believe our ancestors had back in the 20th century. As bad as that, observed one of the council members. You do have a problem. But we must find something for him to do, said another. We can't have an idle person in this state. It's unthinkable. But what? Asked the chief. He's utterly incapable of running any of the machines. I've tried to teach him. The only things he can do are already being done much better by robots. There was a long silence, broken at last by one little old council member. I have it, he cried. The very thing. We'll make him guard of the treasure. But there's no need of a guard. No one will touch the treasure without permission. We haven't had a dishonest person in the state for more than 3,000 years. That's it exactly. There aren't any dishonest people, so there won't be anything for him to do. But we will have solved the problem of his idleness. It might be a solution, said the chief. At least a temporary one. I suppose we will have to find something else later on, but this will give us time to look for something. So I became guard of the treasure, with a badge, and nothing to do. Unless you count watching the key. The gates were kept locked, just as they were in the old days, but the large key hung beside them. Of course, no one wanted to bother carrying it around. It was too heavy. The only ones who ever used it anyway were members of the council. As the man said, we haven't had a dishonest person in the state for thousands of years. Even I know that much. Of course, this left me with lots of time on my hands. That's how I happened to get her in the first place. I'd always wanted one, but pets were forbidden. Busy people didn't have time for them, so I knew I was breaking the law. But I figured that no one would ever find out. First, I fixed a place for her, and made a brush screen so that she couldn't be seen by anyone coming to the gates. Then, one night, I sneaked into the forest and got her. It wasn't so lonely after that. Now I had something to talk to. She was so small when I got her, it would be too dangerous to go near a full-grown one, but she grew rapidly. That was because I caught small animals and brought them to her. Not having to depend on what she could catch, she grew almost twice as fast as usual, and was so sleek and pretty. Really, she was a pet to be proud of. I don't know how I could have stood the 4 months there alone if I hadn't her to talk to. I don't think she really understood me, but I pretended she did, and that helped. Every 3 or 4 weeks, 3 of the council members came to take part of the treasure, or add to it. Always 3 of them. That's why I was so surprised one day to see one man coming by himself. It was Grem, the little old member who had recommended that I be given this job. I was happy to see him, and we talked for a while, mostly about my work and how I liked it. I almost told him about my pet, but I didn't, because he might get angry at me for breaking the law. Finally, he asked me to give him the key. "I've been sent to get something from the treasure," he explained. I was unhappy to displease him, but I said, "I can't let you have it. There must be 3 members. You know that." "Of course I know it. But something came up suddenly, so they sent me alone. Now let me have it." I shook my head. That was the one order they had given me. Never give the key to any one person who came alone. Graham became quite angry. "You idiot!" he shouted. "Why do you think I had you put out here? It was so I could get in there and help myself to the treasure." "But that would be dishonest, and there are no dishonest people in the state." "For 3,000 years, I know." His usually kind face had an ugly look I had never seen before. "But I'm going to get part of that treasure, and it won't do you any good to report it, because no one is going to take the word of a fool like you against a respected council member. They'll think you are the dishonest one. Now, give me that key!" It's a terrible thing to disobey a council member, but if I obeyed him, I would be disobeying all the others, and that would be worse. "No!" I shouted. He threw himself upon me. For his size and age, he was very strong, stronger even than I. I fought as hard as I could, but I knew I wouldn't be able to keep him away from the key for very long, and if he took the treasure, I would be blamed. The council would have to think a new punishment for dishonesty. Whatever it was, it would be terrible indeed. He drew back and rushed me. Just as he hit me, my foot caught upon a root and I fell. His rush carried him past me, and he crashed through the brush screen beside the path. I heard him scream twice. Then there was silence. I was bruised all over, but I managed to pull myself up and take away what was left of the screen. There was no sign of Grem, but my beautiful pet was waving her pearl green feelers, as she always did in thanks for a good meal. That's why I can't tell anyone what happened. No one would believe that Grem would be dishonest, and I can't prove it because she ate the proof. Even if I did tell them, no one is going to believe that a flycatcher plant, even a big one like mine, would actually be able to eat a man. So they think Grem disappeared, and I'm still out here with her. She's grown much larger now and more beautiful than ever, but I hope she hasn't developed a taste for human flesh. Lately, she stretches out her feelers. It seems she's trying to reach me. End of No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. Recording by Sam Carcamo.